on that
So,
note,
Justin, what we like to talk about here is thermodynamics. Are you acquainted with thermodynamics?
um,
First law, second law.
yeah, no, acquainted to the
It's
first.
a thermal exchange,
Yeah,
basically.
that's very general in my field of knowledge. What we don't learn, because it's all theoretical physics and astronomy and astrology. You don't learn more than just the baseline, right? Because if you're trying to figure out, how space is supposed to work and how we're supposed to get people into space. Hey, what's up, Elijah? You're supposed to you only learn the baseline so that you know how we get these things up there, right? So I'm not much more acquainted with the laws of thermodynamics than want to say a normal person would be. It's not in my full field of study. I'll say that it's not applied. Like there are equations obviously that use the laws of thermodynamics to apply. How this got here, how we could send something there, or that, but it's mostly I'm in the theoretical side of things, right? I'm in the side of
Entropy.
things
You
saying that
understand what entropy is?
entropy, yes, it's
Okay.
everything is basic. I mean, I could even just use it. Fuck how I feel. Everything's just going downhill. There's no way to reverse the law of energy, the death of energy, in the sense of that. Yeah, no, you got what I mean. Yeah, it's
Well, there's a reason why he's sort of saying this to you. He's talking about how effectively the Earth, right, apparently has an atmosphere, right? The globe reports we have an open and closed system, effectively, by the assertion of a sort of force that would hold in the atmosphere, right, and would stick it to this ball, right? But the issue with that is, as we obviously understand, the second law of thermodynamics is essentially that entropy dictates that there will be movement of higher pressure to lower pressure. They also state that space is a vacuum of, I think it's 10 to the 17 negative torts, right? And obviously, as we know, right, if even the best vacuum chambers that we build on Earth, for instance, right, they still leak atmos into them, right?
Yeah.
Atmosphere being sort of a contradiction in terms as well. Remember that there's always this reification, and the language is very important.
Predictability.
Well, no, again, I'll just say in this sense of like the term atmosphere, we say this a lot, is a contradiction in terms because gases don't really have an inherent shape, right? They don't have intermolecular bonds, right? They move rapidly in all directions, and they have sort of a lack of an inward vector toward themselves again. So, and the reason we say this is because obviously if we exist next to a privation, right, of gas called space, right, and we don't have effectively...
I was thinking about atrophy. I thought it said atrophy, not entropy.
Yeah, I believe I realized. So yeah, because when you said like death of energy, I was thinking, well, the first law of thermodynamics
my
would be
bad.
that
I thought
cannot be destroyed. It's only transferable.
No, I thought he was talking about atrophy. Fuck, I didn't realize I said entropy. My bad. I sound stupid. I don't mean to sound stupid.
It's fine. We know you're a little bit. You've had a couple of drinks and stuff. So
quite a few. Continue. Sorry.
But so this being the case, and I always like to sort of add a little portion onto that, is that gases clearly are unaffected by the gravitation of this Earth, right? The so-called gravitational force of the Earth. Well, not a force, but it's not been prescribed as a force for a very long time. Not since Newton, right? So, well, since Einstein come in about like 105, 106 years ago now, right?
Yeah.
So, again, entropy dictates this movement of higher to lower pressure, right? So if that being the case, right, what does that say for the Earth in terms of as an open system adjacent to this vacuum, right? It's something that is effectively impossible, right? There would be not a sucking of the vacuum back in sense suck, but again, this higher pressure would push into that lower pressure. So this is another massive inconsistency in the heliocentric model. Yeah. The statement is that gravity is the thing that keeps the atmosphere in, right? Again, you would still, in order to have the atmosphere to be kept in by gravity, even if I give you gravity, you would need sort of like an equilibrious state on the upper layer of the atmosphere. We have so many different vectors of gravity in the heliocentric model that this equilibrious state would not be able to be a thing effectively, right? You have the moon skating along the upper layer, right, or almost inculcated into it, and in its distance to size and proximity in terms of its gravitational force, I think it's like 1/4 of the Earth's. But in proximity to those gases, in its orbit, it's like an entropy aiding machine as it orbits around, right? So again, the assertion of gravity would never be an explanation for it, and we don't see these. And also, the idea as well is we have a gas pressure right down here. So gases, right? The gas pressure is defined as the pressing against the walls of a container, right? We can read this pressure with a barometer, meaning that these gases have an inherent, they have like an inward vector, because a barometer is just like a, something that measures an inward vector. Gases, if they don't have an inward vector, no inherent inward vector, it would follow that effectively there is a doubling back process, meaning that these gases are effectively pushing against the walls of a container and they're doubling back on themselves in order to create an inward vector, because there is no inherent. So we sort of have these points as well, that these are massive inconsistencies with the heliocentric model, and we're using their own forms of science against them, right? So, and what I'll say is this is why they started releasing journals as early as 2008, calling the scientific method a myth. And this is the scientific community itself eating its own tail like an Ouroboros, saying that what we previously said is not true, because it effectively like pigeonholes us into, these axioms, these axioms that have to be true in order that the rest of the story could follow, right? The narrative needs to sort of be on these tangent lines, and these tangent lines need to intersect at a certain point. They don't do so, right? So what do? They effectively try to dissolve the axioms, much like what you would understand in your own field. That if we're to continue in the theoretical spaces, they might have to dissolve some of Hilbert's axioms, right? What was it? It's like 1907 they got rid of the 21st axiom of Hilbert's because it effectively boxed them in too much, so they got rid of it
30 years after the mass inheritance of Hilbert, or from Hilbert.
You know what's funny? While they eat their own selves, we're just sat here pointing out that science never had anything to do with the claim of a geometric shape anyway. That's reserved for measurement.
Yeah, it is very much
funny enough. They can change what they want, say what they want, do what they want, but it'll never change that.
No, it won't.
And how you navigate. I heard you guys talking about Columbus briefly.
Yes.
And it's like, well, you could never have been a sailor navigating over a sphere, because that's not how trig works.
Definitely, I can agree to an extent, in the sense of, if you're saying that like water, in the sense of a planet being consistent of like 50, 60, 70% water.
No,
isn't
that's
possible that you would be able to.
No,
well, yeah, no. Okay, no, continue. Sorry.
No, it's fine, but that's not where I'm going with that.
Mm-hmm.
In order to navigate, you have to do trig, and they deal with distances, sometimes with an excess of 4,000 miles.
Yeah,
that can't be curved.
I know that is true. Okay, so I will say I'm not arguing with you. I'm not trying to.
Yeah.
So I'll say, to the extent as far as trig as concerned, there are, let's say you're on, even if the Earth was flat or curved. I don't know what someone's opinion is, but I'm saying from a certain amount of distance, there are simple devices that can solve trigonomical equations just based off of you having them. And like the sextant, for example, if something is very far away, whether or not it's curved or flat, you would technically, as long as you keep the same general direction, be able to measure something. But what I really want,
it measures angles, right?
It measures technically,
in order to have a vector,
to a greater extent, to measure angles on a greater scale, but it's mostly just to measure distance and direction.
Well, in order to get distance, you have to measure angles. In order to have angles, you have to have
Yeah.
lines.
But if
In
you have
order
a
to have
fixed,
vector,
if
in
you
order to
have
have a vortex or a
Uh-huh.
vertex, you have to have straight lines. If
the
there's
thing is,
no
like a
if
sextant, if
and
you have a fixed point, whether or not the Earth is flat, round, curved, triangle, quadrilateral, dodecahedron, parallelogram, as long as you have a fixed point somewhere, like if there's a
let me show you
fucking
what I
a light
mean.
1,000 miles away, then you still
Let me show
that
you what
you're
I
able to
mean.
see, you're still able to measure distance and direction.
Let me show you what I mean.
Yeah, go
It's
ahead. No, it's all good. It's all
impossible.
good.
It's impossible with curved lines. You're saying whether it's this or that.
Yeah.
I'm saying no, that's not possible. And
No, I was just saying if something's far away enough, if something's far away enough to stay at a fixed point in your vision, then as long as you have the right tools, you're able to measure distance and direction. That's all. I'm not saying that,
well,
you're wrong.
Sextant,
It depends
right?
on the scale.
You mentioned
Yeah.
sextant. So
Yeah.
a
No, that was
sextant
just
is
in like
a
sailor
sextant is there
pirate
to give
days.
you. No, we still use them. So
I was
a
just talking about
sextant.
like very rough scale.
It's not rough scale. It's very accurate. That's what they use today.
No, but I mean like a fucking. I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about like in the sailing sense, like in the pre-technological era, pirate on a boat.
Even today, yes, there are people
Yeah.
who use sextants all the time. As captains, that's what they use. They use sextants.
But like in the hand, they're technological. They're not. He's not captain on top of his boat in the Bering Sea.
I can show you a whole bunch of. I can show you a bunch of mariners today.
No.
My friend calls on.
I'm not saying you're
I know, but
incorrect. I'm not saying you're
wait. Every time you say, "Well, we used it," I'm giving you the fundamental understanding of how they sail. There's no other way that they sail. I don't care what device they're using.
1 second, I gotta plug my headset in. Okay, I'm plugged in. Continue. Sorry.
So let me show you an example.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, you're good.
But before that, I'd just like to tell you that the radius, it can't be curved. Now, if you're getting a fix using multiple stars, that entire surface has to be level. That's why it's called a circle of equal altitude and not a sphere of equal altitude, because a circle is a 2D plane in trigonometry. But where's this picture?
We'll say not to try to disprove you, but that's just based off of Old English, where those phrases come from. It's just old English.
Is this screenshot old?
No. I'm not saying the screenshot is old, but I'm saying that those two.
Not based on Old English.
That's very
still. If you Google the definition of a circle, it'll say exactly what I said. It's not Old English. It's relevant. Whether it's Old English or not. I mean, everything.
No, I get that. No. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that circle was a word back then. They were not aware of the fact that they didn't have a word for 3D cylindrical. It would be like comparing how high is in one language to 16 different languages. It could be different words, but they all mean high. I'm not saying you're incorrect.
Maybe I have to slow down with you because I know that you have learned a lot over the years, and I'm fighting to get a word out.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I'm not saying you're incorrect about anything.
I didn't say you did. I'm trying to point out something to you that obviously you haven't thought about.
Go ahead, continue. I'm sorry.
So, when I say a circle of equal altitude and you say, well, that's Old English. Well, when you have 3 of them, they all have to be equal altitude.
Yes.
You can't, there's no way you can take that to be on a sphere. If you have 3 stars, all 390-degree angles are parallel to one another. This is not me making this up.
No. That's correct. That's correct. That's very correct.
You can't. How on earth would you do that on a curved surface?
I don't want to try to get in how that could be adjusted because I don't feel like I'm trying to prove you wrong.
Well, I mean, but you could just try to answer the question.
You're very correct.
I mean, because you're talking about adjustments that nobody does.
Where, right, so if you take these, right, so circles, Uh, um. Okay. No, you're correct, right? This is correct on a 2D plane, but the radius of a circle is correct on a 2D plane, but it's also correct in that same sense on a 3D plane,
Well,
right?
how do you have a curved rate? Oh, well,
No, 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 no,
are
no,
you
no,
trying
no.
to? Are you, no, hold on, hold on,
No,
hold
continue,
on.
continue. Sorry. No, I just don't
Let
wanna.
me ask you questions if you're
Go
gonna
ahead,
assert
go
things.
ahead. No, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
We're fine, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're good.
Are you about to assert that a radius line can be curved? Because we're talking about sextants that measure
Yeah,
angles over the surface. Nothing else, not adding any spherical trig or whatever you believe that they could possibly do. This is what they do. They measure angles on the surface of the earth, and their baseline is 0. So the horizon is 0 between you and the position of the star. And if it's 3 stars, that's 3 radius lines. Not to even speak about the diameter of the entire circle or circles.
Yeah.
So I'm asking you if you think that that radius between the person and the GP of the star can be curved. That's all I wanted.
that's impossible.
Right.
It's impossible.
I'm
It is
not
100%
making this up.
impossible.
It's just what
No,
it is.
you're not. That's the math behind that. It's 100% impossible. It is. This is I'm like, this is what I do, what I still do currently for a living. And yes, on the 2D plane, it's impossible to put it in any other way, shape, or form. That this wouldn't be possible on a 3D. This wouldn't be possible on a 3D axis. This wouldn't be possible on a curved surface. It wouldn't. But one thing that I did want to say is a little while ago when we were talking about entropy, that entropy is also one of those things where there's a big probability factor in things like entropy, right? Because I mean, even just the base model, if you Google entropy, then it says if you're in something moving and throw 15 bricks or 15 pieces of paper out of a a single moving point, then there's a good chance that they're not going to stack, they're not going to line up, they're going to stack perfectly. That there's a good chance that they are all just going to come out in any which way, and it's just completely disordered. They're not going to be perfect. But there's also a probability factor that there's like a 1 in whatever percent chance, depending on what you're doing, that they could stack and do it perfectly. So that's why entropy isn't a perfect argument for things that are relative to like flat Earth, is because those are all probability based, right? So you want to find something that's more centered in something more consistent, right? Because
one thing I have to interject, because you're sort
Go
of
ahead.
talking about the form of entropy that talks about entropy in the sense
It's just the base form of entropy in the sense where it.
Yeah, but listen, we're not talking about that form of entropy. We're talking about the entropy that is to do with thermodynamics, right? So there's entropy in relation to like marketplaces, for instance, right? That's completely different, right? So we're not talking about laws of probability when we talk about entropy. We're talking about something that's extremely concrete and established in the laws of thermodynamics, which is thermal exchange. And thermal exchange is also related to pressure change, meaning that, for instance, like Gay-Lussac's gas laws denote the difference in terms of if we put energy into gases, we understand that they become more excited and they bounce around.
Okay, no, entropy, entropy of a gas,
right?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Right. So we're talking about gas entropy, right? We're not talking about entropy of like something to do with predictability or anything like that. It's nothing to do with that. This is a very solid form of something that we can measure and test. You know, for instance, that I know that there's 2 rooms, right, and I have a door between them that's completely airlocked, right, and I was to invoke a form of energy input onto one portion of the room. They're both equilibrialized as far with an equal pressure, right? And I was to input a form of heat in order to, create a higher form of pressure in that room. And then I was to remove the airlock. It's going to rush into the other available space. The other available space again, it's lower pressure to this room, right? For instance, if I was to suck some air out on the other side of the airlock door, it's lower pressured. So again, this is thermal exchange, which also denotes and talks toward the idea of pressure change, because the thermal is related to the pressure, right? Because it's like you put in heat, you increase the pressure, which would mean that this energy that is now pressurized more because the gases are effectively in a more vibratory state. They wish to fill the room that's next to it, adjacent to it, remove the airlock. They wish to push into that room to equalize the temperature and also the pressure. That's the thermal exchange is carried by the increase in the entropy, right? So, and this is just something that is just a fact, that entropy will always increase higher to lower pressure movement, right? And we understand this quite well. And that's sort of what I was talking about when we're talking about entropy. I understand that maybe you like.
Okay, maybe, no, I thought you were talking about base entropy. One thing is there's also constants, right? You always want to take in constants into the equation, because those constants are going to be, I want to say, right, like you can apply certain things hypothetically and say this equals that, but then you also want to apply that over a scaled period of time, which is why I would say, like I said, I'm not arguing with anyone, I'm not trying to say anyone's wrong, but one of the things that teaches that the constants are a very main integer, right? Because you can say, something about heat capacity, heat transfer, and if the transfer doesn't equal capacity, then CV doesn't equal CP, and there's something wrong, or in that equation. But then when you equate for constants are definitely over time something that are very long form. Which is one thing I just want to put out there, that there's definitely a lot that has to do with the like it doesn't have to be something that happens like right away, right? Because if you took this on a small scale and made it happen right away, then it plays. I don't want to say plays.
So effectively, you're talking about the idea of a slow trickling out of the gases into the vacuum as opposed to a quick rush.
Right. You want right. There's it's so, in the gas entropy equation, it's generally just R is just the integer, and that's the gas constant. And what you want to take into account for the gas constant is that it's something that builds up over time, and then the equation itself is something that happens on a small form. It doesn't consume the entirety of it at once, because if the entire equation of something happened at once, then I could say that in a second all the oxygen could be sucked away from the earth. But it's something that's flowing, consistent.
Right. So the issue with that is that effectively, right, what we would need then is, like I said, a harmonious equilibrious state, right? Mm-hmm. So we can sort of understand how much we can understand, for instance, how much exchange there would be.
I'm also going over school notes here, so sorry, but continue.
Well, we can know how much exchange there would be based upon, let's say, like a vacuum, and how quickly the privation of the vacuum would be filled, right? Yeah. And then we can sort of understand the size of the openness of the atmosphere based upon gravity itself as well. Remember, gravity being the strongest closest to the surface, right? Yeah. We don't see gravity ever affecting any form of entropy here, right? And it doesn't affect it ever, right? And again, we don't have any sort of vector other than the one on the surface toward the center of the Earth, right? And again, there's no scientific validation actually for gravity at all. Gravity itself is something that is asserted as the cause of the effect. It's a circular sort of reasoning, circle jerk bullshit logic, right? So
it's also not a constant.
No, exactly. This is for yeah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah, sorry, Elijah. Continue.
No, that was just a quick hit. Just a quick. No, it's fine. I don't want to push you, or I don't want to push you, or I respect you and what you do, and the hard work you've put into your studies, man. Like, no, I'm not here to trash talk you or even debate you or anything like that.
No, I know that. That's why I came here, because I knew that you guys are also willing to listen, as I am to speak, and listen to you guys, because it's something that's new. That's I've definitely heard about it once or twice before, but never took it as something that was that a big part of the population generally perceived, right? It always was like something like macabre, like it almost seemed like a joke, right? Like if you said some random thing to somebody who doesn't
it's still
know how to figure it out.
it's scarily enough, it's still growing, even though they a lot
I know
of
it is.
people
That's why I'm here now. It definitely is. It was broadcast like 10,000 or no, like 13,000 unique viewers earlier, and I was one of them. And I just decided to come in here and talk about it. And if I'm open to people's opinions, and I'm glad that people listen to me. I know that you guys aren't trying to prove me wrong, but and I'm not trying to prove you guys wrong, right? Because I'm open to this way of thinking, definitely, right? Because it's part of what I do. Everything that I work in is theoretical. So even what I work on directly, which is my job, that I'm getting insane grants from the government for, it's all based off of theoretical physics.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like what you're saying to me is just as valid as what I'm putting down in professionally peer-reviewed papers. Right?
Yeah, that's what I say literally. To the guy. He brought up Richard Feynman. And I had to argue him down, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
There's a video labeled Scientific Method, and it's a 10-minute video of him going into not the scientific method.
Mm-hmm.
Though he uses the word hypothesis, and though he uses the word experiment,
he's not for anything. I have a hypothesis that my dick is the biggest in the world, but it's still not. I get it.
So when he says he's a theoretical physicist in that video, I go to the guy and I say, well, I'm not, what I'm saying is not sequitur to what Feynman is saying. In fact, he has his own axioms, and I respect whatever it is that he's doing. Like, that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
But you told me that I didn't know what science was.
Mm-hmm.
And so what science is
relative. I didn't want you to feel that way. It's definitely relative because half of it is, like I said, theoretical, right? It's all just
right. So for example, dealing with cause and effect relationships in a if this then that scenario.
Yeah.
Theoretical physics is a little bit different. So that's all I was saying. I didn't, but it's almost like because they want to miscategorize things. It's almost like they try to push you to trash talk. And I'm not here to trash talk theoretical physics and all of this. Listen, if we didn't imagine, we would be nowhere. If we weren't able to put suppositions into science, then we would be able to, where would we be?
No, you're definitely right. And that's where half of even the theorems and the equations that we work off of now in the professional field come from, is people literally, when the apple fell from the tree and okay, no, never mind. So basically when gravity was first theorized, all that apparently it was at the time was that, I'm kind of drunk, can't remember the exact names of the people who popularized the theory. I'm actually pretty drunk. Drink like 2 pints of Fireball.
Isaac Newton.
A little buzzed, but and that was imagination. At that point in time, he was far and wide. People were like, "What the fuck is this guy talking about?" And he's like, "No, if this thing falls, well, that means something has to be pulling it down." He's like, "Because if it didn't fall down, then why would it come down, right?" And back then, it was literally just imagination, and and that eventually became popularized as the theory of gravity. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but still very much is imagination.
No, I didn't want to take it there. So when he says, "Why did the apple fall?" Do they have an answer for that yet?
No, they don't, and that's where that form of imagination came from. He did that something has to be pulling it down, right? So that's where this gravitational theorem is.
I know why I dropped.
And if I can check my school notes, sorry.
I know why it dropped. The fibrous nature of the stem of the apple, effectively, as the apple was slowly ripened in the sun, became so that the weight of the apple overcame the tensile strength of the strands of the fibers inside of the stem. The stem effectively broke. The apple itself was more dense than the medium that it was in, so thus it dropped. If the apple was, helium or a helium balloon, it would have went upward. The direction of down or the subjective direction of down that we all experience. We know where down is. Obviously,
That's just relative to where you are.
Of course, but the issue is that people can't understand as to why things would go down, and I find this actually a little bit of a struggle to even understand why it's such a difficult thing to fathom that things go down. The reason would be is because they place us on a ball, right? And how is it that everyone can have a down on a ball? Yeah. Again, what came first, the hypothesis of a ball, or was it or should I say the assertion of a ball being what we live on, or was it gravity? Again, it was the ball. Gravity was just there in order to explain a vector of down all the way across the face of a spherical ball, right? Again, remember these axioms. If the axiom is a ball, then therefore we need a way of creating down. So gravity must be true in order that we live on a ball. Reification fallacy after reification fallacy of the ball.
It's the funny is that gravity in itself is a fallacy because, and I'll say this as a professional theoretical physicist, is that it's described through the theory of relativity, but then also the theory of relativity describes gravity as it says that gravity isn't a force, right? But we look at gravity as the force. You know what I mean? Generally,
yep.
The greater population looks at gravity as the force, but it's actually not.
Most people can't admit that.
In the theory of relativity, gravity is not considered a force at all. It's just
we know that.
It's just
Einstein superseded what Newton stated about it being a force. You know that actually.
Yeah, that's Einstein's theory of relativity.
We struggle to get people to admit that we're not on mass attracting mass anymore. Mm-hmm. You know that mass attracting mass was superseded, and we really do struggle to get anybody to be intellectually honest on that point. So thank you for sort of saying
that is very true. Gravity is not a force. Gravity, I'll say that as a professional, gravity is not a force.
Never mind Sir Isaac Newton's letter to Bentley stating that he didn't want this force that was inherent in matter attributed to him, which is another you know what? There's a lot of things like that. I'm sure in your studies, you've come across many instances where they say, well, this outlook or position is preferred, but it isn't.
Oh, yeah.
One way or another.
What's weird is one of our things is with dark matter, right? It's a net. Bro, I'll say, I want to, oh, fuck, 1 second, my mic came undone. I'll say, look at like dark matter as a net zero. I'll say atom in this instance because it's easier for people to understand, right? It's a net zero force, but it accounts for 99% of the universe's mass, but it's also a net zero particle, right? It has negative weight, but somehow accounts for 99% of the weight of the entire universe. Right, which is a really funny thing, is that how can something with negative mass account for most of the mass in the universe? If it was in that sense, thinking about how like black holes work, and obviously I'm saying this under the guise of nobody.
We were just
figuring out where I actually work, how net zero particles, and this coming from a professional standpoint, how net zero particles can account for net negative, not even net zero, right? A photon is net zero. Right,
we're talking about dark gravity is mixed in with this, right? So we have dark gravity, dark gravity.
If 99% of the mass of the universe is negative matter, then everything would be a black hole. And then those are the holes in theoretical physics that they want us to figure out. Is that?
Can I just say something very quickly? I just want to get this out very quick.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna add you as a friend, and I want Eli to do the same. And I would ask you that: would you be willing to have a conversation with me and Eli at a different time, when you've not had a drink, potentially, right? In order that we could get it out. Again, that would be something that would be pretty cool.
I would be willing to say who I am and where I studied, as long as we don't.
Well, don't.
You know? Well, no, I mean, but like, you know, put
don't say it here now.
Just don't say it. No, not here and now. But to you guys, we
would actually like to have someone on the inside. We would like to
just to prove that I'm not just some random asshole.
It's not. I believe you. You don't even. just you
Do-
saying that, you don't have to. I believe you. It's no,
Yeah.
it's
Listen,
no
I
big
actually
deal.
believe him as well because you're the first person. I always say. Remember, I said I always say axioms, and I never state why I'm saying that when I'm talking about theoretical space physics. And you're the first
Yeah.
person who's claimed to be a theoretical space physicist who actually understood what I was talking about.
Yeah, just come
Right.
out there right away.
And
'Cause,
you
yeah, that's
mentioned
one
the
of the
literature
first things that
behind
we literally learn. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why I do that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense. So, yeah. No, it's all good. I
Did you
just
really
want you
only
guys.
hear about flat Earth like a few hours ago?
Actually, yes. I knew. No, I knew that
Those
it
are the
was.
topic.
I knew that it was a thing, but I thought it was more macabre and not as generally accepted as it actually is.
Like almost
Well,
like
you know what I
a
mean?
satire thing.
Yeah,
So
like
let's
I
talk
thought
about
it was
kind
like
of-
a fucking like a mythological serial killer like in the forest in the mist. Like I thought it was like some kind of like elves and gnome shit.
So can we
Right.
talk a little bit about what it is or what it might be? Like because people have this. Like they've been walking around for the last 4 years thinking, oh well, there's Professor Dave on YouTube. There's Simon Dan. There's all these people that have debunked the flat earthers. And then, when you go online and you see all of these idiots pretending to be flat
Yeah.
earth, it's just groups of just people just straw manning us to death.
Yeah.
When I say
Yep.
straw manning us to death, I mean to
Oh yeah.
death.
No, people are insane. After literally before I joined this, when the people from the I don't know if it was any of you guys who were in there, but were in the Discord, or not the Discord, the streamer earlier that they talking about and promoted this Discord. Everyone in the chat thought that these people, you guys were on crack. They're like, these are fucking crackheads.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, well, from the standpoint as I'm somebody who does this for a living, I can see certain,
You can tell we got a
inconsistencies
point.
in my own studies that I've also thought about, but then have also been told to, well, your job is
Disregard.
to find out, disregard. But then, if you find out something about these inconsistencies in your studies, say something,
Well, can I ask you 3 questions if you haven't been asked them already?
Go.
Hey,
right
As a
ahead.
matter of fact,
We've
as a matter of fact,
totemed
you don't.
on it, but yeah, do
I'll
it.
cross-reference them with my with I'll cross-reference them with my notes. I have all
But
my uni notes.
I guess I don't
Sounds
even
good.
really. I may have asked that because I don't even necessarily want you to go through them. I
Yeah.
want to ask you if you've ever heard them. So when it comes to when we say, well, who directly measured
Mhm.
the radius of the Earth or the shape of the Earth? Where did this come from? Obviously, there's only 2 answers.
I believe in 330 something BC was the first person who was able to measure the radius of the Earth.
Are you talking about
Based
Al-Biruni or
off
you're
of
talking about Eratosthenes?
No, I'm not talking about Aristocrates. There's an
You're
earlier
about
man,
Al-Biruni. You're
Oh,
about
Al-Biruni then.
who measured the distance of the Earth. I think based off of
He was on a mountain.
distance. Some. Yeah,
You know how he got the height of
that's
that mountain?
actually really early. Wow, the fact that you're asking me that's really early study for me. That's like the first thing they told us.
Well, anyway, I don't really want you to answer the question at the moment.
Yeah,
I'm just like in your 3 years or however long you've
yeah,
looked at flat Earth. Like this is a fundamental question for why we're even here in the first place. Number one is who actually measured it, what was the method, and can it be verified? No, it can't be verified. Just to let you know. But
no, it can't. It was in
Um,
like 270 or 280 something.
Well,
BC.
remember I
no,
took you
I'm
through that
when I
black
say
box.
when I say not verified, I mean
the
the
dude's
method
from like
itself.
Athens or something, right? He studied at some
but-
fucking university in Athens.
Wait there a
Well,
second,
it's-
dude. Remember
it's
what
the-
I took him through? 1 second, Elijah. I took you through the Black
Aristophanes?
Swan earlier. Wait there, dude. Wait there. Remember I took you through the Black Swan earlier, right? And I showed you obviously the formula for.
Were you the one
distance of
talking in
horizon.
were you the one talking
Yeah.
in Code Mikos? Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
Well, no, that was Indio and a little bit of me blurting out stuff in
right there.
between.
Yeah, no, I know the Black Swan. That was all. That was actually
I don't know
a
who
big thing.
that might have been crack. I didn't do that. Yeah.
No, I
or
took
Indio
him
didn't
through
do
the
that.
Black Swan. I took him through the Black Swan.
Yeah,
earlier
no,
this
it had
time.
to have been cracked because
Let me
fucking
get-
Nico was like, "Oh my god, you're English."
It was. It
Yeah,
was.
No, no, I, mean, no, I didn't. Listen, when I didn't do it with Miko. I didn't take Miko through the Black Swan. It's
Was it
because you're drunk.
Mika?
No, listen.
Well, I
she did
remember
say
Miko
that
saying
about
to
me.
someone, "Oh my god, you're fucking
Yes,
English."
she was talking about me. I come in right at the end.
Oh,
right?
okay,
I'm
okay,
saying,
okay.
We're
your
getting
mind-
off the rails.
His mind,
This,
he is. I'm going to
this-
reel it back 1
no,
second.
no, 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 no. Time out. I don't care about the answer. That's
Me
not
either.
what I'm asking. I'm no. Listen to what I'm asking for.
Mhm.
Have you heard when in all of the debunking an addressal to this? If the answer is yes, we can move on.
And about the thing about the radius of the Earth.
Right. People are saying we see too far
Yeah.
based on the size that they claim. Do
No,
they ever
that was-
mention the geometry at all in their debunk?
No. Even Aristophanes didn't say. He did say, based off of
Not Aristophanes, people on
geometrical
YouTube that are
calculation.
informing people that the Earth is not a
people on
globe.
YouTube, that shit. Oh yeah, no.
Okay, so I have question number 2. Earth's movement. Has this been detected by anyone? The question itself, have you heard people trying to respond to this?
Okay, so this is I don't want to say a hard question, but
No, I don't want you to answer it. I'm just wondering. I'm wondering
in my field,
because I'm trying to address the strawman arguments against us and how they actually have no
Yeah.
substance. It's not based on the kinds of things we're inquiring. Is the point
Okay,
that I'm
so
trying to make.
Can I'm sorry, can you repeat your question, your second question? Can you repeat it, please?
So the movement of the Earth, not an
Yes.
indirect, not an affirming the consequent fallacy, but a direct way that we have measured the movement. This is a question that we ask. If you hadn't talked to us
Okay.
and you only heard the debunks of
Yes.
Globe Earth, would you have even known that these are
In
the
my
type of
professional
questions that we ask?
field, no, there's only theories.
Okay.
Right now, I can
number
say for a
3
fact
was
only
what?
theories in my professional field.
So number 3 was what Crack was talking about, entropy. So we say, well, gosh darn, how do you have, the air next to the void of space?
Mm-hmm.
But what's going on there? Like, these are things that we ask, but when it comes to people debunking our position, it's never about questions that we ask. That's
Yeah.
the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, there are two things with entropy, including if it's within the laws of thermodynamics. If you're looking at entropy just from the sense of entropy, then there's a possibility for anything. But then when you look at it from thermodynamic energy or entropy, excuse me, it also has to do with, I don't want to say gravity because it's technically not, but movement speed. And movement speed can be relative to gravity in that sense. But, like in the sense where if you're driving in a car where you got, a wing on the back and create a lot of downforce, you're able to go faster. And if you're, and in the way where, I don't know how to describe it perfectly to you guys. I'm kind of intoxicated. Fuck.
Are you Enoch?
In that sense, no, right? For those last two, I can't prove either of those. They're both just based off of general consensus that are what I would say scientific general consensus, where that's considered the consensus in my field, but only based off of theories.
What's your field?
We understand what the consensus
Theoretical physics.
field.
Theoretical physics. Oh, like fortune telling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say, okay, well, there's a problem here. Figure this out, right? That's half of what theoretical physics is. But the first part of it is
attach it to
just
those old
general
axioms.
knowledge about space and the space around it. They teach us about the axiom.
If you're in,
Wittgenstein's
you
axioms.
should be able to answer a question of mine. I'm very curious. What's the
Okay.
construct of a field?
Of theoretical physics.
No, the construct of a field, like
Of a
magnetic field, electric
field?
field. What are the requirements? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Your accent is really rough on here. 1 second. Let me. I'm gonna try to turn down my headset or something. Your accent is rough.
I can reiterate the question if you would like.
Sure,
He basically
go ahead.
said, what would be the pre-needed things in order
Construct of a field.
yeah, the axioms that you would need in order to construct an electrical or a magnetic field. What would be the building blocks effectively of that, right? Like,
Well, you need very fast-moving charged particles. Is
Very
the
fast
basis of
moving charge.
yeah, charged particles
What
that have
kind
to
of
be moving
charge?
fast. What do you mean? What kind of charged particles?
one charge or
No,
three, four?
It's two oppositely charged particles.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
You need
positive,
two
negative.
oppositely charged. Yeah, you need two
South,
different.
a dipole.
Yeah,
You need two different very fast-moving electrons that are charged positive and negative
yeah,
to create
Binary.
a magnetic field.
like binary.
Yeah, binary. If you're attributing it to the same extent as you would like a human, like there's only two different opposites. But yeah, but there
And,
is only two different waveforms.
Does a force manifest only in a field?
You see, that's the fucking rough part about theoretical physics is that it technically it should, but there are instances of it not of it happening outside of it outside of a field.
Okay, in
So my
real
job is to
world,
figure out why does it happen outside of a known field.
outside of your body? Can you demonstrate
it.
anything?
Why is he asking all the right questions?
Yeah.
He actually is. Because that's the whole part about theoretical physics.
theoretical physics?
Yes, theoretical physics is a very
Oh my god, are you
a very
fucking one
real,
of those?
very well paid.
Are you one of those? Are you one of those?
Wait there. Whoever's saying that, stop doing that. This is someone that has come in.
I'm being
He's
very
been
real.
Wait there, dude.
I'm being
Wait there.
very legitimate.
Justin,
It's
Justin,
genuine.
wait there a second. Listen, he's come in. I've been speaking to him for the last 2 hours. He's one of the only people that have come in, and I've said to him, I've talked about axioms, and he's actually understood what I'm talking about in relation to the field, right? I believe he is what he says he is.
I
At the
have
same time,
evidence
he's
not
very-
proof. Mods are admins.
Listen, he is very, very, intellectually honest. He's willing to admit that gravity is a theory. He understands that gravity is not a force. He understands that
Yeah, it's not a
described as
force at all.
He understands basically. I was took him through the black swan, and he was like, "Yeah, that's a completely solid argument because obviously, how
Mm-hmm.
could you derive a radius, or how could you even have a radius in order to plug in for the terrestrial refraction as the as the opposite argument for the
You
explanation?"
can't have one without the other. So how can you prove
Like-
one with one if you don't? If you need one to prove one, but you don't have either to begin with.
Another hardcore argument.
Mhm.
How did Maxwell corrected Ampere's law? And
I'm
based
sorry,
on
I'm sorry,
which
I'm sorry.
experiment?
I'm sorry. Your accent is just your accent is just a little too rough.
How did
Oh,
Max-
I'm sorry about that.
No. It's, okay. It's
Yeah.
not your fault. It's not your fault. It's just I'm not that not good. Are you asking about how did Maxwell and his equations?
Yes, Maxwell has fixed Ampere's law.
Yeah,
Equations,
Maxwell has a very particular. Okay, how do I say this? Maxwell, but that's the thing that I'm also talking about is that a lot of the studies that we work off of are over 120 years old, right?
Yeah.
Maxwell's first paper is like from like the 1850s or like the 1860s or something, right?
Yes.
That's what.
But,
we're basing
in
it
his
off of.
papers,
And then
in
and then
his
and then
papers-
people talk about Faraday cages and shit. Like he was trying to prove like Michael Faraday's theories and shit.
Yeah,
And
well, Faraday effect.
that's bullshit. There's
Something
not a
I
single
like.
Faraday cage in the whole world that works. Right? I've never seen a Faraday cage that fucking works. So every single one of Maxwell's equations, and I'll say in the professional field that we've put to actual study, have never like actually worked.
Yeah.
The Maxwell's equations are all straight bullshit. Maxwell was just dick writing off of Mikhail or Michael Faraday. He was trying.
I tell you why he's wrong, because based on his equations, you get a positive charge from the vacuum of space, and this is why they push his equations actually.
The atoms in space that we've already proven they're base negative. Anything?
No, the ground is negative.
No, but I'm saying.
There's a Gaussian
in the sense
plane.
of space, right
Like
because of the
matter
amount of dark matter.
Negative.
Yeah, in space, the charge that we get from space is mostly negative.
Well, no,
it's supposed to be 91%. Negative.
As you rise,
it's almost anti-magnetism.
One moment. As you rise in altitude in the air, you get a higher electrostatic potential voltage.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So the voltage increases, the positive charge. And where is this charge coming from? Because the negative obviously is coming from the ground, because the ground is the negative Gaussian plane.
Yes.
And we use it in electricity. I mean, we ground our...
Yeah, you have grounds, you don't get fucking shocked when you're working on things that are charged.
Yeah.
Americans don't with their plugs.
Well, I do for my PC. I have a ground to tell you something. When I go fucking yank my graphics card or something, I don't get fucking zapped. Yeah,
but no, I definitely physical and solid, right? It's matter. And what's the positive Gaussian plane then? It can't be vacuum. I mean,
why the fuck is this guy? The questions he asks here are way too right. So with Maxwell's equation, that was one thing that he was really intent on proving.
Yeah.
Is god damn it. Sorry, I'm burping. But most of his equations were trying to, I don't want to say relativize, but connect like electrostatic energy, magnetism, and then the maximum speed that we can travel, right? He was trying to find a way. He was almost like Tesla in the sense where he was trying to find the way where he can push this electromagnetic or this any form of magnet to like its maximum extent.
Yeah.
And in the process came up with certain equations that would apply to things that we would use nowadays. Like, for example, like what we were just saying, I ground myself. Well, that was one thing that he figured out apparently figured out is that, you need, because everything is always positively charged, you need to ground yourself, including things that have electrostatic or any kind of electric or magnetic energy running through it. Right. But that was all just a byproduct of him trying to figure out literally, and this is the thing, is that literally Maxwell was trying to figure out how to push the humans. And the funny thing is that it was also just a theory then, because this was in the 1840s or 1850s or something. This dude was trying to figure out the speed of light. And the byproduct was literally these things,
it's just
like
a
these equations. It is. They're all just equations.
Just calculus.
It's all just equation. It's all just literally an equation about electromagnetism.
No experiment.
Differential equations as well. At that, they're differential as well. So, and
also I'll say just like gravity, something that right now, even to this day, is still a theory. Right? It's
Have
still.
You heard, have you
that's
heard
not what they say when they talk. So when they talk about Maxwell, right? Yeah. And obviously Ampere's law. So like again, what he was
law is a little I'll say a little different in the sense where it actually has. No, it is. But that's the thing, is that everything's fucking plugged into something. And my job is to figure out why something is plugged into something, right?
I've heard
an equitable reason why it's plugged into that.
I've heard a word multiple times.
Yeah.
Can you define the word theory as you're using it? Because there's There's
It
obviously
is-
two ways to.
Then there's multiple ways. No, I'll say multiple ways between theory and theorem. Right? I can say I have a theory that if I eat a bunch of broccoli, I'll have the biggest cock in the
What's
world.
the definition?
And
though?
then I can
What
say-
is the definition? That's all I want to know. Like, what as you're using it, define it, please.
In relation to how I'm saying theorem or just theory itself.
Well,
Theory
you've
itself.
said the word theory multiple
Theory is just a
times. I
supposition.
just want to know.
Theory is legit just a supposition. It's
Okay, then
You
fine.
try-
I disagree with that. A hypothesis is a supposition, not a theory.
to an extent because generally you use you have a theory and then you generate
unless you have
you
a
have a
theory,
theory.
then that's called. Unless you have a theory, then that's called a
But then
presupposition, which
hypothesis
isn't.
feeds
which
in
isn't a
to the
hypothesis.
scientific method, right? You have a theory and then you generate a hypothesis on how to make your theory work and then you implement the scientific method, which is control group.
Okay, well, I'm
you-
challenging.
yeah.
I'm challenging that. If I mean, unless you don't want it
It's
to
just
be
textbook.
challenged.
That's just textbook. Theory is literally
No, that's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking you to define it, because textbook and the way you're saying it, no, a supposition is what is in a hypothesis. If you were to use the word theory, I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, that you're talking about presuppositional hypotheses, which aren't hypotheses at all.
Yeah, no, that's what a theory is. It's supposition, but it's
No,
it's pre-hypothesis.
I'm
That's what
saying
theory
that's
is.
not. I'm saying that's not what it is, and you're
No,
saying
theory
yeah,
is
I'm saying
pre-hypothesis because you have
That's
a
not
theory,
what it is.
and then
Nope,
you
nope,
have a
nope,
hypothesis on
nope,
how to make theory
nope.
work.
No, that's not what it is.
That's
But if
that's
you
ele-
don't want me to,
that's-
if
it's
you don't want me to challenge,
no.
I
I'm
can-
not saying
hold-
you're wrong.
no, you don't have
saying
to.
that's
I don't-
how it was used in my field.
Don't appeal to what you feel that I'm feeling. I don't care about.
No, I don't. That's why we're
Look,
doing this right now because I'm not appealing to what you're feeling. I'm telling you, a
But you
theory
keep
is a
cutting me off.
supposition.
But you keep cutting me off. Do you realize
No,
that?
continue. I'm sorry. Continue. You're right. My bad.
Okay, I'm telling you you're wrong. So, if you want to challenge your understanding, we can just go with other citations and how it's been defined by other people at university over the course of 100 years. We could do that if you're willing to have it challenged, because I'm telling you that you're wrong. You're telling me that what you think it is textbook. That is not
Yeah.
textbook. Now,
Well, I
if
will
you
say
don't
that
want to
theory and
challenge, if
hypothesis
you
are
don't,
generally the same
want to,
thing.
if you don't want to challenge it, you can't keep saying it like I'm going to accept it. So I'm just going to take at this point it to mean that you don't want it challenged.
No. It's not that. They can be. I'll say okay. I can definitely say that.
If you repeat yourself, I'm going to say
I'm not going to
that.
repeat myself. I'm going to say.
But you're basically saying hypothesis and
ground-based
theory.
definition, a theory, and a hypothesis are both suppositions. But
No,
when
nope,
you lay them in line,
nope. So either you take up the challenge or just say, you know what, I'm not
mean,
willing
you
to
can-
take up the challenge.
this is no. But
Because I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want to do.
here. Hold on. A little bit. I'm going to tap out of Discord. I got to let my dog go. Here.
All right.
Right. So again, like if
It's
you just
very
type in
important.
the meaning,
I'm sorry.
it is very important. Well, I
No,
took him through this
honestly,
earlier. Actually, it's just
here.
it's a little inebriated.
If I were to Google, oh, sorry, I'm back. If I were to Google right now, I'm literally going through my uni notes. If I were to Google,
No, Google. No.
Okay.
Go to your uni. Go to your
Okay.
uni. Not
Uni notes.
Google.
no. My notes for uni say that theory is a supposition or
It's
system
not
of
a
ideas.
supposition. It's not
Okay.
a supposition.
So then listen. No. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying the definition for theory is a supposition or a system of
not-
ideas,
that's
which
not
I can say when I was in uni, I definitely Googled this, right?
That's not a supposition. No.
And a
No.
hypothesis,
No.
a hypothesis is also
That's
a
not
supposition.
textbook. No, a hypothesis is a supposition. How you're attempting to use it is a presupposition. Those are two different things. Presupposition and hypothesis is just begging the question fallacy. I'm trying to point out a difference. You're telling me no.
So when you take my
it's the
field,
same thing.
and the first word is theoretical.
Yeah.
What's the definition of theoretical?
That's why I asked you to define it, because the way you're using it sounds like.
But they are suppositions. But then there are theorems which are generally ways of knowledge. Fuck, I don't know if I'm actually.
Should I back off track? I don't know.
I would a second, because listen, 1 second. So a theory, right? Obviously, if everyone else, right? Obviously, me and you, Elijah. I'm not talking for the rest of the room. I know the way we see this. So, and I know that we see it in a correct sense, because obviously what he's saying is basically, it is kind of the base layer meaning that they'll give you for theory, right? A supposition or a system of ideas is what Google will tell you, intended to explain something, right? Especially one based on general principles independent of the thing to be explained, right?
The Newcomb theorem.
Right. So, but the issue is that obviously you're seeing hypothesis again, which would be like a set of principles on which the practice of an activity is based. Let's say so. Yeah. So what I guess what Eli's trying to say to you is that, in a sense, the way that you're using the word theory is that's a presupposition. So first it's hard to explain it to you, because obviously you've got a certain vernacular.
Yeah, in the field that I work in, everything is. I mean, when you take baseline textbook, the description presupposition.
Yeah, okay. Listen, Elijah,
there's a presupposition in my field.
A second, Elijah, they can't test hypotheses through experimentation in the field of theoretical space physics, right? So there's an issue. So the term theory almost has to be like it's interchangeable, right? Because it's like they don't test hypotheses. So the presupposition is always what it is. It's always a presupposition. So otherwise they wouldn't even, it's almost like you would have to state like, you're not a theoretical, the field would have to be deleted in order for him to say, no, I don't work on, theory as a basis of a supposition of a system of ideas intended, right? So it's like he can't sort of say that. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like that's why
you're right. Yeah, I get it. I'll back
but
up.
Also, Eli, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Well, all I did was because I didn't want to. I mean,
it confused me because I thought we were talking about my specific field.
Or challenge him.
No,
that's what I was trying to do.
Okay for you to challenge me. Perfectly okay.
I was asking for permission, So
it's perfectly okay. I just took it. I don't want to say incorrectly, but in the sense of my field.
Well, right? Can I read you a quote?
Go ahead.
Well, that's actually not from university. I don't even know who this dude is, but
go ahead.
His example of what a begging the question fallacy is spot on. This is gonna be heavy, so I don't know if you want to do this. It's gonna be heavy.
No, I'm down. Go ahead.
Okay. So begging the question, it's gonna use the example of the Michelson-Morley non-experiment, because it's not an experiment. They use the term experiment loosely too, and it's like okay.
It's for if I have an assumption of the conclusion.
Yeah. So
I think I heard this. They said I was going to hear this, and I have heard it.
So how to commit the fallacy of begging the question when a conclusion to be demonstrated is assumed into a premise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So number one, and there are 8 lines, and then there's a conclusion. So give me some room, all right?
Okay.
So number one, an experiment is set up to demonstrate the motion of the Earth through space. Number two, a positive result is expected from theory. It says theory, but I would stress that they meant hypothesis. And I would stress that there's a difference. But okay, moving on. Number 3, the experiment produces a null result. Number 4, the null result has a cause. Number 5, the cause of the null result is not a stationary Earth because the Earth is moving. Number 6, the cause of the null result is a moving Earth. Number 7, therefore, an experiment on the moving Earth has demonstrated that C is constant in any inertial reference frame. Number 8, therefore, C is constant in all reference frames. So line 8 implies that a moving Earth is part of the conclusion, yet 5 merely asserts that the Earth is moving. So concludes a line 8. Therefore, the constancy of C is invalid according to the fallacy of begging the question.
Yeah, that's what.
And can I just add to what Elijah just said?
This is rough because it's almost is.
Can I just add to what Elijah
in
said?
and of itself, I'm sorry. It ends up as a fallacy, but continue. Sorry.
1 second. So when we're saying about right, so like he's saying about again the theory versus so theory being presupposition versus supposition, right? Is that under the origin of like the etymological origins of this word? So let's say Greek, right? Hupo, under, thesis, placing, and then this is two origins of Greek placing those two words together, right? So we have end up in the Greek with the hypothesis, right, which would be the foundation, right? So foundation meaning just a supposition, right? Because it's something that's again, right. So foundation, okay, it's not it's the foundation level. It's a hypothesis, right? So again, so then the late Latin it turns into hypothesis, right, from the Greek, which the Greek meaning hypothesis meaning foundation. So hypo under, thesis placing, then to hypothesis, then to hypothesis, right? So again, it's sort of like these things are used interchangeably in the field, and I think that's part of the confusion in essence. And if you think about like, so what Elijah's just outlined is that if we switch one for the other, right, as in we use them as interchangeable terms, hypothesis and theory, what we end up with is that effectively that definition that he just read out, right, it becomes easy to sort of just say, well, okay, it isn't a fallacy. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, not that it isn't, it would still be a fallacy if you look at it in the correct optics, right? But again, from the position of the way that they assert things in one format or another and the interchangeability between them, it's very easy for someone to not realize that you when they're looking at data or information, because of the interchangeability of those words, it's very easy to not see the fallacy inside of it. That's why it's very important to know one from the other, and really what we're sort of saying in terms of what a presupposition is versus a supposition, what the foundation is versus the cornerstone, right? So that's sort of the point of it. It's like the foundation is the built, right? The cornerstone being the start, right? Hypothesis being the foundation in the Greek. So it's sort of like even the etymology of the word backs up what Eli's saying effectively, is what I'm trying to get across. I believe I may have. Did I cut out or?
No, you didn't. I did ask for permission. I didn't want to do it.
I did ask permission. I didn't want to.
But obviously, we're a serious bunch here. I'm
gonna move him to VC checking 1 and move him back down, just in case his stuff cut out and he didn't realize it. If that makes sense. Because I do that to you occasionally. I've done it to you before and you've not noticed. Yeah, Justin, are you back?
He chatted. He said that wife just woke up and yelled at me for being up at 8 a.m.
Oh yeah. No, that's my girlfriend all day long. No, I get
it. Yeah, like. Well, on that note, yeah. So what we was watching yesterday, Eli. It was really interesting. So, like, obviously, I won't go into any of the details on what we were watching, but it was really interesting. Like, I didn't get to say it fully. I know I danced on the idea of what we was talking about, but we literally word for word had a debate with somebody right before you came in that was like, it was almost as if we had just listened to that video out of mine and Iggs's mouth, right? Like out of mine and Igor's mouth. It's like we had literally detailed the knowledge that was contained in that video to do with propaganda and everything was revolving around it. It was really cool.
No, that CIA confirmation, bro. That CIA document is so powerful. Like every time they ask, there's no way that the Earth could be flat, because it's just so great a lie that it couldn't be contained. Like that is literally CIA propaganda straight from the document. That like, how you gonna defeat that argument? Like, how you gonna defeat it? You can't. But I'm sorry. Go on with what you were trying to say.
No, I was just simply stating that it's like one of those confirmational things, right? Like, you know, me and you have got a certain belief, right? Which is that, you know, Yahweh Sabaoth is, you know, the Abba of this universe, and da 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 da. It's just one of those confirmational things, Eli, right? You know, you have a conversation with somebody that effectively outlines point for point in chronological order everything that someone later comes in and then presents in a video and then in documentation. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, and someone was trying to argue against the points that we were making and trying to say they were fallacious, and then basically like two things that aren't even connected. So like even going with like the thing with like terrorism and even, you know, with the Holocaust, for instance, like even those portions of that video as well, right? Like it was in chronological order, bro. Like the argument that we had just had, like, you know, I've got a good memory, so like it was chronologically ordered to the way that we had the argument in a sort of, like I said, like a progressive sort of line. That was, and you can ask Iggs, he'll tell you the exact same thing, and everyone else in the room that was there was like, we had this debate with this ecological mystic guy, and then boom, 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 boom. It was chronological, bro. And then you play this video, and it's like chronologically the argument we had, and every point the guy hit on was exactly proving everything that we were saying as we went along. And it was like a confirmational thing, bro. It was like, yes, man.
I'm so happy that I had came in there with the video then. Because I've showed it to, I've tried to show it to everybody. Like I've played it maybe about 6 times now, you know, and I always wait for people.
Elijah, can you post it in a live stream for me? Maybe
sure.
Okay.
Maybe chuck it.
It's only 30 minutes long. So if you've heard me talking about the professor, Mark Crispin Miller, he works right here where I live. And then he works at New York University. So he's not like some Trump supporter in his mom's basement. You know, actually, I don't know that. He could be a Trump supporter in his mom's basement, but at the very least, he's very educated.
He's not. He's not. He really isn't. I know this guy. He really isn't. He's got his own house. He's got an apartment as well.
So, you know, he brings up really valid points. He brings up, you know, documentation and then certain things to validate it. And, you know,
Trump supports him, dude. It's more the other way around. Trump supports Miller, man. That's the way it goes. Because Miller is actually foundational, believe it or not, Elijah, in the terms of like when we're studying propaganda, when it plugs into, let's say, proxy warfare, for instance, right? Insignia versus, you know, nation state versus actor that is blackened out, right? Well, you know, just the definition of terrorism alone is something that's being switched around and changed. Going back from 2008, there was a massive change.
Right,
in 2000, there was another massive change. In order that
he's been all over it. Yeah.
He's been all over it, dude. Like, he's someone that is foundational in the field of weaponology as well, because people effectively don't want the Overton window in the political spectrum, right? We don't want the Overton window to be changed in terms of when we relate back to the GFE of what a paramilitary is. But when it comes to understanding that, you have to take these interchangeable terms, right? For things like terrorist or insurgent terrorist force, for instance, Al-Qaeda, how can it be an insurgent homegrown terrorist force? That makes no sense whatsoever. They have an insignia. Paramilitary groups have an insignia. Terrorists don't have an insignia, right? Again, to terrorize comes from the word tyranny as well, etymologically speaking, right? To terrorize suggests that you can't just attack, right? It suggests a higher power than attack, because to terrorize or to be tyrannical over someone means they have a form of no defense. This is what the Second Amendment's about, right? So when you have that, again, what is a terrorist? Well, a terrorist is almost always a state actor or a group that was founded from a state actor as a proxy warfare artist to act out their political means and agenda for them, right? That would be the propaganda informing the group to be the terrorist organization, right? So there's a massive difference, and the point is that the difference in terms of when we start to talk about an insurgent terrorist force is that we're able to sort of lie to the individuals that would be fighting against the so-called terrorist force, and to get away from the idea that they might be a paramilitary force, because if you have paramilitary forces, you have different axioms in terms of in connection to the Geneva Convention of what you're allowed to do, right? So these things are really important. Like, and it's been propagandized, you know, like these words like domestic terrorist, for instance, even that changes the overton window or the optics, should I say, on these words. And like Miller has been on top of that for years, making sure that the correct definitions of this stuff is asserted when it's needed, and categorization of the different groups as it goes forth in relation to the way the propaganda affects the optics. He's been brilliant at doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I can't, like, you know, the fact that people, you know, I'm you know what, I'm done. I don't question it anymore. Like I'm so me and Meme. I'll say I align with him in a lot of ways. A lot of ways. And I don't from a biblical standpoint or a scriptural standpoint, I no longer wonder why, like, oh my God, why isn't he getting it? Oh, First of all, if you think about the grand delusion, that's going to be cast on someone who doesn't accept truth, then you're already at the grand delusion, meaning I could not have done anything somewhere along your life. You have rejected truth, and you are now at this point. There's nothing to ask. There's nothing to wonder. At that point, it's like, oh, I know exactly why you're acting the way you are, and only He can be your salvation, aka only following the light and accepting the truth can you be vindicated. That's it. You can wander as far into the darkness as you like. The moment you decide, you know what, truth is more important to me, everything changes. And I'm not about to sit here and argue with people. Like, for instance, I'm gonna show you. I can't stand this dude in my inbox. I finally told him off proper.
I finally told him off proper. That was so English of you, Elijah. I'm very proud of you as an American. That was very proper of you.
So the guy messages me, as he does periodically. Oh, this is the same guy I've been telling you about for like a year.
Yeah.
By the way, so he sends me these pictures of where the mountain peaks are lit, before the bottom, and I'm like, I'm not about to seriously explain, like, not in any serious way, because it's like I don't have time for
the energy you've put in and how much you've actually taught him and how he's still not grasping, right? Like,
like you just taken some meme and was like, look at that. Like, why haven't you thought about? Like, I don't have time to, and then he's not going to get it anyway. So he says, I like to challenge you. How can this happen on a flat Earth? The spotlight sun should most definitely light the bottom of the mountain first. Why?
Why? What about the path of light? What about the so a spotlight shined upon the precipice or the peak of a mountain, for instance, right? Again, much like if
theoretically speaking, and I definitely mean hypothetically speaking, if light did have a one-way speed, wouldn't it fucking hit the highest, the elevation it's closest to?
Of course, especially if the light is parallel, right?
And that's not even the issue here. But just like from their own belief state, like I don't man, fuck him, I don't have time for this. So I told him.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say very quickly, I wanted to apologize for like not supporting you in that post, right? But like for me, it's the same thing, bro. Like I've done all of that with like the type in and everything like this, right? It's like my back's broken as well, and you know this, right? Like sitting on my little phone right at the minute, just like trying to type out on there, and then like you've got your Facebook and you're pretty anonymous on there, right? And like I'm not so anonymous, bro. And I'm just like, yeah, this is like, it sometimes becomes like, yeah, I just wanted you to not make sure you didn't take offense to the fact that I wasn't like in there, like in the.
Nah,
in the thing.
I
It's
know
just
you have
the-
your reasons.
Yeah, dude.
I just wanted like, you know, I wanted to like crush them real, because they just in their numbers they hide
yeah.
themselves in the numbers to remain ignorant, and then they project, and the Bible speaks about this too, like just, you know, them just sapping your energy, like it's not a good look. I'm not here to waste. I'm any time, you know. And if
that's
I
why I
am
think-
wasting time, it's from my own sin that I have to be repentant for. So screw
I
you.
think that's sometimes where like your aggression in terms of in these like conversations comes from, and it gets like, I never get offended by you when you go no. Like other people I've noticed, they get very offended by this. Like again, I don't know why, right? So like, you know, people often feel the need to sort of explain
let me
around
just
the
wait
challenge.
every 5 minutes to. Let me just wait 5 minutes every time you say something erroneous, and then I don't have time.
Yeah.
Look, no, don't just no.
Again, let's get to the truth, right? Let's get to the truth. No, exactly. You're right, bro. It's like, let's get to the truth. Let's cut the mustard, right? Like, why are we going to start talking around and dancing around points that could just be dealt with like directly there and then, right? Like, it becomes like, again, it becomes erroneous and it becomes challenging in terms of on the energy level, right? It's like first law of thermodynamics, right? Energy can only be transferred, and it's like the energy you put in, if it's just being like guided away every single time by their hands, the hands of dismissal, it's like,
that's a good way of having me think about it. Like, I'm literally thinking of my energy just like being like, you know, and there's like some wizard on the other side just with his fingers just sucking in my energy. It's like it's
like, you know, energy is like a currency now. You know, go ahead.
I says, I don't answer erroneous questions. I'm not about to spend 2 hours telling you this. I've moved on with Jerry. It's over. LOL, bit of a joke, but serious about the former. And then he says, what do you mean, Jerry? And then I said, just accept the first part of my statement and correct or move on.
Yeah, don't worry about Jerry, bro.
Look what he says. He says, are you saying you're not a flat earther anymore? And I said, yo, that's the type of shit, like, that's a major energy dump right there. That's an energy dump. That's an energy well right there, just waiting for me to just pour it in.
Dry. No, I am still a flat earther. Like, you know, well, why aren't you standing up for the truth? Like, you're not debating anymore, right? Like, you're not debating me. And it's like, no, again, this is an energy well, right? You know, to just step into that and to just be like, right, I'm going to give away all of this in order so that you can, again, not understand what I'm saying, right? Like, and like he said, just in what he was saying, right? Like, oh, you know, I like to challenge you. So is this based upon what you're presenting to me just to challenge me? Like, I feel like that's probably where your brain was like, wait a minute, you like to challenge me. Does that even mean that you believe in the information you're presenting, or is this just a form of challenge? Do you understand the base there, or are you just asking for an explanation from me? Like, or is it just to challenge me? When people are just seeking just to challenge, not for a sort of, like I said, to establish a form of truth, to understand or come to an understanding between the two people, when it's just a challenge, like there's sort of a hint of an idea that it is, can I take some energy from you? Right? Like,
you can challenge me, but don't do it erroneously. Like, well, what the fuck?
Wow.
So yeah, like, where did I give off any impression that I was no longer, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not even, you know, no. Go talk to. So I labeled him an anti-flat earther. And I said, you can continue to believe what you want. You can even believe what you want about me. At the end of the day, you'll never think critically and you'll always be an anti-flat earther. And that's all right. Just leave me out of it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Hey, Gopa? Thank you. Oh, I'm about to head to Nathan's. You feel like it?
I'll come as well.
I'll join you in the. Well, I hate the. I hate the Discord over there. I usually pop into the G plus, but I'll go into the room just because you're gonna be in the.
Yeah, you're going over to Nathan's, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. All right, I'm gonna go now. Just just so I make sure I get in. I don't want to have to get dragged up or anything. Wait, you're a mod though, right? I don't know.
It's 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm a mod.
All right, I'll see you over there anyway, right, dude? All right, so.
see a bunch of heroes in that YouTube chat. Why don't you come and discuss it instead of spouting all that nonsense I'm looking at? And I'm not going to be responding to anything you type there. If you want to discuss it, here we are. Come talk.
Mic check. Anybody on here?
So what happens if you get a leak on that? It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up. Then you have a leak.
That's pretty funny. Oh shit, there's no Groovy Bot. Oh, rest in peace, Groovy Bot. Tests.
Did you get a new mic, Indio? You sounding crispy.
I've had this mic. I just haven't used it.
Yeah, good.
It's a Blue Yeti.
Nice.
They're not even dormant. A lot of times I'm on my phone and like I'm not carrying a Blue Yeti around the city of Boston. It would make a great object for self-defense because this thing is heavy as fuck. This thing is like, you want to kill someone with a blunt object, this is one to do it with.
I got the blue snowball. You know, do some minimal damage. Not the Yeti damage, but you know.
You get a slingshot. Shoot. How's it going, man? How's life and things and all that happy horse shit?
Man, I just got back. I took a long hiatus from the server, but I spent a month in San Diego at the beach, and it's been great, man. First time at the Pacific Ocean, and that stuff is flat still. So that was awesome.
I haven't made it to the Pacific yet. I'm gonna get out there one of these days. San Diego's nice though. Everyone says that place is bomb.
Holy smokes. Yeah.
Is it expensive there?
Yeah, man. Everything's just like unnecessarily an extra $1 or $2. You know, you want a protein bar? A couple extra dollars. You know?
Yeah, but Boston is mad expensive to live in. It's probably more expensive than San Diego, I wouldn't doubt. I think an average one-bedroom apartment here is about probably like $1,600 a month to $1,800. Probably more in the $1,800 range now because of COVID.
Why does everyone want to be in Boston?
Colleges. Lots of colleges. Plus a lot of tech shit. In the surrounding area, it's called the 128 Belt. So there's I-95. It's like it's one highway, but it's just like two. State Highway 128 and it's Interstate 95. Like they're the same road, but for some reason. But inside this belt are crazy tech companies. Like, you know, the company that makes those robots? They make the freaking dog and, you know, all those crazy robots. They're always on YouTube and TV. Yeah, so that company's there. Like Microsoft, Amazon, they all got all these biotech companies, Biogen, Amgen. Like, just, they come here. Well, the big corporations come here to basically poach MIT and Harvard and all those universities.
Nice.
But I'd say there's like 20 colleges within, I'd say, 10 square miles of where I live, 10-mile radius of where I live.
Damn.
Yeah.
Super wealthy friend that I went to school with ended up going to school in Boston, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, it's super expensive here. It's ridiculous. It's crazy, man. I can go to one grocery store and like you get like, you know, sliced American cheese. One grocery store it'll be like $2.50, $3. You go to another one, it's $8.
Jeez.
$8 for sliced cheese, bro. Man, I saw that, man. It was like sticker shock, big time.
What does the gas cost out there?
I don't even know because I don't drive. It's probably around $3.
Yeah, that's what it is here. I'm in Ohio. It's $3. It's like $2.99. Out in California, it's like $5 for sure.
Yeah, California, they got that extra tax because they're trying to save the environment from global warming.
Right.
You hear the stream last night? That Code Miko lady?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a train wreck.
Yeah, man. That was pretty interesting.
It was hard not to go off, man, just because because she was talking shit in her chat while she was in here trying to act nice.
Mm-hmm. Right, acting,
saying things like "I'm losing brain cells" and silly stuff like that.
Well, I guess you got to play dumb to the audience, right? I mean, that's her whole audience is like, if I pretend to be a fool, it'll attract the masses, type of thing. You know?
Yeah.
That was her whole act. Like, I'm stupid, I'm dumb, you know? I don't know, that's what I heard from her.
I don't think it's an act.
You know, it could be one of those things where it's like, it was started off as an act. That's just her character now.
Yeah. She kept saying she was confused, and I believe
her. Yeah, I mean, if you're not like, I mean, most people haven't investigated a topic past, you know, they just haven't. They just there's a ball. And that's how far they've investigated. So the devil's in the details. I mean, I deal with. I'm also like on Twitter, and I fight with trolls on there and YouTube. But even like the people that are so-called smart, educated, whatever, their knowledge of the globe stopped developing at 9th grade. They still say, you know, silly things. Well, I mean, silly. I mean, it's just because there's the globe story, which is like the 9th grade story, right? Earth's a ball, you know, yada, yada, yada. Everything is just perfectly laid out and it just all works. But when you actually start looking at the details, which, you know, hardly anybody ever does, it just starts falling apart, as we all know, right? It's like a sweater. You pull one thread and eventually you just have a pile of yarn and there's no sweater left.
Right.
Hello, guys.
Hello, how's it going?
All right, thanks. I just thought to say hello.
How's things?
Yeah, they're all right. Yeah, can't complain. I only just woke up. I'm on your time now.
Boy.
I think it's about, I don't even know what time it is.
Time to buy a watch.
Yeah, it's 20 to 4, so yeah.
feel like a big up there.
All right, kudos.
Y'all 7 hours, I think, behind us, or 19 and a half ahead, however you want to look at it.
I'm 7 hours behind Central America, I think. Like, you know, the Central time.
So it's probably like 1:41. Dude, don't you love having people in other countries telling you what time it is where you're at?
That's good, but it's 3:41 now.
I figured it was an hour or so.
UK is -5 for me.
Yeah. That means you're on the East Coast, is it? East side.
That's right. I'm on the East Coast. Just a short swim away from you.
What you been talking about then, guys?
The place was empty till I jumped in here. We were just talking about nothing.
It was like that yesterday for a while.
It was packed up last night. I don't know how many people are in the chat. Probably had to be approached 50 or 60. So anyone following this sextant argument thing? I haven't been really following it, but I need someone to give me the Cliff Notes version of, you know, I watched Mitchell from Australia's video and I've listened to Nathan talk about it a little bit, but.
Well, why don't you give us a quick breakdown, Indio, what your current understanding is of the sextant argument? Or how it works?
I know how a sextant works, but I don't understand like why they think that somehow it'll only work on a flat Earth. I mean, I watched a bunch of videos last night. I think I think I kind of understand what they're saying. That the angle, because the horizon angle keeps changing as you move around, so it can't possibly work on a globe because there's not one horizon. So that's why they're doing this celestial horizon. I think. I don't know. I'm not really sure. That's why I need someone to kind of like break it down for me. I mean, I'm just missing something.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, Indo. Just have to turn it down a bit. So they're saying that the sextant won't work on a globe.
That's what they're saying, that it can only work on a flat surface. I understand the argument where they're saying, yes, you can only triangulate because triangles have straight lines, not curves. So you can't take an elevation angle off a curved surface. So they have to assume the surface is flat, and then. But their argument is something like, if you do more locations, right? What do they call it? The angle of equal distance, angle of equal something or other. So if I sight a star, right? Say I sight a star. Say I sight Polaris, right? And the elevation angle tells me it's 200 miles away. So there's a bunch of points, obviously like a circle around that's a radius, which is everything is 200 miles away. And they're saying something like that can't work on a globe. It can only work on a flat Earth. Like I said, I don't get it completely.
I've never used a sextant, so I can't really say anything. I did look about a while ago. I might have a quick look again now. Principles of sextants.
I just like a sextant and an astrolabe and a boat, so I can go have some fun.
It still blows me away that freaking Neil Armstrong said they used the sextant to navigate in space.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's craziness.
I think you see a picture of him using one at one point as well.
There's supposedly some sextant that went through the hull of the craft and pointed outside, and that's how they knew where they are. But the very first measurement you take with a sextant is find the horizon. So where's the horizon when you're halfway between the moon and the Earth?
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
You know what I find confusing as well is the fact that the solar system, even in their model, is flat. All of the planets orbit the sun on a flat plane. They don't orbit the sun in 360 degrees. They're all on a flat plane. That's why we have the ecliptic. I think that's strange as well. I've always thought that's weird.
Yeah, the orbital plane. Sometimes I troll Globers. I say, well, if all the galaxies are flat and the universe is flat, why is the Earth a ball?
Yeah, right. Because it would be spreading out from a central point in 360 degrees of space, wouldn't it? For it to actually, come about on a flat plane, there's got to be. Well, I just don't believe it. It should be 360 degrees. Like we imagine the model of an atom with the electrons going around.
Yeah.
It should be like that. Surely.
The definition for apparent is something that appears to be there but isn't physically there. Is that accurate?
The definition of what?
Apparent. Like something that is apparent for observation. Like the apparent, something that you see where you're at there in the UK and something I see here, but we don't see it in the same location. It's in two different locations, and if we move up in elevation, it moves.
Yeah.
So what I was saying last night over in Chiltex, because we had a great conversation going. I'm thinking that the sun and the moon are actually apparent. They appear to be where we see them at, but like a hot spot or a cold spot being created through, say, a dome from a light that's outside
Yeah.
It would cause the same effects that we see, and then say like the new moon when it completely disappears. That would make sense why nobody's ever seen.
Do you know what, Cuddles? I've just understood something there from what you've said that I've never thought of about the new moon. Because they say it disappears for three days, don't they? Recycle.
Right, and I always catch the new moon.
Does that mean it's not visible anywhere on the plane?
But that was the conversation last night. Is that it disappears completely.
So it shouldn't disappear completely because there's always got to be a spot where it's reflecting sunlight.
Exactly.
Well, even if it's plasma,
I've never thought
even
of
if
it
it's
in that way.
plasma, it would still give it some type of physical, like physical something, but like seeing stars through it, disappearing slowly at the course of the month.
I have to try to photograph the new moon when it's not there, and it's not easy.
But see, you can do a hot spot,
Really
through layers of bowls with the sunlight and magnifying glass. You can create a hot spot within, I guess, a contained space, perhaps. But this is hanging in the air. It changes elevation during the month. It changes where it's at. It changes how it appears. Changes size.
And colour.
Right. It sounds a lot like something that isn't physically there, but it's being broadcast from another location.
See, my problem with that, and it's always my problem, right, on any level that you look at it, just talk about the moon, because the moon's easier, you can see it with your eyes easier. It should change shape in the sky as it moves, but it doesn't. It's always circular. If you think about it, well, the best way I can describe it is with those 3D art pictures that I showed you, Cuddles. You can only view them from one point, like the perspective point of where it was drawn from. Anywhere else, you can't. It doesn't look the same shape physically, and it's the same as that, except reversed. You're not moving. The moon is, and for example, when it's really low down, it shouldn't look circular. It should look kind of. You're looking at it from the edge, so it should be elongated, for want of a better word, an elliptoid. But it doesn't. It always looks like a circle wherever it is.
All right. Well, one night, me and some acquaintances did this. I'm in Texas. One of my buddies is in California, and my other friend is over in New South Wales, in Australia. So we all went out at the same time, took pictures of the moon. From my perspective, the moon was hanging over California, going that direction. To my buddy, it was, almost completely overhead. To my friend over in Australia, she had to look, what is that, west for her? Or east? We all see the exact same thing, and all of our pictures look exactly the same.
Me and G did that the other night with pictures, and it's true. That's what you see.
Right, but something that's physical I can't take the same picture from 50 different angles and have the exact same picture.
Well, this is what I've been saying all along, Cuddles. It's like that leads towards the fact it's projected, because I photographed the moon and I've never seen any evidence of it changing shape. It always looks the same wherever you are, except it will look like in the southern so-called hemisphere, it will look upside down. But that's, you don't see any more or less of it. You're just looking at it from a different direction, aren't you?
So looking for a new moon, a picture of a new moon. Probably never going to find it.
I haven't found one, but I've tried to photograph it because I was saying to someone about this, and they said, well, you should be able to photograph it if you can pinpoint it in the sky using a tracking app, which I've got. You should be able just to photograph the dark portion of the sky. You can't see it. If you've got the right camera settings, you should be able to see it, because I've taken photos of half of the dark moon and more, even more than that. So if you can do that, surely you can photograph it when you can't see it with the eyes, but the camera will pick it up.
But then it would have to be physical, even if it is just made up of photons, not having any weight to it per se. It would still have to be physical for it to. I mean, so the fact that it disappears completely, there's no way to track it, there's no way to see it or find it or anything.
Well, the 2 times I've looked for it, right, to try and photograph it, it's been really, really close to the sun, according to the app. Twice it's occurred, and twice, the sun's been out. So I'll put it down to that, something to do with that.
Right. Well, I mean, I get the whole tracking app and presupposing where it's supposed to be, but if it's like the sun and the moon are 2 different laser pointers shining through a dome, causing a hot spot and a cold spot that, under the similar-ish conditions, look like black dots.
What look like black dots?
Well, like the sun, when you put on the right filters and focus, it looks like a little black dot. And the moon,
yeah, that's something else I've never managed to photograph either. But
with the camera that I have, when I look at it, the moon is always too bright, so it always ends up transforming. Maybe it's because I'm so close. I don't know.
This is that picture I was on about, Cuddles. I think I showed it. Yeah. This is like some street art this guy does. They're pretty good. But that picture that put there, 1 moment, sorry. You can only see that picture from that one point where it's been drawn from. That's the perspective point where that camera is. Because if you look at it from any other angle, it looks like this. I'll show you. It actually looks like this in reality. Right? That's what I'm getting at about the fact that if you look at that from anywhere else other than that perspective point where the first photo is taken, it looks like the one underneath. Right? So if you think about that in reverse, you're static but the moon's moving, it should change from a circular shape to a different shape if it's, you see what I'm getting at? It's the only way I can explain it. To physically change shape. Even if it's a projection, it has to physically change shape. But I can only imagine it in my mind working if it was a projection, not if it's anything solid.
Well, I mean, come on. The horizon is optical. Why not everything else? To some degree. Or at least the more important things.
I have got a slightly better picture I can show you actually. Oh yeah, this one. This is actually where is it?
I mean, it's interesting to just look at it and take. I'm taking everything and I'm mashing it together after I boiled it down. The moon disappears throughout the month, and then it appears huge at the beginning of the month. Well, a physical thing can't just do that unless, like, say, I'm putting on clothes or taking off clothes. You can't see my belly, you can kind of see my belly.
See, I've never seen it physically change size either. If I have, I've missed it.
Well, that's what I'm kind of going towards there, too. Like, the old follow the bouncing ball thing. Some days the sun, the moon is freaking huge, but I'm right here in Texas, closer to the equator than some of the other people, like Great Britain, Montana, South Dakota. I'm closer to the equator.
Oh yeah, a lot closer.
So the moon, when it's so-called low in the sky, it's freaking huge. But it doesn't look like it's, more than 50 or so miles most of the rest of the time.
Yeah. You have to excuse this picture. It is a globe, but it demonstrates what I'm getting at.
Right.
That's what it looks like there from the perspective point. And this is what it looks like from everywhere else. Oh, I'll have to wait a second because the slow modes and there you go.
Right, optical illusion.
This is it, isn't it? How can you be certain that's not what you're seeing? Well, that is what you're seeing. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, sun gives off warm light. The moon gives off cold light.
Yeah.
You can make a sunspot hang in the air if you have the right gradient. You can create a sunspot within that gradient with enough, I guess, magnification of the source.
But that doesn't work with moonlight.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying, though. I think the sun and the moon are both just magnifications of their actual sources through an object.
You can't magnify moonlight, though. This is the thing.
Right. I get that. But, all right, the moon is there. Now, we're going from where it is to where the hell it's coming from. Not stuff that I can do with it down here.
I mean, if you think about it, a projection... Oh, no, actually, forget that. I'm talking rubbish.
That's what I'm saying. A cold spot. It's freaking crazy to try and think of like how a cold spot would actually be made, but we actually are looking at one every freaking night.
Yeah, I'll tell you something else about the moonlight that I realised the other day as well. If you grow plants indoors, right, artificially, it's well known by anyone who does it that they need complete darkness during the darkness cycle, right? Right down to, they've done experiments and little LEDs you've got on blocks of electrical terminals and things, even the smallest, faintest LED light can interrupt the plant's flowering cycle, right? Now, this doesn't occur outdoors at night with moonlight because, well, it just doesn't, as far as I can tell from what I've read, meaning that the plant doesn't react to moonlight. You can use a green light with plants in the darkness and it doesn't affect them. Which would imply as well that it's green light coming from the moon if it's not affecting the plants outdoors. Or it could be that plants have just adapted to the moonlight. You don't know.
Trust me, I would love to try and see if I could magnify and condense moonlight through a magnifying glass.
Why do you think I'm saying it like this? I watched a video about it yesterday, Cuddles. This guy like trying exactly that with a massive Fresnel lens, and he not only he had a thermal camera and thermometer. It doesn't even moonlight doesn't even though if you point a thermal imager at the moon, you can read the temperature and everything off it. Because breaking down the walls, I think, said something to me about that. But yeah, you can actually get a reading off it. But when you shine it through a magnifying glass on the floor, the thermal imager doesn't even pick up at any temperature change. Doesn't show anything.
Maybe it's a different type of energy, and that would be interesting. But see, this is all going off. The moon is a cold spot. Just like a hot spot generated for something that is heat, it's generated from something that is inherently cold. That gives off light.
Yeah, I reckon if you can photograph it when it's a new moon, it will look like this, but just without the bit of the moon. You can see the difference between the black bit of the moon and the black sky.
Well, the best thing I can think of...
This is why I'm thinking you can photograph it, when it's new moon.
Well, this is what I'm saying. If it appears in a position, but that's not where the light that creates that position is coming from, then you're going to have to find the position above the clouds.
How does that explain you can see the black portion, though? Are they projecting a black portion?
You know, like with the sun, the black dot that everyone sees, that's the focal point.
You see, I've taken a lot of pictures of the sun, and I've never seen this black dot.
What the hell was that?
I don't know. Not me. Yeah, I've never been able to photograph that black dot. I've tried and tried with different cameras as well. And not once have I recorded it. So I don't know what that's all about either.
That's creation.
Sorry. Okay, well, what's the use of the black portion? The unlit portion.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Magnifying something through a lens, narrowing the band, making it like a laser pinpoint dot. When all that focuses at the focal point, there's your black dot.
I've never managed to photograph it though. Just saying.
Right.
I'm not saying it's not there. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying I've never managed to. I've always put it down to a camera artifact, to be honest. The fact that the sensor's getting overloaded. But I've tried 4 different cameras to do it, and not one of them had that
Right,
effect.
but you have to have the filter, right? Or the lens.
I've seen it done without filters, but I have tried it. I have tried it with a filter as well, but I didn't have a proper. What are they called? There's certain filters you use, and I haven't got one. But I used a piece of welding glass from some welding from a welding helmet. And while we're on that subject, I've never photographed sunspots either. You know, and I've seen many people show sunspots that they photographed, and I've never managed to get them.
Yeah, I think a lot of that's quite odd. I want to say most of the things that people are getting that would back up NASA is generally like grease or something on your lens.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I've seen some pretty good sunspot photography. You can actually see them moving over a period of time as well.
Right, but it's optical illusion as far as I can tell.
Well, it could be, yeah. We haven't got a clue, have we, really?
Well, that's the thing.
Too many people claiming that. You know, you can watch these videos of astronomy and stuff, and these people talk like they know. We know everything about it, and there's no mystery there at all. And you know, we figured that out already years ago. That's the impression they give you, don't they? Deliberately.
Right, but then you.
Go on, carry on.
Then you say, let's all have flying cars and flying planes and jetpacks and shit, so we can fly around and go land on the moon. Well, we can't have that. Because we can't have you trying to do something that you physically cannot do.
That's it. That's why they have that attitude as well, because if they said it was one of life's great unsolved mysteries, you'd have people aspiring to solve it.
Bro, that's why we were already supposed to have flying cars. There's like 3 factories full of them.
I know, but there's one reason why we haven't got flying cars, and that's because fuckers can't drive in 2D space, let alone 3D space. Can you imagine it? It'd be a nightmare.
Bro, I can already imagine Tiffany wrecking her car into some mansion because he was on a date with somebody that wasn't her. Trust me. Tell the truth? How dare I tell the truth? That's weird. I've always thought shit like that's weird. When people like, how dare you? Do what? Say that. What, you mean the facts of reality? Yeah. Huh?
I'll tell you something else as well about the sky. Yeah, that picture I put up there, under different camera settings, and I don't know what they are, to be honest. I can't tell you, I'm not a photographer. The sky is really black. These were taken really close together, these two photos, but this is what it looked like in the other one. If you zoom in on the video setting on, well, any camera I've had anyway, when the sky's blue, not in the middle of the day, but towards the end of the day, if you zoom in, it goes black. It goes from that blue colour in that picture above to this black colour. But you can still see the outline of the dark portion of the moon. And this is supposed to be Earth shine, they call it. That's why that dark portion's illuminated slightly. So technically, when there's no sunlight reflecting on it to cause that crescent, you should still be able to see it if you point your camera in the right place in the sky. If you know where it is. This is my argument. This is what I've been trying to do, but it's not as easy as just that. That is nigh on impossible.
Well, right, because you have to find the spot in the dome. Like, you're going to have to use a weather balloon and a couple of cameras looking around, like 360 view, to see where it's coming through the dome at to make what it is. Because, I mean, we'd say, oh, clouds would make that impossible, and this would make that impossible, and all this bullshit would make that impossible. However, what is impossible for man is possible for God. So that whole incredulity thing, like, it goes out the window.
Yeah.
Just because you can't figure out how to do it doesn't mean it's impossible. It just means we don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I tell you what as well, Cuddles, since I've been photographing the moon, right, I thought it would solve a few of my questions that I have about it, and not only has it made it worse because I've got more questions, it's actually getting to a point where I kind of can go with what we've been talking about here easily. But when I look at it, it looks solid to me. It doesn't look like a projection, if I'm being honest. It looks like rock. Right. I know that's not a popular opinion, but that's what my brain tells me. Now, I don't know if it's because my brain's constantly been told that since I was younger, or if it's as simple as the fact it is solid.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm really leaning towards the not solid.
Because the horizon, the horizon looks solid until you jump 20 feet in the air, and then it moves.
Yeah, I suppose that's the point.
What appears to be solid doesn't necessarily have to be solid, because the physics behind what makes it appear solid just not known yet. I mean, the farthest we've gotten was optical, and that's perfect spot for me to jump in and double dutch. Because then if it is optical, then it has a source point. And that's why I think it's been difficult to catch a picture of the so-called new moon, because you have to have a weather balloon to catch it, because you have to look for the source point through the dome.
Yeah.
But see, that's another thing. You have to be high enough up to get out of the range where you wouldn't be able to see anything. So there's another question. Once you get a weather balloon up during the new moon cycle, and you've got it going around, you have to get out of the range that it's blocked from. So you got to get high enough up so that you can see around whatever's blocking it.
Yeah, but is something blocking it?
That's the theory.
Wow. What, you mean the globe theory?
No, mine.
All right, got you.
I make my own damn theories.
Well, yeah, me too. I saw another video yesterday of a guy starts off, he's got a ball on a piece of string, right? And he's shining a light onto a wall and he's casting the shadow off this ball. And it casts a star-shaped shadow, right? And immediately I was thinking, what's this? You know, it had my attention straight away. And yeah, and he shows how it's done. It's basically the reverse effect of a camera obscura. I mean, it's really believable. And for some reason, while I was watching it, I couldn't stop thinking about the moon phases for some reason. And I'm convinced that it might have something to do with this. It's the actual source of the light projecting the dark bit, if you know what I mean. Because to get a star-shaped shadow from a ball, you have to basically project a star-shaped light form, right? And it hits the ball, behaves like a reverse pinhole camera, and then shines the star onto the wall as a shadow. Right, so it comes from the light source. So if they change that physically in shape, it would change the shape of whatever the shadow was, if giving you the impression that there's something in the way. Well, there is the ball, but the ball itself doesn't change. The light source does.
Right. Well, the sun and the moon being apparent, you get what that implication means, though. Like, it is further proof for a creator. It's exciting. People are like, oh, there's no proof. Okay, well, here's another one. You got shit floating around the sky that ain't really there.
That's not proof of a creator, though, is it? Let's face it.
Shit.
You know.
Randomness. I'd like for anyone to actually articulate how randomness makes anything fucking happen without sounding like they belong in a padded cell.
Well, given enough randomness could make things happen, yeah. But not in the scale you're talking about, though. Because, well, just wouldn't. Coincidence is something that shouldn't be ignored, though, because it doesn't exist. Talk about randomness. If something's coincidental, you need to take another look at it. Like the fact that the sun and the moon appear the same size in the sky, but they're supposed to be massively different sizes. These are things that can make you think that it's almost by design.
Testing.
Yeah.
That was so weird, dude. I was sitting here talking, and you couldn't hear me at all.
No.
That is so weird.
My Discord just glitched out hard, so maybe.
Yeah.
Discord had a hiccup or something.
He was coming in crystal clear there for a minute, though, Jason.
Why is it not clear now?
Well, it's not that it's not clear. It's just like when the speaker line glitches and like the clarity changes, where like where the treble just goes all the way up to 1,000 and the bass goes down.
Yeah. What's that? Shit said changing lens. Yeah, that's a good point as well. this can go.
I mean, the people, the Flat Earth School groups that I were in before I got here, they were going over things out of Enoch. They were making guesstimation models out of what's in the text. And I mean, if it's in the text, at least you have one witness, which is better than zero. But then you have to go and look at it and be your own witness. So then you'd have two witnesses there.
Yeah. Yeah, breaking that picture you put up with the how light would reflect off the moon if the moon was a sphere, yeah? I saw something ages ago and I can't find it online again now, and it was nothing to do with flat Earth. It was some artist talking about how shadows reflect off other objects, and it was basically saying, well, actually it was kind of flat Earth, because she was talking about what had been said about the moon shadow, and she said that if you ask any classically trained artist, they'll tell you the same answer if they're properly classically trained, and that's that spheres don't cast spheroid shadows. And on the moon, if you look, it's actually a kind of sine wave, the shadow is, but it's really stretched out. But it's actually like an S shape slightly, and that is what the shadow shape is if you get a shadow off a sphere onto another sphere.
Right, but how do you project a shadow onto something that's not physical?
You do it from the light source, like I said. So it looks, but it is a shadow, but the shadow's been projected along with the thing. It's the only way it can be, I think. Unless you've got a different idea, because I'm still having trouble.
More to it, because saying that we can cast a shadow onto the moon, even though it's translucent and transparent,
well, we
kind of odd.
What do you mean by we?
Well, colloquial, whatever.
Oh, right, yeah. I mean, even if it is a shadow, like the Terminator line is too distinct as well. You know, to cast a line like that, you'd have to be relatively close to it.
Right. But this all comes down to they're not physical.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The sun gives off physical heat, but that emanates from a fixed point in the dead center of that area that hotspot's taken up. And the moon puts off light. But again, that's from the dead center of the cold spot of that light. But seeing cold light is freaking awesome. That should blow everything out of the water.
Yeah, but cold light as well is, I didn't find this out till the other day, but I've always said that the moon is glow in the dark, right? People laugh at it, but I do mean that. It's what's it? I can't remember the word now.
See, this is the thing, though.
It's basically it's charged up by light and then gives off light in the dark. And
yeah, but that's like bioluminescence.
Yeah, not to be confused with the other one, which is one glows in the dark and one glows under UV light. Yeah, I'm talking about the one that glows in the dark. When I looked that up the other day, cold light, that is known as cold light, the light that gets given off during that reaction there. And I never knew that. And it's actually something to do with chemical energy, and it's called cold light.
Yeah, now we're getting into John Carpenter's books and little things that were hidden in plain sight.
You want to talk to Jay about cold light? That's his thing at the minute.
Oh, was it John Carter?
Who's that?
The movie or the book. He goes to Mars, And on Mars, they're using moonlight to create advanced technology, advanced weapons.
Right, I don't know it.
The movie's called John Carter, I think.
I'll have a quick look.
You know the story. I know you know the story.
Oh, I might do.
It's probably not one of your favorites.
Have a look.
Ohem Octay. Where's my pop culture nerds at?
Oh, my eyesight's bad today. No, I've never heard of that, you know. It's a Disney film, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm posting the movie.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Bro, watch it.
When did that come out?
2012.
Right. I might have to watch that later.
Akte Wis Barsum. You are from Jasum, John Carter. You are on Asum. Right, but in all these fantasies, I mean, we had this conversation last week. In all these fantasy books, fantasy movies, there's little things. I like to run through information and glean what I can use and then move on. I mean, sure, going to a whole nother so-called planet is bullshit. However, using moonlight to do things, there's different effects that people are getting from different things that are being built, depending on what it is you're building. Even with plant life, there's plants that thrive under the moonlight, really sleep during the day.
Well, from what I can gather, all plants are mainly active during the sunlight period.
Most of them, yes.
They do sleep, though, for want of a better word. At night, they go into, the chemical reactions in the plant change. It does other things during the night.
Yeah, stasis.
No, some of them are actually, they do things during the night. Whatever's going on there with plants, they can measure it differently. Because I read a marijuana botany book and it was saying about that. It didn't say anything about plants that grow at night, though, to be honest. That's quite interesting.
Well, I mean, you've got shrooms, mushrooms.
Yeah, but plants, they're not plants, though. They breathe carbon dioxide. They breathe oxygen for a start. They don't photosynthesize.
Right, but I'm not putting everything that grows on this planet into one box. As in, like, it has to grow this way in order to be a plant. Like, if it's fucking growing, it's a plant. Because moss grows off the side of a tree, but we don't call that not a plant.
Yeah, moss is a plant, though. It's green, for starting it.
Right. See? Box. Green. If it's not green, it's not a plant. Tell that to Wandering Jew.
What's that?
Damn purple.
Yeah, but purple plants still photosynthesize. They only look purple to us, to the eyes. You can tell that by if you take a leaf off a plant that's not green and dry it. Most times it will go back to green when it's dry. Some do stay at different colour, but not very many.
Right, but we're told that the color comes from the chlorophyll, and
No, the colour. I don't know where the actual colour comes from, but it's green because it's the only light that the plant doesn't use. That's why it's reflected back. That's why you see it as green. That's why you can use green lights indoors at night with plants without disturbing them. Apparently.
Uh-huh. That's what I'm getting at.
But I did look up this guy who claimed to have grown plants indoors with every form of light he'd been able to get his hands on, right? Like from incandescent to high pressure sodium bulbs, right? And he also claims that he's grown like plants indoors with green light. I mean, they're not super healthy, but they do grow. He was making a point more about the green light thing, not about the darkness. But plants won't grow in total darkness, though. That is a fact.
Right. Well, that green light bulb's also giving off a spectrum of other light colors, so...
It's going to have to be... You'd have to have a specially tailored one, I think, to completely be invisible to the plants at night.
But, I mean, the whole thing is designed to work on a hot spot and a cold spot. Apparent things that appear to be there to everybody, but are they physical? No one can confirm because we're not allowed to fly around. Otherwise, I'd be up there trying. Hell yeah, when the moon's low in the sky and it's freaking, looks like it's 1 billion miles wide. Hell yeah, I'm gonna go try and land on it. Absolutely. Or fly through it, whatever.
Oh, what's this that Breaking's put up? So look at this.
But see, that's the thing. Like, that's the only test that I have is to, like, get up there in a damn helicopter and fly to its apparent location. It always seems that the things that I want to make tests out of are things that they're just not going to allow.
Yeah, they're always running out of fun.
There's no evidence that I can get hurt flying too close to the moon. However, flying too close to the sun, they say Icarus got his ass whooped. So.
That is crazy, that bit of video breaking where you can see the cells.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff, mate. I'm just following your conversation, that's all.
I wonder how much they're magnified by, what magnification that is to see that. Because I bought a digital microscope, you see, but I doubt whether it's going to be able to see those.
Yeah, it's amazing when you look under the microscope, same with insects' wings and stuff, I mean, all this stuff is, like, incredible.
As above, so below, isn't it?
I mean, I have crazier questions that all go along with this. Because in Enoch it talks about the 7 firmaments. So then it starts compounding questions. Like, if our sun and moon is apparent, it's a hot spot and a cold spot from light coming through the dome from another location. The next question is those things apparent or are they physical? Because if those things are apparent too, this compounds everything. You have something physical in one layer, and it's shining through another, making something apparent. That apparent thing is shining through another layer, making something else apparent, shining through another layer, making... Like, what? But only a creator could do something like that. It can't just be some chemical chance. Chemical chance.
These are still moot points, though, Cuddles, really, because even if when you do know that it was created, you're still eventually going to get to the question of who created that.
Right, but that's an answer I already have for myself.
Why doesn't that surprise me, Cuddles? Come on, then, lay it on me.
Well, I mean, dude, all the necessary antecedents, you have creation. I can make a table and chairs. Hell, I could build houses. I could do all kinds of stuff. I would be the creator in that scenario. But then look at the plant life. Look at all these things that we have.
Breathe life into things. This is the point.
Right. Well, there's a limit to my power then. Just because I'm limited doesn't mean anything that would have created me could be. I mean, that's a bit of a stretch to say that, oh, but you can't do this because I said so. Even though you created me, that's a bit dumb.
Well, yeah. But we just won't ever know, will we? It's like, here's one for you. How about this? Everything we perceive in our so-called 3D world, right, is nothing more than a byproduct of a process going on that we can't actually see.
Well, not like we are, but then that means we would have to change.
For example, we don't really know what electricity is properly.
Right.
But we can tap into it and use it. Maybe electricity is a byproduct of something else going on that we're just not aware of at all.
Well, that's what Tesla and all of those other people were getting at with the Aether. But then they changed that over to bendy space-time bullshit, and all of our research on photons and the Aether disappeared.
Well, yeah. That's why they invented special relativity, innit?
So the closer you get to it, the more they want to hide shit. That's the thing. So if you knew for a fact that there was a creator and there was a predetermined set of things that you would need, just simple explanations on, that would prove to you that there's a creator, well, let's hide all this shit so they think that there is no God, there is no devil, and everything is okay, and kidnapping and shit is cool. Sounds like a criminal enterprise to me.
Well, it is, isn't it?
I mean, fraud's crime. Lying to people. I mean, the question really is on an individual basis, though, about, say, finding out that there's a creator or not, is how much evidence are you going to need to change your mind?
Well, all I needed was the realization that evolution and Big Bang was a crock, you know, because you're not really left with much alternative, are you? Other than it was made deliberately.
Well, heck, even what I read out of the Quran talks about having a personal relationship with the Creator, even though I don't see very many people teaching that.
Yeah, I talk about it. Two different, the Creator and God are two different things for me, though.
I keep using the word God because that's what most other people understand, and I'm talking to a broad audience. I hate using colloquial terms, but I can't always help it because it's not about me or what I like. It's about other people being able to comprehend what I'm saying. So yeah, I interchange God Creator all the time. I don't see a difference other than God originally was a descriptor word of a being that most people couldn't comprehend.
What's up, Witsit? How are you doing?
Hello.
What up, bro? Bad service.
Yeah, Discord is a bit laggy today. I don't know.
Well, I'm driving through like a national park area, so I have pretty bad service.
But see, that gives me a place to start, though, when I go looking for this new moon, and not to be looking in the same place as everybody else, because they'll say to look here, to look here, to look here, but okay, but where the hell is it coming from? And that's what I'm wondering. I think everybody is looking in the wrong spot. All these professionals, all these trackers, all this stuff, they're all looking in the wrong spot because they think it's a physical thing.
It's to do with the sun, I think.
Right, I thought that too, but now I'm changing my mind over the last week with conversation. I mean, because it's not physical, then that means that everything about what I'm trying to track changes. How I track it, where its location is, how it's being manufactured in the Atmos that I'm in. I mean, it quite literally changes everything. I'm saying, what if everybody can't see the new moon because the new moon is a spot, a cold spot made through the shining of cold light from a source through the firmament into our Atmos. So then you'd have to find the point at which it comes through. Now we'd have to change lenses to try and figure out how we could even see that magnification line to the cold spot. And that's if they're just not, projections from the hand of God himself.
I think it is the projection that changes, though.
Right.
But the more I look at it, the more I think that it can't be physically real, the moon.
Right, but it'd be like the same with like movie theater. You got a guy behind a glass wall projecting a movie through the window onto the screen, and if anything gets in between that camera and the window up in the projector booth, it's going to change what you see out here.
Yeah. Which gets me back to what I was saying about that thing with the shadow of the ball being a star on that thing yesterday. Anyway, I'm going to get off, guys. Just thought I'd come and say hello quickly.
Yeah, take care, Jason. Nice talking to you, bro.
Yeah, man, I'll be in chill. Cuddles playing Fortnite.
I'll be around in a minute. I gotta go shopping.
Catch you later.
See you, Jason.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'll speak to you later.
Yeah, take care, man.
I mean, I've got two good theories for the sun and the moon. However, one requires light coming in through the dome. Some type of light somehow coming through and making these spots. It's either that or they're just made. but the thing itself is just like a photon. I mean, I get it's irritating with a lot of people that want specifics, that having to presuppose something would suck, but for me, it's better answering a lot of my questions. Because now I have two choices. Either it's light coming through the outside of the dome from another location and creating these spots, or these spots are just created by the hand of God. The end. Either way, the source would still be created from the hand of God. But how that source is materialized, that is the question.
There's a video that has light shining through like a glass snow globe, and it kind of gives the same round feature of light that the flat Earth concept gives, how it's kind of like an oval. Have you seen that video?
I think so.
That'd be a projection from the outside into the center of the snow globe, and it makes like an oval light cast. Then they spin that little glass snow globe around, and it kind of gives that effect of the flat Earth concept. But I haven't seen that video in a while.
Right, and see, that's what I'm thinking that we're dealing with. We have Atmos. We have a gradient full of gases. So light being shined through a glass dome or glass-like dome, being concentrated because of the curvature, the convexity, whatever, of the lens itself, it would create that hot spot or that cold spot, which is what I am now calling the sun and the moon. It's the same thing, because once you have that amount of that much gradient, that much different gases actually being layered up, you can actually manufacture something using light from an outside source. So maybe
Are we confirmed that the moon is a cold light? Is that confirmed?
As far as I know, it is, but I'll have to do my own test.
You know what I thought? You know how on the playground when you're a kid, you like get the magnifying glass and like you fry ants and you melt crayons with the magnifying glass in the sun at noon.
Right.
Wonder if you can do that with like a pure moonlight. If you can get it like a pure, clear night.
See, that's what I was just talking about. I brought up John Carter. The way she manipulated moonlight through those different lenses to create the technology.
Good morning, everybody.
Good howdy.
Good morning, Enoch.
Good morning, Enoch.
I don't know if morning is good. Generally being said sucks.
Good morning, Godric. Yeah, well, it depends. It's your perspective, right? It's the way you look at it.
I look at it normally, etymologically. Wonderful rising to you, good sir.
Right.
Try and have a bad day. Somebody running around the house saying that to everyone.
Yeah, Godric, they were going over the difference between sunlight and moonlight this whole time. As I was listening, that's what I was hearing. The difference between both lights, and like sunlight rays, like it's interesting, right? Like what you were talking about, like bringing it up. Like if you take a magnifying glass and then you use the sunlight, it burns something. But when you use moonlight rays, right, with the magnifying glass, why doesn't it doesn't do anything?
have we tried it? I know it's not hot. I was trying to figure out.
No, I have literally tried to use moonlight with a magnifying glass before.
Can you capture the light and show
Nope.
it on the other side of the lens?
Nope.
Okay, so you know how there's bright moon nights and then like non-bright moonlights, and you know how you can go to camp and see all the stars and have like no smog and get like a more of a, you can like read a book under the moonlight. What if you tried it like in that atmosphere? Would it get a cast of light?
You're talking. Wait, what?
In the city, it's kind of pointless because you don't have that clear atmosphere without smog. You don't have that clear night where you can see all the stars. But,
Right,
if you go camp, I said camp. If you go camping, like in the woods or whatever, you don't have that
smog.
You have that bright. If it's a full moon, you have that bright moonlight.
When you're the difference in atmosphere when you're talking about city lights against moonlight, like when you're in camping, right? You don't have city lights around you to block you from seeing what's out there, because the city lights is what's blinding your eyesight to see past what was going on. Because what ends up happening, like your eyes, when light hits it creates a blur. It's like this invisible blur, like it'll like, because I've been in the city long enough, bro, like to notice, like when I look up into the sky, I cannot see the stars whatsoever. The only stars that I can see are the brightest ones. You know what I mean? The ones that shine the brightest.
That's right.
But when I go camping, though, bro, I can see every single star. I can see this. I can see the shooting stars. I can see the stars passing by. And I'm like, wow, it looks amazing. Dude, the colors of the sky at night are so beautiful. The city people are missing out. Like, you have to go away from the city just to see the lights at night. And it's beautiful. The stars in the sky is beautiful, bro.
Have you tried catching the moonlight in that atmosphere with the magnifying glass?
Nope. I mean, I haven't tried that, but
like, did you ever see a snow, like it's very snowing a lot, and then moonlight? You have during the night it looks like a clear day.
Right. No, I haven't. My grandmother lives in Minnesota. That was the only time that I would have been able to see snow, because when I was a kid, that was the only time I got to see the snow. All right, got Rick.
Man, you must see that. That's beautiful.
I believe it. I believe that it must have been beautiful, man. Like, I haven't
what beautiful?
To have snow and full moon.
Like seeing the lights at night without city lights with the snow, that what he was talking about.
Yeah, I wish I could see that.
Me too. Trust me, I seen him when I went camping. Like, bro, it's amazingly beautiful, bro.
Oh, my son goes to Vermont for camp. Yeah.
With the moonlight, though, the question then becomes what type of lens, or what's the thickness? Does the thickness change because of the intensity of the light is changing? Because with the sun, you can use just a regular old magnifying glass you buy at the dollar store. Shit, you go burn ants. But with the moonlight, you need a thicker lens to focus that tighter.
Like the folk to grab that moonlight, is that what you mean? Like a stronger lens?
A bigger lens, thicker lens, stronger lens, more convex, more concave, more whatever.
You have any extra mask?
I mean, yeah, like, because when you take a lens, when you buy a regular magnifying glass, right? for that it can use the sun, but what if they make a magnifying glass that's actually created to use moonlight rays instead of sunlight rays? It absorbs the moonlight instead. Because we already know that sun rays, sunlight, and moonlight are both different. So,
right, and that's why I brought up the movie John Carter, because of the machine she used in the movie to create that technology, the lenses that she was using to focus and then refocus and then refocus the moonlight.
right.
So you're either going to need layers of lenses or you're going to need thicker, bigger lenses because it's a less powerful light. Plus, it's also cold. I mean, or at least not hot, which is also very interesting.
Right. So you would need a lens that would attract the moonlight, that could grab the moonlight.
Basically, you'd need something that'd be able to grab more of it.
Right. Well, only specifically moonlight though, because like
Yeah, if you did it for sunlight, you'd end up freaking melting the hole through the ground or something for like, you know, 20 feet.
Because moonlight rays like a cooler light than sunlight rays. As sunlight rays, like it burns and destroys, and like moonlight rays, it actually, I feel does another effect. It's like cooling. Cooling and healing.
Right. Well, I mean, just knowing that both of those lights in the sky are apparent and not physical things, that changes the whole game. But then you have two physical lights, Genesis 1, that have different frequency, different everything. Now we're trying to better understand what they are and say if they do come through the dome as a hot spot and a cold spot. That would be freaking awesome. Either way, I am excited.
Yeah. No, I my bad. I was listening to you, but Orange just came in here. How you doing, Orange? Yo, Orange, you there? He probably. Elijah, is he? He can't. Can he use his mic or nah?
Let me check. Let me try to mute and unmute him. You said Orange?
Yeah, the one with the goldfish, Finding Nemo goldfish, Finding Nemo fish, the clownfish.
You should have control over your mic, Orange. He just unmuted.
Hello. How's it going?
Nice. Hey, good morning. Good morning, brother.
Good morning.
Morning. How's it going?
Pretty good, pretty good. I'm sorry. What's wrong, bro? How you say you're suppressed?
No, I meant like I was muted. You know, when you were trying to get my attention, I couldn't respond.
I was like, is someone holding you down where you're at? Like,
No, I'm good.
So what brings you?
What do you think about the Earth, bro?
Well, first and foremost, welcome to the server. We're glad to have you. We're here because we enjoy talking about truth, and sometimes people come along, you know,
wondering what's going on and why we're here saying the things we're saying. And we love to talk about it. So if you have any questions, that's great. Seems like some of us might have some questions for you. If at any point you feel like you can't cope with what's being asked, just say so, and I will come into White Knight. Oh, thank you. Go ahead. What's up, brother?
What up, bro? I would say, what do you think about the Earth, bro?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Huh? What do I think it's probably round. That's what I think.
Word. You agree round doesn't necessarily mean a sphere, right?
I think it's a sphere.
I gotcha. Why do you think that?
So, I mean, obviously, like everybody's taught that it's spherical and all that shit, but I think the nail in the coffin was observing other planets and other objects and how they spin. How you can see that they're round, or at least you can observe that. It would have to be a crazy illusion for them not to be round, right? It just kind of makes sense that the Earth would be round.
Gotcha. Well, for one, again, round isn't spherical. Yeah, we see round lights in the sky. We definitely, in no way, see spheres. I document them all the time. They're just pulsating lights, and they're typically round. Yeah, but so if I walked into a room and I pointed at the light bulb and I was like, check that, bro. There's a light bulb. That must mean that the floor is a light bulb. That wouldn't really make sense, would it?
I mean, if I see an object in the sky that is rotating and I can identify markers on it that keep showing up because it's rotating, right, and it's round, it's spherical, then it wouldn't be a huge leap to say, oh, I might be on a round, giant, spherical thing, right? Just like everything else out in the universe.
Right. So are there any other potential explanations of us seeing a change in the sky, in the lights in the sky?
I mean, I'm sure
being a sphere that rotates.
I'm sure there could be decent explanations. Do you have any?
Yeah. What if it's just a light that goes through a certain cycle?
It just goes through like the exact same cycle every time.
Yeah, it's just a light with a certain cycle.
I mean, that would have to be a very particular cycle, right? It's not like it's just like glowing blue and then purple. It's showing like distinct markers.
Yeah, well, when you actually document it yourself with like a P900 or a P1000 or a telescope without a computer algorithm, you actually really don't make out very distinct points anyway. But it doesn't really matter. So they're just lights in the sky. They pulsate. They're not static. They're not static, right? So there's no actual evidence that they're solid terra firma. In fact, all the evidence shows that they're not. They're not static, meaning still, right? They don't sit still. They're pulsating.
Planets pulsate?
Yeah, like a pulsating light, like a pulse, like going in and out, expanding and contracting.
I guess I haven't seen that. Oh, that's interesting.
Have you looked through a telescope before?
Yeah, I've looked through a telescope before.
You never seen a pulsating light before?
Planets, right.
What was the question?
So you haven't seen a pulse like you didn't see a pulsating light when you were looking at the planets?
I didn't notice planets pulsating. You know, they definitely have light coming off them, but I did not notice them pulsating.
You're saying planet, but you don't really know what you're looking at.
Sure, let's just call it some sphere, some light in the sky.
Sure.
Let me throw you a bone. I'm not sure that I visualize, like when I hear the word pulsating, like a heartbeat or like, you know, something that's like a pulse. Like that's what I envision. I don't think I see that. But you do see I don't even know what I would call it, but I wouldn't call it like, you know, pulsating.
Well, it goes in and out, which is the definition of pulsating. So
hey,
it goes in and out.
My man knows more than me. I don't know.
It goes in and out. You know, they go in and out. But anyway, in the situation that these were solid for that, they're not in any way solid. But say they were, that doesn't actually change what the Earth is.
Well, it would make sense that we can like infer that if we're surrounded by giant spherical objects far off, right, that the Earth may be spherical too, right?
No.
If you have to infer, doesn't that mean you don't have direct evidence? Or maybe you're waiting. Right. Maybe you're waiting to give us the direct,
I don't
or at least
have
a
any
reference,
direct evidence.
or at least a reference to where direct evidence has been given. Unless you're going to say that it's always been implied and never been direct.
It's never been direct. I didn't come here to even debate. I just joined. Yeah, I'm happy to answer questions, right? But I'm not making any. I don't think that I could prove to you guys that the Earth is round. I just think it's reasonable to say that it is round.
Not round.
Do you think anyone could? We're not trying to put you up against the.
Well, it's fine. It's fine.
No, I'm fine answering questions.
If it's
again.
possible,
Totally
is it possible to prove the globe orange?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably.
Well, that's what we're trying to get. That's the nitty gritty we're trying to get down to.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want to try and do that?
Yeah, why don't you guys do, like, this is a pretty big community. Why don't you just fucking float one of those balloons with a camera on it?
We've done it already.
We've done it.
What happened?
Asking you, what do you think that would prove, Orange? If that were to be done, what does that prove?
Fuck, I guess nothing to you guys, huh? It would just
No, I'm trying to think about.
Well, time out.
In your mind, what does
time out. I'm only saying time out because I think this deserves a different tack. So instead of asking him questions, just make a bunch of positive, definitive statements instead, that he could either say, I don't know if that's true, I don't believe that to be true, which would then force our hand to show him, hey, look, it's true.
We sent balloons up, the horizon was flat.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I also want him to think a little bit as well, right? Just you have to think a little bit before you speak. You say, well, you should throw a balloon up in the sky. Well, no problem. We can do that, Orange. But the question is, what do you think that proves?
I think you would see a curved horizon, right?
Okay, so at what height, at what altitude are we going to start seeing the curvature?
Oh, I have no idea. At a certain horizon.
So then why are you saying that you would see curvature?
I mean, like, do you want me to just Google it really quick and find the direct number?
No, we know, we understand the argument. Do you understand your own argument? Like, do you understand what you're trying to put across? You're saying, if we go up in the sky, we'll see curvature. Okay.
Yeah.
So at what altitude? You're making.
I don't know. I'm just saying at a
Fair
certain
correction.
altitude.
We should have him look it up anyway, so he knows. That's the whole point, so that he can learn. He doesn't know, and therefore he doesn't know the radius of the curvature of the Earth. So, he should look it up first before we go any further.
35,000 feet.
Yeah, like we don't need to just try to leave victorious. Let's just help the guy out, man. We sent balloons up 128,000 feet or so, about as high as you can, and the horizon's flat there. So
Really?
do you agree the best way to prove if the Earth... Yeah, really, dude. So if we're going to prove that the Earth's a ball, don't you agree the best way is to physically measure it and measure the curve?
A bit hard. It's a pretty big ball.
If it's a ball.
Doesn't matter. It has a rate of curvature. The size is irrelevant.
Are you gonna? I guess just with like a laser. Yeah, you do that. Yeah, sure.
Okay, right. So if it's a certain, so you know that based on the size of a sphere, it curves at a certain rate, right?
Yeah.
Right. So the radius is supposedly just under 4,000 miles, 3,959. So it has to curve at a rate based on that, right?
Okay. What's the end point here? We're getting.
Doesn't do that, my man. So you would see the curvature of the Earth at 1.225 times the square.
Is it?
Sorry, what's it? You're cutting in and out like a robot, bro.
Oh shit. I actually do have a question.
Do you get why he brought up what he was just talking about, Orange?
The radius. No, I don't.
Well, because you said if it's a really big ball, and he's trying to get you to understand that any ball of any size is going to have a specific curvature rate. So they're telling you what size it is. So you can go out and check. You can go, compare. It's not just, oh, well, it's so big. They're telling you exactly how big it's supposed to be. So,
all right. I think.
I have a question for you, though. You said you looked up the altitude you should be able to start seeing curvature. You said 35,000 feet. So have you flown in an airplane before?
Yeah.
So did you see the curvature?
I did not know.
And what height do you think? Do you know what height the?
I don't know. Pretty high.
Why don't you look that up?
I can't look that up.
You can't look up what altitude commercial flights fly.
I mean, I guess I can, but don't they fly at different heights? Like, don't they?
Why don't you just look it up like you looked up the curvature?
Creation Bear. You're causing. We are causing more friction. You know damn well, as good as I do, that Google is only going to confirm his bias, in which we're going to have to tell him, well, Google's wrong. Why would we do that? He's already frustrated. I can hear it.
Yeah, but he's just at the point where I'm getting the sense that he's not really thinking. It's like, well, Witsit just told him all the stuff that we needed to tell him. And he's like, well, what's the point, or why are you telling me this? It's like, okay, Orange, you need to think a little bit. You're saying, well, you should send a balloon up. Okay. Why? Well, you'll see curvature. Okay, at what height? Well, 35,000 feet. Okay, well, at 35,000 feet, you've been in an airplane before at that height, and you didn't see it. So what are you talking about, Orange? You need to think before you speak.
No.
We also have to put in
okay, but look at this. Okay, so fine. Let me go on the offense then, if you guys aren't willing. So okay, first of all, when you look up what altitude you can begin to see curvature, number one, they're not talking about left to right curvature on the x-axis, right? They're talking about the horizon and how it's not eye level. So they're talking about that's what they're talking about. They're talking about the y-axis. So that I'm sure that's not what you expected when you said, well, we should be able to see the curvature, because you're thinking of the horizon line bending, or at some point in which you can begin to see that it looks like a ball. This doesn't help. And I can tell you that Paul Larson from the biggest planetarium, at least here in America, he'll state that mathematically, with your field of view, at the height of the ISS, you cannot see left to right curvature. And he also finds it appalling that they would have to use fisheye lenses to basically lie to the public. This is basically what he said. I can share with you the video. Also, you would have to do the maths on your own. So there's a couple of steps that you would have to do to come to the conclusion that we've come to already. But you will not be seeing curvature from left to right. No.
Mm-hmm.
Now, arguing whether there's measurable dip in the horizon, well, that's another conversation that we also have answers for. But again, if you're not really open, I'm not saying you're not, because maybe you are. But if you're not open to critically thinking about the stuff like Creation Bear is saying, then it's kind of pointless. And I don't want to have a conversation where, we're bumping heads for no reason when we could be having an enjoyable time.
I'm not doing homework. I'll be honest, dude. Like, I don't really care whether or not the Earth is flat. This is
that's
not
fine.
Yeah. So, like, whenever you guys were talking about that, it's like
it's actually not fine.
Do that.
It's actually not fine that you don't care. But if you don't care, then I don't even want to ask why you're here.
How about this?
Let me tell you what's wrong. Let me tell you what's wrong with not caring. Okay? Because imagine that the Earth is flat. Imagine that you have kids, and then you send them to a school that tells them it's not. That's kind of a problem for you to be sending them to a school where they're lying. You may as well be sending them to a cult. Well, I mean, since you don't already think that it's a cult. Because what does it matter? You don't care. I don't think that's true.
So
Elijah, when he said that he did that when I said it didn't matter, what I was actually referring to when I said it didn't matter was the fact that you came in here seeking for some reason because you see that it's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and you know that when you came into this lobby,
I've come here in the past. I come into like a decent number of Flat Earth Discords. I like to just hover. I like to listen to people talk. I think it's super interesting. I think it's fun.
Right. So Orange, I understand, and well, I have questions for you that I know is gonna be this because this is what Elijah was trying to get to this point. Was that because we know that you don't have any interest? Well, you said it from the beginning when you first entered in here. Okay, I was listening to you. Now, we have questions in here. When everybody comes in here, we have certain questions. We ask them certain questions to further our conversation. Because like Elijah said, he doesn't want to just have people come in here and just waste our time. Because, time is of the essence. Every second, every minute, every hour passes by. This is knowledge that we're spreading to everyone. Okay? So my questions for you that I have, okay, is when you measure a surface in any direction and there is no curve, what do you call it?
Probably be flat.
Right. So my second question to you, you kind of answered it, but if the Earth was flat, would you want to know?
Sure, I guess.
Awesome. So my third question to you, if you have any proof of when, where, or who measured the Earth's curve, could you provide any evidence of that?
I got nothing. I do have a question.
Nope.
Look,
what's your question?
I feel like this Discord, if we're going on the thought process that the Earth is flat, right? We're talking about we must live under like a tyrannical one world government.
Quick correction: it's not really a thought process. Just
okay.
What we know.
Like being that person with the glasses in the back that's just always correcting people. Like why? I don't know. Anyway,
I told you.
It seems like if I were going to try and convince somebody of something, I would start small rather than trying to get them to take the ultimate black pill of the Earth.
Okay, Orange. I see where you're coming from. Okay, but this is why I'm asking you these questions. Right? I'm not trying to have you swallow one big black pill. I'm not trying to have you take poison. Okay, I'm trying to ask you these questions so we know where your mind is at, on where you're thinking, so that we can help you understand what we're doing here. Okay?
Just real quick, too, like when I realized as a young child that Santa Claus wasn't real, I was a little bummed, but I'm happy with the knowledge now. I didn't feel like I needed to go around and force other people to accept what I had now learned. Okay? It's the same thing here. Be happy understanding the world you live in. You don't have to go around and try and convince or change anyone else's mind. You just need to realize that Santa's not real and be content with that.
Yeah, and we're not trying to persuade you or change your mind or anything like that. What we're trying to do is give you facts. Literally just facts, bro. The truth.
Why wouldn't you try and convince people?
So, what?
Why wouldn't you try and convince people?
We don't need to convince people. We need to educate people. Because here's the thing. It's like if a skyscraper is built on a faulty foundation, that thing's going to tumble down. Okay, and that's what it is with the heliocentric model. Is it's built on a faulty foundation that will collapse. That has collapsed. It's the 3 points. There is no measurement of curvature. Never been done. There is no measurement of axial rotation. Never been done. They can't do it. And there is no demonstration of gas pressure without a container, which would verify that the Earth's gas pressure can coexist next to the vacuum of space. Now, we don't need to convince you of anything. We don't have to convince you of anything. We're just trying to educate you about these things that the globe model doesn't have, because you probably didn't know that. Because when you're flying in a plane, you're not thinking, well, what's the rate of curvature? When you're in if you see a helicopter, you're not thinking, well, is the Earth spinning underneath the helicopter? You're not thinking about these things like in your day-to-day life. So
right. So these were I was gonna ask him. I'm sorry, Mrs. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I was actually gonna get to the point on asking him the 3 major questions that we do go over. So that's why I wanted to ask him was, what was the radius of the Earth's curve? We have gone this with you before, but I'm going over it with you myself. I have no idea. What is the radius? Huh?
I have no idea.
Okay, that's fine. But do you mind what? Because I can tell you. Okay, I can tell you and give you that answer, but you don't have to take my word for it. You can look it up yourself. But the radius of the curvature of the Earth is 3,958.8 miles. Okay. Now, my second question to you is, could you provide a citation of gas pressure without a container?
You know I can't.
I know.
Wow.
Well, I mean,
this is really easy.
It seems like, yeah, so I shouldn't be able to, yeah.
So my third question is, could you provide proof that the Earth is spinning?
That the Earth is spinning.
Yeah, could you provide that proof? Could you?
No.
So when you go outside, what are you observing?
Well, I mean, so we're talking about the stars and all that shit.
No. I'm just saying, when you step outside, right? Do you observe the Earth spinning, or do you observe?
I mean, if the Earth is spinning very slowly, then yeah, I would be observing that, right?
But they don't claim that the Earth is spinning very slowly. They're claiming that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour.
Relative to its size, it would be very slowly.
But you just admitted you don't know of any measurements. How did they determine what size it is?
I came into this conversation saying I can't prove this to you, right?
He did.
Right.
He did. The first thing he said was, there is no direct evidence. That's the first thing he said. Yeah. I do want to say this, though. So you said the speed is based on the size?
Relative to the size, right? It would be a lot slower.
I don't know. I think a mile.
You might be, but if an RC car goes 50, this trailer tractor truck and this trailer tractor truck going 50 miles an hour, they're both going the same rate of speed. And if I were to put my foot somehow on an RC car or stand on the top of a 18-wheeler truck, the speed would definitely be the same if they're both going 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, sure.
Just saying.
So the speed would be the same. Yeah, that's fine.
Isn't it a little problematic, though, that in 2021, where they're now supposedly about to open up space travel to the public through Virgin Galactic, that we still can't get these fundamental 3 proofs? There's no excuse. There's no excuse. It should be so easy for them to do.
For the average person, I'm sure the answer would just be, we have the proofs, they're just not up to your quota, right? Or whatever.
And just present them, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Worry about if other people accept 2 + 2 = 4. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
They'll have a direct measurement of axial rotation. They don't have that. And we don't observe that. If there's a helicopter and it's on a patch of grass and you spray paint an X on that patch of grass and the helicopter hovers in the air, it will just hover over that X. There will be no deviation. Even if you got the world's biggest helicopter that can hold the most fuel or whatever, that thing could hover multiple hours in the air and there will be no deviation between the X and the helicopter. And there should be if the Earth is spinning.
So brings him right back to that same question. When you go outside of your house, right? What are you observing when you go outside your house?
I'm observing the outdoors, my friend, the great outdoors.
Right. Welcome to the flat Earth, bro.
Thank you.
Are you nervous?
I'm just trying to get him to say it. I observe the Earth flat and stationary. That's all I was trying to get him to say. But he's being really hard to bring it out of him, but it's okay, man.
He's nervous.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth, bro.
Bro, I've been here before, man.
No, I know, but I mean, everything just led up back to this point again, is what I'm saying, you know?
Yeah, fair enough.
And once you have the foundation that there are the three main proofs that would solidify the globe model, once you know that foundation is completely destroyed, then you can get to the fun stuff where you can watch like the videos in the ISS where they're clearly on wires, where they're supposedly in 0G, and then they fall. Like they literally try to do a somersault in the air and they fall. Or you see the green screen in the background, or you hear them admit on camera that they eat their own poop. Like they just like say now once you get past the like fundamental scientific part, then you can get into the fun part where you really see that they are liars, like through and through.
Probably the fun part is where he gets to see the beautiful women observe the Earth as flat and stationary.
Yeah. Where you can go back and watch the astronaut testimonies where they completely contradict each other, whether you can see stars in space.
Spray paint their hair.
They literally put hairspray in their hair. Like you can obviously tell, like that's a perm. It's not like hair in 0G. Like
I couldn't believe that woman put hair. I don't know why she would have thought that her hairspraying her hair up was gonna. Oh yeah, this is zero gravity.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it works on all the normies, NPCs.
Because you're not paying attention. See, that's the thing. No one's like really critically like looking at this like, is this fake? They're just told it's real, so they just accept that it's real. But once you like put the magnifying glass to it, you're like, holy crap, this doesn't make sense. Why are they like spraying water everywhere in the ISS when they will say that there's like delicate electronics everywhere, and then they'll do like an experiment the next episode where there's just water bubbles like everywhere through the cabin.
What about
they were
Jose's
floating. Why wasn't her
Did
hair
anyone
floating?
hear it?
Yeah, let's go.
Talking about from last night, Elijah?
Yeah.
It was the.
Well, I asked him. Are you there?
Wait, what's up?
Okay, so why do stars twinkle?
They don't.
Really?
Bruh.
They I don't see them fucking twinkle. No.
Twinkle, twinkle,
really?
little
I've never
star.
seen a star twinkle, my dude.
Damn.
Really?
They shine.
Wow.
I've seen them shine. I've never seen them twinkle.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. You guys don't even evaluate whether or not you should be speaking to someone. You can waste your time all you want. I'm now tapping out. I don't know.
Orange.
I'm gonna watch a video.
Just you remember that song, right? I mean, it sounds a little bit fundamental.
If you want to see Twinkle Star, wait the evening, go outside and look.
This Orange, where do you think that song came from? Or they were just making that up, or?
Yeah, probably. They're probably just adding flavor. It sounds good.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. So I just want to address something you brought up earlier. Then you brought up the question, like, why don't you try and convince others? So if 2 + 2 is 4 and you know that, and someone comes along and says it's 5, aren't they just a moron? Like, what's the point of convincing them?
So I mean, like, if it were as simple as that, then yeah, it wouldn't matter. But if we're talking about like a tyrannical government that's teaching everybody that the Earth is flat, it would be pretty fucking horrible not to tell like people that the Earth is.
Hey, aren't they gonna do the whole Santa Claus thing again this year? I mean, doesn't everyone know that Santa's not real? Why is a quote-unquote government and all these corporations and whatnot?
Do you really think this is a good comparison? Do you really think that?
Well, you're the one bringing up this. It's coming from the top. Why are they continuing on this lie? Well, that's a lie too, isn't it? And everyone goes along with it. So it's kind of.
I mean, it would be like a lot more benign and less harmful, right?
It's coming from both sides, you know. It's coming from two sides.
I don't know. I think the Earth being flat would be a little bit more important. Than,
It is. I think it is important. I think over the past years, as long as I've been looking into, you know, this quote-unquote conspiracy theories, the amount of people that look into this stuff has grown exponentially.
Are you saying it's okay to lie about stuff if it's benign?
Yeah, definitely.
More important, you have to. Okay, well, that's stupid. I mean, shouldn't you just tell the truth all the time?
No, you shouldn't.
Okay, well,
like I don't know if I don't want to get into an argument about morality, but like making the assumption that your idea of morality is always correct is kind of weird, man.
Well, you're the reason I bring this up is because you're the one saying, well, how come the big government lies? You know, why would they do that? That's what you're saying. I didn't bring up anything to do with morality.
I don't think
I'm telling you, it's simple. It is as simple as 2 + 2 = 4. You know, we went through the 3 questions. 1, where's the curvature? 2, where's the spinning? And 3, how can you have gas pressure without a container? Those are simple things. So if anyone comes along and says, oh, no, you can't have gas pressure without a container, that's saying 2 + 2 = 5. Okay, that person's just a moron, and you can dismiss them. You don't need to convince that person of anything.
So, don't you think that it kind of matters for everybody if if the vast majority of people buy into like a tyrannical government's lie? It would be
no, and this is why.
Time out. You said you didn't care.
Yeah, I don't care because I think the Earth is round.
Wait, but 2 seconds ago you just said it would be important if the Earth were flat. You said it would be important to know that. So
it would be important to tell people and that sort of thing.
We're here telling you. You're telling us it's not important.
Okay, yeah, but that came up because y'all said you're not trying to convince anybody, right? I was confused. I said like why, and then that we had to elaborate on that, and it brought us down this whole dialogue tree.
So why are you here?
Dude, I like listening to you guys, okay? I didn't think when I joined that it would be like let's grill Orangey thing, or like I didn't think I would be...
Oh, you're good, man. He's just asking you a question, bro. That's all.
Yeah, no, like, I'm fine with it.
At the end of the day, if he feels grilled, that's what he feels like. I know you're not about to tell him how he feels. I tried to tell you guys it didn't sound like he was up for the conversation. There might have been 1 or 2 people that passed by here who maybe did want to have the conversation. We can't keep on wasting time trying to force people who don't want to talk to us to talk to us.
Yes, you're right. He said that he don't care. That means he don't need to speak anymore. We will not ask him anything, and that's all right.
Yeah, we gone over the 3 points with him.
No, you don't
Just
need to
curious.
do that. He's not interesting. Goodbye, bye bye. Let's find another person who is interesting in this issue. He said that he don't care.
Yeah, I guess last chance to Orange. Curious, what have you learned that you didn't previously know about Flat Earth since you've been here?
I don't think anything, to be honest. I think I've heard all
All
of
right,
this.
kick him out.
Why?
You've learned nothing, okay?
Dude, I've spent like
I'm not going to kick him, but just don't ask him questions. Be more aware of your importance here. And I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about us, right? Just be aware of your time, because we don't have an infinite amount of it in these bodies.
I agree with you, Elijah.
Yeah, go to
Why
a
am
beach,
I
man.
saying this? Why am I saying this? Because I allow people energy, right? They say it can't be destroyed, only converted, right? Well, so
Transferred
when I'm
or
giving my energy to someone like this, where is it going? I can't get it back. It's not destroyed, but now I'm harboring. I don't feel happy, right? I feel frustrated on a good. What is today? Don't even know. Tuesday afternoon. Yesterday, this girl came in. She sounded like more of a troll than this guy, right? But she asked questions that made it a listenable conversation for everyone else. Anyone who had never heard of the conversation, or if they had and they've only heard the strawman arguments, it was a good reason for these questions to be asked and for her to actually engage in the points that were given to her. This guy hasn't engaged in a single point, and he already lied, saying that he didn't say something that he did say, which was, I didn't say that the one world government, blah, 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 when Creation Bear brought it up, when that's in fact what he did say. I can't say it verbatim now, but what he said he didn't say, he did say.
What did I
Don't
say?
deal with people like that. I don't care. Don't worry about it. Go on mute.
Oh my god.
Just be quiet and listen.
Okay.
So, you know,
Elijah, how finished yesterday with that? I was listening like for 1 hour and then I needed to go. It was all right with that girl?
it was excellent. It was very good.
Great. Because I think that she had the like a channel open that people were sending the messages on the comments or something like that.
Are you
Questions.
talking about that little girl that was in here yesterday?
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
that
Well,
she
not-
said something that, no.
Little, but definitely over 13. But let's just
Yeah.
for TOS.
I remember she asked so many questions. Yeah, I remember very well. But in the first place, I thought maybe it will be trolling, but it's great. Yeah. Because she was so exciting asking the question.
Mic check.
Yep.
Okie dokie. You know, I only heard the last few minutes, so with all due respect, but I don't understand people that come in here and say they're not interested. I mean, I think that is just dishonest right there. How many of you go to something you're not interested in and sit there?
Every Sunday, Sonny,
Unless you're married.
I hate tennis and football, but every Sunday I'm going to watch tennis and football.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Not
Only when you're married.
well, yeah. That's a horse of a different color.
Man, he's married to the flat earth. That's so sad.
What? I mean, like, it's one thing if you're honest and you just say, I don't really have anything to say. I don't have any proof of the globe, but I just want to listen to you. That's one thing. But to not engage at all, not to ask any questions, not to address, like, I don't know if this guy addressed anything, but not address what's been presented at all and just go on to another question, another rabbit hole. It's odd, especially if you're not interested in it.
Especially if you're here for 1 month.
Yeah, I've been here a lot longer than that. Maybe if I were more honest, I probably would have said, I probably should have said something like, none of you guys are going to be able to change my mind, or something like that, right? Or
no. Your mistake is thinking that someone like me believes anything that is coming out of your mouth right now.
Sure, right, and vice versa, right? That'd be
right. So go back on mute so that we can either not talk or talk amongst ourselves.
If a guy's gonna talk about me, I can't try and explain or say anything.
No.
Saying,
no. You're lucky that you're not banned out of here. So take your server mute and chill out.
It doesn't make sense.
When you say it doesn't matter, when you lie, and when you tell us you've been in here listening, this isn't your first time and you've learned nothing, you don't have any privilege. Not from me. Maybe someone else will give it to you. Not from me. I don't speak to disrespectful people. And yes, I will talk about you while you're muted.
Quite possibly a last chance, but do you guys wonder, he said he's learned nothing about the flat earth since he's been here, but I wonder if he's learned anything about the heliocentric model.
Let's ask him. Have you learned anything new about the heliocentric model?
And what, in this conversation?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Okay. Goodbye.
How about the whole time you've been here?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, give us something. An example of what you learned.
Weird shit like the tunneling effect on cameras. Or is it the barreling effect? I guess it's not even about the model.
What is it? It has nothing to do with the heliocentric model.
Yeah. Altitude, shit like that. Something, I'm sure.
Jesus Christ. So nothing.
So nothing about the heliocentric model. So you just lied again.
If somebody joins the Discord and you start grilling them for answers, and then you get angry about the answers you get.
Well, it's
you said.
Yeah, you're right. I muted him. Don't worry about it.
It's a flat Earth server. It's a flat Earth server, bro.
Let's speak about him now.
Yeah, I don't need an answer from him. I don't need any more answers now from him. That's it.
That thing. What?
It's too bad because people like you are losing an opportunity. Not for us. We don't care to convince anyone of anything. It's not our job, number one. And number two, It's impossible to change somebody else's mind about anything. Period. End of story. You might think you have. They made up their own mind. You didn't make it for them. Right? We're not trying to change anybody's mind. But if you can't take information...
Can I try? What I learned about heliocentric model.
Yeah.
I
The
learned
list goes on, right? The
I
list is
learned the heliocentric. Yeah, coach. I learned that heliocentric model has no curvature in the nature. I learned in heliocentric model nothing is rotating. Earth is not rotating, or it should to rotate. And I learned in heliocentric model that Earth is not open system, that it's closed system.
Okay, so everybody should take their turn and say what they've learned about the heliocentric model. We could just do a round, if that's okay. If
I'll
you don't
go
want to
next.
participate. Okay.
Yo, I mean, because I'm sure as most people are like me in the fact that we used to be, big into space and all that stuff. So, yeah, I thought we lived on a globe, but never once did I realize that the gas pressure here needed to be, contained, or it would be susceptible to the second law. So once I learned that, I mean, immediate light switch. I don't think anyone's being honest if they come here and say they didn't learn anything about either model. I mean, there's no flat Earth model, but you understand what I mean. So, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah.
Anybody's being honest if they come
Go
here.
ahead,
What did you say?
So you're lying if you come to this debate, this server, and say, I've learned nothing about the heliocentric model or about flat Earth. Because that's a long list. I'm sure, like I said, most people probably were big into space like I was. So when you come across this debate, you learn about all types of stuff. The fact that curvature's never been measured, the Earth isn't spinning, and that's never been detected, gas pressure, all this stuff. You're a dishonest liar, Orange. Just saying.
Okay, I got you. Usually you learn something, especially if you're a normie.
It's impossible not to. You have to.
So,
right?
so Godric, spout out a few things that you've learned about the heliocentric model.
Well, radius is 3959 miles at approximately 4,000, which means the Earth is supposedly the globe 8,000 miles thick. And on a radius 3959, from going from point A to point B, you would witness curvature. 1 mile is 8 inches, 2 miles 72 inches. I'm sorry, 2 miles 36 inches, and then 72. And 72 inches is like measurable, definitely, at 3 miles.
That's 6 feet. Yep.
Let me get my numbers to make sure I get it right.
Yep. You're right. 5 miles is 16 feet. These are good things on the chart. Here's one thing I realized talking to Globers is when they pull out this refraction, all you got to do is pull out one of their Earth curve charts. There's no refraction. What's up with that?
Sunny.
So wait a minute. I wanted to make a point. Hold on, I wanted to make a point, and then I'll back out. So about the Earth curve chart. So that means somebody must have verified these numbers, or else they wouldn't have them on a chart, right?
Exactly.
Why would they have something on a chart that they hadn't actually measured? So that's one thing I learned. A small tidbit. Lots of other things, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, lots of things. We learned that we don't have experiments for a lot of things. That we have pseudoscience for a lot of things. That we don't account on Coriolis. I learned 30 years after that I didn't account on Coriolis. 30 years after I learned that I should to account on Coriolis 30 years ago, but I didn't.
So we have someone new here that probably doesn't know very much at all about the globe model. Let's ask him. Witsit gets it.
And I just learned that 3 miles is 6 feet. You know, I thought it was 72 inches, thinking that, not relating that into feet until today. So thank you for teaching me that.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I just happen to know because my altitude is 72 inches. My altitude from sea level when I'm standing fully erect.
So at 3 miles, if you put a camera on the ground, you shouldn't be able to see you at all.
Yeah, just put a person at the shoreline with their feet right at the water. If you can see them, it's over.
I learned that flat earthers are not science deniers, then opposite.
Yeah. So another thing I learned, which you may relate to, is that I didn't know as much as I thought I did about science. Now, I knew there was an experiment. I knew there were hypotheses. I didn't understand the cause and effect relationship exactly, though. You know, because like I wasn't taught these things in first grade. We should have been taught. Yeah, gases have no inherent shape. This is first grade level. Like, it would have been a lot different, you know, if we had been first graders that learned that from the very start. But there were things that... So I think most importantly is this idea of philosophy mixed in with empiricism. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to blend those two things. So what I realized pretty early on, especially after finding the server, is that those need to be separated. There are things that are undefinable, unprovable, unfalsifiable. You can't see them. You can't touch them. You can't measure them. Those things are not science. You can manipulate something you can't see or perceive.
Got to keep them separated. You got to keep them separated.
That'd be a good song. We should do a parody on that.
Something I recently learned about the heliocentric model is that as the Earth turns on its own axis and then turns around the sun, day and night should switch, going from winter to summer.
I learned something from my wife, influenced by QE. She told me something about carbon dating. No, she explained me all carbon dating, and she told me that it's bullshit.
Carbon dating?
Yeah, she said that it's bullshit and that it's only guessing numbers and nobody can prove anything with that.
Yeah, they had to make it up to fit. They made a lot of this stuff up to fit their timeline, just like gravity. They had to put
Sunny,
some other.
In one moment, I could not understand her because she started to speak like a scientist, you know, isotopes, blah blah blah. But the global thing, what I understood, she said to me, that's it's guessing. That's not like scientific proof.
That's pretty cool. You're married to a scientist.
Yeah, but she's not doing that job now. But okay.
Now I tell people I'm a scientist. If they freaking come on here and they say, any of you scientists? Yes, I am.
But at least you're an observational scientist.
Any questions?
Go outside, watch something, and you will become observational scientist.
Yeah, look, you can do science washing your freaking dishes. Let's say you have a bowl and you have some olive oil in the bottom of the bowl. You want to wash it out. Well, I could try water. Water is a good solvent. Yeah, water it kind of takes some of it off.
Listen,
maybe I could manipulate something. I'm going to manipulate the water. I'll put some dish soap in it. Now all the oil comes completely out. Done.
First and important thing what she said to me, observation is not a science and cannot be a science. That's it. And I didn't speak anything about scientific method and anything. She told me you cannot have that. She told me also that people that in the past they how to say they used wrongly the word science, because you cannot use that word, for everything. Because science is a method. That's the problem.
Yeah,
Science
if you
is
have
not
no way of gaining, if you have no way of gaining knowledge in the process, then it's not science. You can't science something that it's impossible to know about.
Today it's enough to say news and then you finish with scientists with that, and you don't explain which kind of scientists, what they was there, blah, blah, experiments, blah blah blah. No, you scientist. That's it.
It was funny. It was funny yesterday. The guy kept using astrology.
Yeah, yeah, and he
kept using
corrected
that
himself.
word.
He said, no, it's
What?
astronomy.
He meant something. Yeah, he meant astronomy.
But it's just yeah, but astrophysics. What is different? What is different, Sunny, between one horizon and two horizons?
What's the difference between one horizon and two horizon?
Yeah.
Well, if I look to the east, there's a horizon over there. And if I look to the west, there's a horizon over there. Is that what you mean?
You're near. The answer is we have only one horizon.
Yeah, there's only one horizon. Yeah.
That's the difference between one and two horizons.
Yeah, there's just one.
Yeah.
Like if we are viewing the horizon, if we turn around in a circle 360 degrees, or if we spin, right? It's only one horizon.
It would be idiotic to have two.
Big problem for the globe, though, that it's not a geometric one.
But in all books, it is. In all graphics, in all explanation. Only nature we have problems.
You know the hole in a donut? That's space-time.
You're a moron.
No, that's true.
You're a
The
moron.
hole
Shut
in
up.
a donut
Shut up. Don't
is
say anything
space-time.
else. Don't make me remove you. Shut up. You've got Wow. You're a moron.
The hole in a donut.
Shut up.
The hole
I don't
is
want to
Swiss
have to
cheese.
eject you. If you want to continue spouting shite about holes in donuts, I'm going to kick you out. Last chance. Shut up. Any evidence?
I thought you were about debate. I thought you were about fair debate.
I was asking you a question. You don't get to take part. It's your problem. Stupid donut idiot. Donut hole is space-time. What? Complete moron.
Hilarious.
We still doing things we've learned about the heliocentric model.
Yep. Sure.
I was there when that Brenda said. I was listening that live. That was hilarious.
Go ahead.
And then was and Shu also.
My mic working.
Yeah.
Dave, tell us what you learned.
I
What you
learned
learn?
about 4 or 5 years ago that I'd spent 52 years on this plane of existence without properly investigating the natural behavior of the substance we know as water. And it will not conform convexly around a sphere suspended in space, zipping around through a galaxy. So that's what I've learned. Thank you. That's just one of the many, probably thousands of things I've learned. That one comes to the top of my
And how do you know water doesn't adhere to a spinning sphere?
I haven't seen any example of that in reality, Godric. Have you? You seen convex water anywhere? Besides on surface tension on the head of a penny, don't you dare say that.
And you think that all this government, all these books, education, all around the world, people would lie, and why would they lie for that?
That's the thing, Sasha. They wouldn't lie. There's no answer to that question, so they must not have lied. So why are we even here?
Why would they lie?
Okay, so we measured the water and it's not curving. There's no measurable curvature that we can detect. 5 miles, 10 miles. Agreed.
I learned when you cannot prove the curvature that you need to say refraction. And even if horizon somehow extending, you can. I learned that doesn't matter if you don't find that phenomena. You can use word refraction. I learned
that Eratosthenes and Al Bruni are full of shit. You cannot duplicate that experiment and get any kind of satisfactory results.
Quote unquote experiment.
That's not an experiment. That was my best QA.
I learned that when Aristophanes, the people speaking about that experiment, but that was like 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago.
That's not an experiment.
No, I was always wondering how Aristophanes put one stick in point A and go 500 miles and put another stick in straight line 2,000 years ago. That time interesting more than all experiments.
He had a friend with him, and he had a camel, and a messenger boy went back and forth on a camel. So that's simple. Next question.
David, let's try today. Go to Africa somewhere. Take your iPhone, the best GPS, and go to straight line, 500 miles.
There's great comedy in that Aristophanes story. Think about that.
Of course, with camels, not with the car.
On a serious note, how did he measure all the elevation changes from throughout the whole 500-mile journey? And I want to see the odometer, please. Can I see that technology? They should still have it, since we got modern day Globers using a 2,200-year-old Stone Age tech. They should have all the information available, right?
That's simple, son. You just count the camel steps. It would be easy. Come on, man.
Right.
I learned that Earth is not only rotating, it's also going around the sun with the speed of 66,000 miles per hour. But that is not Earth is going. That means it's going together with this whole atmosphere. It's going that kind of. That means this atmosphere is going that speed through vacuum of the space. This gas is going 66,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, I want to see the NASA astronauts putting sticks in the ground and using the shadows to go to space. Yeah, I want to see that.
I learned that ISS is going 17,000 miles per hour and then Earth is going 66 miles per hour. But somehow ISS is always there.
Not only that, Sasha, if you think about it, the upper part of the atmosphere is actually going faster to keep up with it. So it's probably doing like 70,000 miles an hour or whatever, you know what I mean? It's got further to travel.
That's burning my brain when I think about that, really, honestly. I cannot think like that. That's it. I don't know. Imagine 66 miles per hour this atmosphere is going now in this moment. Not only air, because we are going around, we have that orbital. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Through the vacuum. I can maybe imagine that I cannot imagine. Even without vacuum, I cannot imagine that.
So think about this. 60 miles an hour is a mile a minute. That's only 60.
Yeah, but think about that Earth is going 3 times faster, or almost 4 times faster than ISS. In 1 hour. In 1 hour.
Mm-hmm.
What will happen in 24 hours? Bye-bye, Earth. For every hour, 3 times distance more. We can do it to math and see where will be ISS after 24 hours and where will be Earth doing orbital speed. And how that works.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last thing you said, please, about the ISS?
ISS is going. They are saying that ISS has a speed of 17,000 miles per hour, but Earth has the orbital speed about 66,000 miles per hour around the sun. If Earth is going 3 times faster than ISS, how the ISS catching the Earth? In 1 hour, it's 3 times faster.
Yeah, I want to hear what they say about that, because it's supposed to be not in Earth's atmosphere, so they can't make up some rubbish.
That's one of my favorite Glober responses. Their answer is the attached atmosphere and gravity knows what it's doing, so quit asking questions, you dumb flat earther.
Yeah, but look at this. If you are there flying in atmosphere 70,000 miles per hour, they will be 1 hour. They will almost circumnavigate the Earth. How to say? If you have 24/7 ISS live, you will see like a 20 times they will go around the Earth.
And I learned that the ISS footage is probably a green screen, but regardless whether it's a green screen or whether it's some kind of stripped data sewn together, they never cross the South Pole, ever. So you can see the South Pole and the ice shelf below. Haven't seen that in 40 years.
Okay, I will tell you now because I know from my personal experience. I learned watching the 6 hours of live stream. I assessed that you cannot see the land. One day I didn't see the land for 6 hours. I assessed live shooting. It was only ocean. How is that possible?
Maybe they ran out of gas.
And if somebody want to mention, I even didn't make that math that we cannot see that angle of if ISS is on that distance, we cannot see that much of the Earth. Somebody was debating also that.
I've also found an inconsistency. I'm looking at these dog cams going up 120,000 feet, and they'll take a picture of the atmosphere. They're above like a thick layer of clouds. I've never seen a dog cam 120,000 feet where there wasn't thick clouds. So my feeling is that above the Earth there is this thick layer of atmosphere clouds, and I believe that's true. In amateur footage, I trust amateur footage, that there's a thick layer of clouds over everything. However, when you go to ISS footage, no thick layer of clouds. You don't see lights from Earth, like, I don't know, porch lights, street lights, I don't know what lights they can light up. And then from NASA pics, at the distance, you won't see clouds. You'll see beautiful oceans and colorful continents, nice greens and blues. Very little clouds. It makes me think that it's completely fabricated by artists. And speaking of artists, I found out that NASA hires artists to draw space. Admittedly, they have artists to do animation, like Robert Simmons, doing cloud stamps and colors of the globe. Admittedly, and pass that off as a real footage, a real picture of Earth. They don't tell you it's an artist drawing when they put it in the school book or on TV, but in fact it is.
It's amazing to me. Did they actually honestly think that no one would ever figure this out? That's what or did they know that we would at some point and then have a plan B?
That's a good question.
Look at the present.
I learned school education is corrupt. Probably 10% of science is corrupt, and 90% is probably true. Gravity, Earth's curvature, dip angles from Alberoni, spinning balls in vacuums, and Big Bangs and evolution.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't know why the Globers aren't going to their experts. We have Andrew Thomas Young, they should be reading over his information, and then they should be out in the world, on Earth, testing what their experts have told them. Why don't we have people coming here telling us that they did that? That's what I'm looking for. Okay, let's see what you have observed. Let's see a measurement that you made, because a measurement's not that hard. If you have a known distance and you're only looking for elevation change, that's a measurement. So why don't they go out and make their own measurements? All they got to do is use their experts' information. Don't listen to us flat earthers. Go to your own experts. Go out and test what they've told you.
You ask too many silly questions, you pesky flat earthers, Sonny.
I know.
Just believe, man. Just watch the TV and believe. It's easy. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah, that's the thing. Once your eyes are open, you can't close them back again.
We've got a
I've learned
globe
that
earther sitting in here. You think he's got any globe proceeds? Lino Tomo, what say you?
Say Tomo?
Lino Tomo is a globe earther tag. He's sitting here. Maybe he's got something to say.
You should be taking notes. What's up, Lino? When I talk, you're welcome to talk. I learned, what I learned? That ancient cosmology all knew the Earth was flat with some kind of dome structure, firmament overhead. At least they believed it. Norse, Greek, Sumerian, Hebrew, Native American, Indian. And then there's, I think this was an insertion about the ancient Greeks figuring out the Earth was a sphere. I don't believe that. There's no proof. And we don't have a globe until 1492. So we have a globe at 1492. How can you claim that ancient Greeks knew the Earth was a sphere at 300 BC? That means it took them 1700 years to build a globe that they already believed they would have done. There are globes, ancient globes, like in Renaissance period. There's pictures and there's globe statues, but these globes aren't globes; they're snow globes. If you look in the pictures, I can show you a Renaissance art picture. It's a sphere globe, and they put the Catholic cross over the top. But inside is the scenery of a flat plain with like castles and valleys, as if it's a snow globe. So yes, there was an idea of a globe, but it's the same snow globe that had in ancient cosmology. That's all it was. There's an ancient statue of a globe. I think it's like a Greek statue of a guy holding the globe. But if you look at it, they show like it's not a globe to live on the outside. It's a globe people living on the inside. If you look at the art and the scenery on the globe, it's not an Earth. It's living inside of the globe. So that, to me, that debunks any belief that there was a globe in the past before, let's say, 1500, 1400. So these ancient Greeks and Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni, those are all in question. All very super sus.
Now, when the cops come to pick up one person, they come with like 3 or 4 cop cars. There's like 6 cops, like 6 firemen, a whole fucking fire truck, and a paramedic truck for one person.
Maybe that one person was like the Incredible Hulk or something. You don't know, right?
Well, I watched them walking out with him. It just didn't seem like he was no Incredible Hulk to me. That guy used to live right down the dock from me, Lou Ferrigno. That's funny.
Hey, Sonny.
Hey, P-Mac, how you doing, man?
Oh, good, bro. I missed that. What was the name of that last guy you said?
What last guy?
Sorry, some guy lived on the block.
Oh, I'm looking out my window watching the police come and get somebody. I don't know why, but
He was talking about Lou Ferrigno, who played the character, the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah. Lou Ferrigno, yeah.
I wouldn't like him when he's angry.
I used to live in my dad's boat in a big marina in Los Angeles. So, like, freaking Lamborghinis and Panteras and freaking all these cars all around, all these rich people. But there are actors like John Wayne's boat was right across the way.
Bruce Willis.
Until he passed. There was probably a bunch of people that I had no idea, like, who they were around. I didn't know who those people were. We just, like, would go out to the islands and have these big parties on our boats. Like, 6 or 8 boats would go out there, you know? And, so us as kids, like, these adults had all the booze you could possibly drink. Like... It's funny.
You had a boatload?
Those were the old days. Yeah, the good old days.
I remember the good old days. It was like fucking 2 years ago.
Oh, the good old days when everybody could breathe oxygen and not worry about the government.
Yeah, on their own. And have somebody telling you to not breathe as much.
People nowadays, I feel like they don't have a conscience of their own, bro. They can't make up their own mind. They have to, you show them where to go, you point to it, and they just go. That's it. No questions, no nothing. Oh, why are you pointing to? Are you telling me to go over there? Okay, I'll just go because you said so. I mean, I expect that from a child, but I expect the child to be like, okay, daddy, what, why? You know what I mean? Kids ask why questions, and they're like a sponge. Nowadays, how people are teaching their kids is sad.
They just hand them a tablet.
Or a tablet or a pill. And say, swallow this because I said so.
Yeah, we don't want you expressing your natural personality traits. We're going to have to cut back on those, so take this.
Right, you're not supposed to have feelings. You're supposed to just do shit without us telling you and just fucking do, like, don't express your feelings to us.
Yeah.
Conformity. If you're too happy, you get a pill. If you're too sad, you get a pill. If you're anxious, you get a pill. You get 2 pills.
Right? We got a pill for that. You can't sleep, we have a pill for that.
You want to talk to yourself,
we have a pill for that.
You want to talk to yourself, you get a different pill for that.
Yeah, don't worry about any testing before you take it, during or after. Yeah, we don't need to test.
Oh, we have the DSM. It's a proven fact.
Yeah, we give it to
understand all psychology.
Depends on what
we give it to everyone that has Tourette syndrome. Sorry.
Whatever the flavor of the month is, that's the one we'll use at this point.
Right.
I just thought about something. In a psych ward, they give all the patients medication. Why do they do that in a psych ward?
To make it, why did they have that whole entire industry? You gotta look, if people look up the history of that, they're gonna be shocked.
They give
Shocked.
medication to make them docile to
And I
control
said
them.
shocked. No pun was intended, but shocked. Yeah, exactly. Shocking history of psychiatric care.
What are you saying, Godric?
I was talking about the psych ward where they give everybody medication to make them docile and easily controlled. But the medication doesn't actually cure you in any way. It may address some symptoms, but because they give you the medication, you become addicted to it. So you need something for the rest of your life.
Right. Your body relies on what they're giving you.
How would they know what symptoms they're addressing if they haven't tested for any of it?
No, we just want to experiment. We want to experiment just to see if it works.
Most medications are downers. You know, they don't give you cocaine. They give you, stuff that's going to knock you out.
Yep. No, they give you heroin to fucking put you to sleep, make you feel numb.
Downers, right?
The United States and New Zealand are the only two countries where it's legal to advertise direct-to-consumer pharmaceuticals.
Really?
Yes. And what are 75% of the ads you see on television? Pharmaceuticals.
Yep.
A little disclaimer where they talk real fast ends with and may cause death usually. Side effects include blah 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 blah. Might kill you.
It's always like,
I like that.
Anal leakage and death. Everyone may cause anal leakage and death.
Stroke, heart fibrillation, death.
And on most of the antidepressants, one of the side effects is suicidal thoughts. So you're giving people that are already depressed medication that increases suicidal tendencies.
Correct. I was just gonna say. I was gonna add on to what you were saying that they give you more depression pills to make you even more depressed. Oh, just take it, and it's gonna make you feel a lot more better when you continuously take it, and it's not gonna make you feel depressed. Dude, do you know how many times? Yeah, sorry, Seti. I was going off, man.
Everybody I know that's gone on antidepressants has at least 3 other medications to counter side effects from the antidepressants. So it's like at least a 4 to 5 to 6 pill regimen when you get on antidepressants.
Oh, for sure. And then not only that, you gain weight.
Well, it could go either way with that, but the only thing they do is they just keep increasing it. That's all they ever do. I mean, rarely, only if you asked, probably.
I say gain weight because I got
on their own. If somebody doesn't ask them questions, but anyway, it's kind of a moot point because I've already looked up the constituents and they're all poisons, not meant for human consumption. Until they put them together in a little package, then they approve it. Now it's okay. Poisons.
I'm
if
taking
the Fear
5
and Death Administration approves it, it's okay for you. So the FDA, the Fear and Death Administration. Got that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just look on your toothpaste tube. Don't swallow. Harmful is swallowed. And it's your toothpaste.
Yeah, they put all these warnings on the medication and stuff like toothpaste, so when there's a problem, they absolve themselves from responsibility. They say, well, we told you it could have killed you. We told you it causes suicidal thoughts or, ulcers or stroke. So we're not responsible for what happened to you.
Pharmakia.
Yep. More magic.
We got a new person in here, can't fool me, no roll. So, you know.
Welcome, Ken Fulmer. You're welcome to speak and ask questions to.
Yeah. I just
the Flathead
unmuted
server.
you. I just unmuted you. Can you say hi? Can't fool me.
His icon says Sonic.
So I didn't hear anything. Maybe you're away from the mic. I don't know, but just for safety of the server, I'll server mute you. If you want to come back in and go to VC check-in, we'll have a moderator go up there and check you in. There we are. I could check every now and then on them. It was really busy in here last night. We had a full panel again. It was a good conversation from what I remember until I faded out.
Yeah, that online streamer came in, and pretty sure that was just a big troll.
Pretty much. I mean, I was looking at her Twitch account, and it says like Flat Earth, not. I mean, right in the title, so.
Yeah, I listened to some of it. It was definitely a voice changer, some kind of character she's doing or something.
Well,
Yeah, I listened to her.
Do you see her image? She's actually a freaking, it's a cartoon character.
She's 100% CGI.
Yeah, 100%.
It's probably a guy, though.
No, because she did a face reveal before, so she has one video where she's off to one side in real life, and then the cartoon is on the other side, making the same move. Yeah. Like, you could tell it's a cartoon creator.
So you're telling me they have the technology to fake things like that? That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody get a name?
Yeah, Code Miko, Miko.
That's okay. It's not my
on Twitch.
It's not my daughter. Then she just became affiliated on Twitch.
I mean, they got girls in there doing like Rubik's cubes with thousands of followers.
I think Bambi does Twitch streams, or she used to. I remember her saying that, don't she? I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think I might start an account. Somebody said just play music or do requests or have live streams, and I could just play music for people just like I do on here. I could just do it for several hours,
That's not a bad idea, Sonny.
Yeah, so Mimas gave me that idea, so I think I'm probably
You can
going
play. You can play some. You have skills, man.
Shit.
Just play for
Yeah, there's loads of people doing that kind of stuff.
sound effects, the whole thing. Just sit there and do tricks on the guitar. People will watch that. It's interesting to listen to.
We're only a few steps away from Ready Player One, where everybody just lives in a virtual world, never leaves their house, never goes outside.
Not for me.
Wait, that's already happened. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's happening now. It truly is. The beginning stages of it.
Get off the internet. Go and smell the roses.
I was gonna say, man, we are living in that. We are living in that world right now.
Mm-hmm.
I said we're close.
I just put in the live stream a link about fake. The moon rock turned out to be fake.
Oh yeah.
And somebody, because someone look at that and tell me, make sure it's legit, because I want to use this in my flyer debate. You know how they have
Oh yeah, that was from last night. That was when. That's what we were talking about yesterday.
I had another video that I saw on the same topic. I'll see if I
I've
can
heard
find
this
it.
story, but I'm not sure if this is the right link.
I'm gonna read this one right now.
If somebody can just read it for me and tell me if
I
that
looked at it. I think that is the right link. I'm pretty sure because I looked at it yesterday.
You know how to have a fake.
This shit was not valid, bro.
You know how to have a fake flat Earth proof, and then we get caught with our pants down. I don't want that to happen to me. Moon rock turned out to be fake. Physics.org.
Yeah, this is Fizz. This is Fizz.org. So that's a fairly reputable site, I think. I mean, I don't know what if they might have some pseudoscience on there somewhere, but I'm sure they do. But
they tell a story about a prime minister getting a moon rock from NASA.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to correct myself. It wasn't QE that said it was XO, but I don't want to, quote. I don't want to put words in his mouth and say that he said it, but. When we were talking and having this discussion yesterday, I did hear someone, or it sounded like it was EXO's voice, but he was laughing and he said, "This is you guys crack me up," because when this was posted, I think he was telling us like that's invalid. What they're proposing was invalid information.
So is this link legit or is it invalid? It says the moon rock turned out to be petrified wood when they.
The link is valid, but the information is.
Yeah, but what part of it? So are you saying that it wasn't actually proven to be a petrified wood? Like, which way are you going? I kind of got.
I'm saying it's a fake rock. I'm saying it's a fake rock.
It's a fake rock. Yeah, it's a fake rock.
Yeah,
that's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify because. Let's see. NASA.
Because some of this stuff, I think they shadow ban it or they make it hard to find because they don't want it to get out too much. But this is one of the ones that I think got out.
I love all these memes. I hate thinking. Me too. Let's both be NASA believers. Yeah. And here's the choice we
I can't fool me. Welcome to the welcome to 24/7 Flatter Discord. You got a moderator? Check him in.
Let's check. They didn't open their mic before, so let's check on them again. I'll unmute them. You're unmuted. Can't fool me. Are you there? Hello. Anybody at home at the Can't Fool Me residence? No, they just dipped. Okay, bye-bye.
Guys, what planet was it that has the diamonds? Was it Uranus? Uranus has the diamonds?
No, he's back.
He's still there.
I want to get it right. Was it Uranus that had the diamonds, raining diamonds?
No, it was a different one. Yeah.
No, Uranus smells like farts.
Farts. That's the one that smells like farts. Yeah.
I think Jupiter was raining diamonds.
Get your pseudoscience down.
Raining diamonds in the gas planet.
Jupiter.
Jupiter is raining diamonds. Okay, great.
Now, wouldn't that make the price of diamonds go down? Technically.
Well, they can't get there yet. I guess. Well,
Elon Musk can get there and get all the diamonds.
They never got to the light. They never reached the light in the sky yet.
Elon Musk can send some rovers over there, some shuttles and some Jupiter rovers.
They could get a helicopter to fly down through the diamond rain, the raining diamonds. They could have it wouldn't need to worry about getting hit by any of them.
Look, you just launch a Tesla to Jupiter, right? And then as it's coming by the atmosphere, it scoops all the diamonds, comes right back, diamonds, get paid.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
You guys just wait. Y'all just wait.
Talking about here's the other article. Hold on, let me see. Hey, how's it going?
They've been putting
Who
some
was that?
shit out.
Frodass.
You guys like the flat Earth?
Yeah, we like the flat Earth.
I like it.
We must secure the existence of our people and the future for white children. Hail victory.
Frodass.
What do you guys think about Elon Musk?
Hang on, Frodass. Are there diamonds coming down from Jupiter?
The biggest technocrat on Earth. Sure, man.
You were not speaking. I'm sorry, man.
You said Elon Musk. Is that Tesla still flying out there somewhere? Or did it land yet?
No, I think it crash landed into the moon.
So you guys are new here. How did you find the server? Fraudas?
So the Tesla hit the moon. Is that the story?
Yeah. That's what Jeff Bezos told me.
I think we should probably have the technology to zoom in on the moon to see like all the stuff we left there, like the flag and what else is there? We leave the rovers there.
Yeah, the dune buggies that cost like $3 zillion just a stripped down Jeep.
Yeah, it's too bad they didn't have any space in the lunar lander to put the rover.
Not by most people's calculations.
Should be able to find the skeleton of the cameraman that filmed them when they were taking off, right?
I've seen the diagrams. There's no room for the rover. Unless they folded it up to about the size of a suitcase, briefcase.
Yeah, it's all pile of shite.
Oh.
Do you hear the latest one? There's an asteroid now that they're talking about going to that would make everybody on Earth a billionaire. It's that resource rich. It's just in the news last week or something.
Yeah, I believe Antarctica is got like billions of tons, probably, of all kinds of resources. And water is one of them. So why aren't they out there getting water for everybody? Surely they have the technology to do that on Earth if they're going to... I'll tone down my language. Freaking Mars? Why can't they get water or scoop it up for the people that are in droughts? They have no water.
That was a better catch than me, Sonny.
No. No comment. Nothing's happening with like getting resources from Earth here that could help human beings.
I don't think they have that kind of.
That's right. Oh, I'm thinking that they're helping human beings. That's my problem. What if they're not helping us? What then? They could be doing all kinds of devious shit behind the curtain. Right?
Nah, man. NASA gave us Tang, okay?
Just believe them, yeah. Because of Tang and Velcro. And wait a minute. I think there's three different of that foam mattress. That foam mattress.
The space blanket, bro. You're forgetting the space
foam.
Yeah, you're gonna get shut down real quick. You're lucky I'm not mod. I would have fucking shut you down real quick.
But that's all you had. Like, wow, they did.
Yeah.
Well, you're still muted, so there's that.
Yeah, you don't want me mod, bro. I'll be muting left and right.
I didn't hear any globe proof coming in from those guys.
Nope.
They gotta play either rap or rock and roll, and they don't.
Nah, he was playing Nintendo music.
I know, right? I'll get back at those flat earthers. I'll play some Nintendo music.
I recognize that sound from anywhere.
It's like I can't understand that kind of mentality. What kind of thinking is going on with that? Talk about a psyche, Val.
It's a very different world today than it was. Did anybody remember no internet before the internet?
Yeah,
I do.
I barely
Yeah.
remember what did we do then?
Go
We went
outside
outside.
and play. Sorry.
Oh,
My language.
Climb trees,
outside.
make go
I
karts,
know, right?
fishing.
Outside. What's that? No. Yeah, I go outside all the time.
They're gonna get to a point where they've never seen a tree before. Oh my goodness, that's a tree!
What is that?
I never seen one before. Oh my god.
I haven't seen a tree for 10 years.
It's what helps us breathe, but we've never seen it.
They're making them illegal now to have a tree.
Depends on the type
Can
of
you
tree.
imagine they're making us trees illegal. They are though. Cannabis. Oh, so
Yeah, the chemical process that the creator put here, you're not allowed to use any of that. No.
right? Something that's actually naturally given to you for natural healing.
Exactly.
How long?
No
have
one
they
believes
had
in natural
study-
healing.
How long have they had to study cannabis for its medicinal uses, but the FDA can't approve any of that?
Ridiculous. It was used for hundreds of years. Well,
For real,
thousands of
right?
years, actually. Yeah.
Fucking ridiculous.
The snake oil salesmen, the Rockefellers were selling it on a little street caravan freaking van thing, right? And the outskirts of town with the snake oil. Here, we got some whiskey with a rattlesnake head in it. We also got this great cannabis product. That's what they do. So like, they had to stop. I don't. It's so weird that the snake oil salesmen got into education and medicine and the so-called pseudosciences, all the freaking universities, all the heads of medical associations. Think about that. A cabal. Supposedly philanthropic organizations that are just front organizations, so they can avoid paying taxes. And they can buy off all the politicians to make so-called pseudo-laws, quasi-laws, to violate your human rights, to take away all your freedoms.
You can make the people to believe this thing. Everything's gonna be okay.
Yeah, most charitable foundations are just a way to avoid taxation, launder wealth.
Then they can literally tell you when it's time for you to retire that, well, you're only going to get this much. We're taking half, or we're taking a third. So that money you thought you were earning that was yours, that you put into your working life, that's not yours anymore.
Yeah, and when you go to collect Social Security, they tax you on the Social Security as if it's income as well.
No, well, no, not exactly. No, they don't tax it. No.
That's funny.
Yeah,
you don't get. Yeah.
That if they tax it, they're not taxing mine. Right? They just take half of it.
Me neither.
Now the IRS is coming to take their portion too. Fine. So they want to fucking starve me out? Okay, fine. Fine. Go ahead and try.
The earth provides for you. The creator made it that way.
Totally does. Like, I'm not even worried about it. Not even worried about it.
Is that you crushing marijuana?
No, bro, I'm actually getting.
If you think about it.
Bro, so I'm dry and I'm trying to take the all the way at the very bottom, all the THC, the powder and shit, like
chemicals.
And I'm about to place it to my bowl so I can just. I know this is like
Keep
my
it
last
scientific.
bowl.
Keep it scientific. I'm sorry.
My last bowl of this month, and I have to wait till next month so I can get paid to buy me some more medicine, bro. This is not good. I hate the
don't
struggle.
find-
The struggle is real, man.
Yeah, I get it.
Have to start hustling, man. Hustling.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying to sell my coffee, bro. But like, hey, buy my coffee, guys. Click my name. My link is in my bio.
Is it organic?
Yeah, it's organic. Yes, it is.
Put the link in live stream, please.
Oh, for sure. Here you guys go. It's coffee. It's organic coffee. I'm vegan, so this is all plant-based. Yeah, I'm not trying to give you guys something that's not good for your health. I pay attention a lot to my health. So, if you are pregnant, this is something that you might not want to take until after your pregnancy. But this coffee actually helps release dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins naturally. That means these chemicals that I'm claiming, that these are chemicals that are naturally in your body. So what it does is that it releases it, enhances it makes it so that you're happy, you're feeling good, and your day goes well. And then not only that, after you drink this coffee, I'm positive, you do not feel shitty. Every time I go and drink regular coffee out there, bro, you know how many times I feel like shit and I want to go to sleep? Like, this coffee actually helps me. And I'm sure it'll help others. Vegan in his life. Now, I'm not gonna tell you that. I just came to the conclusion of being a vegan. That's how I've been. I went through processes just like everybody else. They have been through a process. Me, I was gonna go pro. I was a boxer. And I was a coach since 2013. I was teaching boxing, and I was into my nutrition. I was into my health, and my eating habits then was a paleo diet. I had a paleo diet, so I didn't reject eating meat, but I eventually am going to stop eating meat in general. I mean, I know there are proteins and nutrition in meat that you need, but there's other factors on getting that without having to take an animal's life. Now, I'm not going to sit here and preach to you about animal life, plant life, and human life, but I think life period is valued. Which coffee is that? It's a healthy coffee. I don't know. It's just coffee, bro. It's coffee.
I mean, is it from Africa? Is it from Colombia? Is it from America?
Oh, no. This is actually that information. Hold on. I got my book here. Product info. Here we go. Yo.
Yeah, I can finally re-up now. Yay.
No, if you want to look it up for yourself, it's actually in there yourself. You can look it up for yourself. If you just click in the link is going to give you all that information that you're asking me. You know what I mean? I know that you can just, a lot of us like to get the information handed to us, but there's some of us that actually, okay, I'm going to go and see this out for myself. So if you actually just click in my link, go and look at it for yourself. The information's in there and you can see it for yourself.
What, you gonna put it in live stream?
I did. You didn't see it? My bad.
No, I don't see it. Where?
There you go. Girl, hold up. Let me tag you in it too. Y'all. There you go, bro. tasty like chicken. I was,
I got the link. I'll check it out on my computer later.
yeah, for sure. Thanks, Godric.
You have a lot of other stuff on there, or just coffee?
I have coffee, tea, lemonade, and hot cocoa. I know there's also skin products on there. I don't really, I didn't venture out into that much. I just ventured into drinking my coffee because I suffer with a lot of I suffer with bipolar depression, and I have ADHD as well.
Nah, you don't. They told me all that shit too, man. No, you don't. You don't have any of that. Don't believe them, man. Yeah, you may have idiosyncrasies like we all do. I do too. I used to have very serious ones. And when I got away from that narrative, I got better.
What it's telling you is when they give you a diagnosis and you believe it, your mind will react to that and it will conform to the diagnosis. So now
I understand
they make you a patient for life because you're going to be that because the doctor said so. But the doctor didn't tell you it's how to be cured. He didn't tell you that part.
That's not it. What it is that I went to the hospital because I wanted to kill myself. Now I've been having these thoughts of wanting to kill myself because of where I'm at and where I stay and the people that I'm around. Every day when I wake up in my room, I always see myself stabbing myself in the stomach, conducting Senpaku ceremony. Now, this is a ceremony that's
okay,
conducted.
I think
so
we
that
should maybe. I know this is very personal. I think maybe a little too personal. It's very graphic and it can trigger people. It triggers me actually.
Serious.
So I prefer if we didn't talk about that. You know, like we can go if you need to talk about it. I'm willing to go talk in a private room with you, but I don't think it's for the live stream.
I understand, Sandy, but see that like when you were saying like they told you that's what you have. That's what I'm trying to tell you. No, I told them this is what's happening. This is what I see when I wake up.
I get it.
And like this is what I suffer from.
Hang on. So listen, is your mind playing tricks on you?
Is my mind playing tricks on me?
Sometimes my mind plays tricks on
like as far as me knowing that my family wants me gone, and me knowing that my family wants me dead, that's not something that I feel is something I feel.
No, that's not what I mean.
That's something I know.
That's not what I mean. I don't mean that. I mean, you said you wake up and see yourself in violent situations. But you said
I saw myself in that situation because that was a situation that actually passed. I was tackled down by cops to stop me from doing it. So now it's just a memory in my mind when I wake up in the morning when I see myself in my bedroom. Does that make sense?
It's a
Yes,
memory.
it plays back every single time when I wake up in my room.
I prefer the Happy Master Chief. Could we get the Whistling Master Chief back?
So it's like a memory that's kind of like bothering you or like haunting you in the past, but you experience it in the future. Is that right?
With all due respect, I agree with Sonny. This is not a topic for live stream.
All right, let's move on. Sorry. Let's move on.
No worries. I was just waiting.
So there's some contention to whether we knew that the Earth was a globe or not, because even in the 19th century, there were flat earthers that were teaching the flat Earth. When we look back, we can't confirm the Greeks, we can't confirm Pythagoras or Eratosthenes or Al-Biruni, except for stories. We cannot verify what they've done or demonstrate it.
It could easily all be a lie. Like history isn't exactly as everybody.
Yeah, Jaron Campanella had a video before he was taken down from YouTube about Eratosthenes was a fictional character introduced in 1954, and they look back, and he wasn't in any physical books until 1954. But he was inserted in Wiki and Google, and
There's books and newspaper articles in the 1800s where people were not. I don't want to use the word violently, but vehemently opposed to this whole heliocentric idea. I mean, and that's a documented history. Well-respected people, scientists, teachers, people.
yeah. So when the Globers say we knew the Earth was a sphere for 2,000 years, that's bullshit. They don't know that. They're saying that.
The world just seems to be made up, and it's just making shit up as it goes along. And it's just getting more and more ridiculous day by day. There's that guy on YouTube. Remember, I can't remember his name now. His intro song was "This world is not what you think it is." Yeah? Well, that's true.
That's John Thorpe, Mac. He's still on Odyssey and stuff, but he don't put out as much stuff lately.
Oh, yeah, he was brilliant. I enjoyed it.
This world is not what you think it is.
We got the barrel ball, everything. So he moved on to the YouTube platform there.
GPS
he's got an Odyssey channel, but I don't know about anything else. I've seen him on Odyssey.
Yeah, there's Odyssey and BitChute, and what's the one that Jaren's on now? I mean, I couldn't be arsed, bro. I mean, maybe I should, but Free Voice, IO Free Voice is so all these little streaming YouTube things coming up that come on, man. Just come here and talk to people. Oh, God. Yeah, John Thor. You have a memory like an elephant, Dave.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to rebel against this Groovy Bot not being here. I'm just going to start playing music anyway. Screw it. They're not going to stop me. Let's see. How's my coffee doing?
You said Mimas suggested you should maybe try the Twitch. Maybe you should. I don't know. Give it a go. You never know.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm preparing myself. I just take things really slow. Like I'm getting my computer all ready. I reloaded the entire operating system. I'm trying to clean up everything. I'm trying to clean up all my files, organize stuff. It's daunting, you know. Especially like if you're like me, like I do things a lot like on the fly. So I'll grab images and I'll put them in places and music and like multiple different projects, like. Man.
Yeah, because you have the whole presentation thing too. If you're going to stream live to any streaming service, you'd like a nice little backup thingy and little buttons you can push to change thingies and.
Yeah, D, I'm considering it because Mimas said to do it. It's actually, yeah, I'm a little procrastinating because like I still have a fear, and I'll be honest about it, I still have a fear of people seeing me. I don't know what that's about because I can get on stage like with my guitar. I don't care. Like, yeah. I feel like it's like a shield. But I will get over that.
Exactly what you mean by that because, like, when I feel like I'm doing a certain thing on stage, I feel like I'm shielded. Like, I like to perform, so I like to be like a front man.
Yeah. Me too. Well, no, I prefer to be the guitar player in the background. I don't want to be the front man, but I've been pushed into that position before. So I guess I've gotten better at it, you know.
I mean, but playing lead though, you need to actually have a little bit of experience on being front man, right?
Yeah, yeah.
At least just a little bit because because you got the singer that's up there that's taking all the
glory.
Yeah, well, I don't want to say glory because the glory goes to the whole group, not just the singer, not just the front man. You know what I mean?
Right, but the front man's like the voice of the actual voice of the sound. But then you have the other players that are intricate parts of it. So the soloist or whatever. Yeah, that's pretty interesting when you have a band that all of the members are able to solo in whatever their instrument is.
Yeah, like Bono would be nothing without the Edge. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what a sound! I love that sound.
Yo,
I'd be able to noodle on my guitar for hours and hours and hours, which would be probably good for me. Probably help me get organized. Maybe do some teaching on there and stuff too.
That's why when people ask me where's the Edge, I tell them playing guitar for U2, lest I hurt.
That's a good answer. I'm gonna start using that answer.
That's a cracker.
Yeah, I like teaching boxing that.
I'm too old for that boxing shit, but I approach things more like a yin yang jujitsu kind of like vectors.
What goes up must come down.
Mm-hmm.
When you throw things in the air, watch out. That's all I gotta say.
Larger objects come down harder.
Objects seem closer than they may appear.
Hi-ya.
Ooh-wee. Oh, you're gonna trigger my ticks, bro. Yow.
It's good on YouTube. Twitch. Sweet Elena. She has Tourette's. She's doing pretty well. Mind you, she is good looking.
Did you say? I'm sorry because of your accent, bro. I didn't understand. Did you say Sweet Anita?
Yeah, on Twitch, Sweet Anita. She has a tech.
Yeah, she's the reason why I start whistling, bro. Like I watched her ticks. I watched her channel for a minute, and then my echolalia I started picking up the whistling, and my whistle just yow. I call it the R2D2 tick.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Yeah, so I was like, fuck. All right. Damn it, Sonny. Asshole. Yow.
So if there was a girl named Anita and she married a guy named John Dick, what would her full name be? You need a what?
Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why he just got quiet.
I actually screwed up that joke. Her unmarried name is Anita Long, and then she marries a guy named John Dick. Her hyphenated name would be Anita Long Dick.
Is that her picture in the live stream? Boy, she's ugly.
Anita Long John Dick.
Yeah. I got the gist, Dave. I got the gist. Anita.
Oh, you need the John Dick? I mean,
the music bot was taken up by YouTube.
Yeah, thanks YouTube. Thanks for looking out for us. We appreciate it.
Yeah. They took the Groovy out because they just gave it a Groovy a cease and desist order.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
For what?
Groovy.
Oh.
And celebration. Wait a minute. Hold on. In celebration, I'll play a song for us. Hold on. Let me.
Well, that's all that copyright shit was started on YouTube. You cannot play a tune on YouTube now, man.
Yeah. Wait a second. Oh, I don't even have the Groovy text anymore. So all of the stuff's gone.
That's funny. You can't use YouTube to play YouTube music.
All of our links that were in the Groovy text are gone too. Wow.
Wait, even the Flat Earth music?
Yeah, all my links for all the Flat Earth music that I've posted is
Wow.
all gone too.
They hate us that much, bro?
Hold on. The KTGL commands, let's see if they're still there.
Yeah, YouTube's just sucking the life out. Too much fun to take.
They just have the commands. That's all. Playlist suggestions. Let's see if there's anything in here. Well, there's a lot of them on the playlist suggestions. We still have it. Red Pill Music. Yep. There we go. Here's one from... Okay, stand by. Let me put my... what's going on here? This mic closer. Little song by Conspiracy Music Guru.
1, 2, 3, 4. I told you so.
How's the volume?
I
Yeah, a bit low. Sunny, a bit low.
Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 Hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no clone? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and that adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. Yeah, I told you so. Yeah. But you didn't listen. I told you so. I told you so.
Okay.
I have that V for Vendetta mask.
How was that? How was the volume on that?
That was good.
It was? Okay.
Sounded perfect. It sounded perfect.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we should start making connections. I don't know, like, because if they shut us off completely at some point, then we would lose contact. So,
yep.
I suggest everybody start making contact to get ready for that.
Nah, I'll just go talk to trees.
I have to go out for a little while, so I'll be back soon.
Sonny, are you talking about them shutting down the server? I guess he stepped away.
You alright, bro? You got the COVID?
No, come on, man. All because I get medicated and then I start coughing doesn't mean I got that shit.
He's on the weed again.
He's got the INDICA.
I got that CAN abyss. That's it. Fuck the rest of the spelling.
Kind of awesome.
It sounds like he's got that chronic cough going on him.
Fuck off.
Get it out of you, man.
You know what does that to me is the Delta 8. Delta 8 for some reason makes me cough like a motherfucker.
You realize? Do you see how dense it is? The buzz when you smoke the D8. It's different grinding that bud than grinding regular bud. It's like fluffy. You know that? It has like a fluff to it.
Yeah.
Who else notices that on the D8? You guys notice that on the D8? The cannabis, like it's more fluffier.
On the what?
The cannabis, the Delta 8.
Oh, I don't know. The Delta 8 I'm talking about is just a derivative. It's the actual derived like CBD. And you vape it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't even know what Delta 8 is. So
Yeah. So there's
There's Delta 8. There's Delta 9. Delta 9's the one that gets you really loopy.
The smoke shop down the street got busted and closed down. And there was a sign that said they got like they were charged with something. They were charged with something.
It's legal and all, but hey, we're gonna charge you anyway.
Yep.
This motherfucking system can kiss my ass.
Uh-oh. No.
Man, I recently started growing lemon balm in my herb garden. The fucking shit just grows like weed, man. But it makes the best flavored tea I've ever had, and not to mention it almost has like a Xanax effect to it.
No.
Good stuff. I recommend growing it.
La la boom. All right.
what is it? Bergamot?
Lemon balm,
Oh.
or also referred to as Melissa.
Alisa.
They have like the essential oils as well. That's really potent stuff.
Antitarafina.
Man, I'm poor as fuck.
Antitarafina inglesi.
We'll get stoned.
I'm cooking some lentils.
My favorites. Iron.
I'm sorry, Antitarafina inglesi.
Estás tarada con 3 candados y remachada la puerta negra. ¿Eh?
Sí, muy bien.
Cinco de Mayo.
I actually don't know what you said.
You said Cinco de Mayo. Sorry. I just thought that was funny because yeah. I was speaking Arabic.
What about Tagalog?
Hindi. Konting lang.
You'd have to have.
Hey, Paul, do you ever go mud flood? Do you ever go looking at mud flood buildings in your area?
Nope.
No? There's probably a lot of old buildings, though, right?
Dude, I love it. I love to go.
Yeah, Martin Litka has certainly taken off in the last year or two, hasn't he?
No, I'm just saying for you. I'm just saying for yourself to like go look and it's amazing to me. I mean, they're even here in Southern California. It's trippy.
Regardless
Yeah, I
of
was
the
gonna
mud
say
flood,
there's-
it's still interesting, you know?
There's a place on the coast in Southern California where it's like a national park, right? Like if you look at it from the air, you can tell like the whole underground was like the top of the building.
Talking about the one with the pillars? Like on the cliff?
Yep.
Which one is that? Do you have a link or anything about that? I'm interested.
No, I came across it the other day, and then I lost internet, and I just wanted to
Yeah.
share that with you guys.
It's an amazing story. It really is. They're just so out of place. These pillars just right at this cliff edge, right next to the ocean, just chilling, and then they melt back into the rock. It's weird.
Wow, I gotta find out where. I need to find out where that is.
It's really strange you should bring that up, Sonny, because that actual question there about that actual topic, right, was on the tip of my tongue about half an hour ago. I don't know why, but I just thought mention it, and then you suddenly just mentioned it. Are you reading my thoughts, Sonny?
I can't deny or confirm that, but I know you have a lot of old buildings, we're in that area of where you live, and it's always very interesting. Like I've been in freaking fortresses that were built by the Spanish during Christopher Columbus times.
I'd like to do what John Levi does, how he goes out there and just sees these random, anomalous looking things off the side of the road, and he just starts cruising around and looking around. I mean, that's the kind of exploration is interesting as hell to me.
Yeah, I would love to be able to do that. If I had a vehicle, I could do it. If I had a vehicle, I'd be doing it now, actually. I'd be doing it now.
I'd rather go into old buildings and look for ghosties.
For ghost?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a paranormal freak. I watch everything paranormal.
Nice. You know what's always been intrigued me is that that the cymatics of specific churches. That lady that went around and would record the silence of the church and then play it back in a loudspeaker and then record that.
Saw that.
Yeah, that intrigues me like crazy.
EVPs, there's so many, dude, on YouTube's and everywhere. It's like EVPs is just like full blown EVP. Like you can hear whole sentences of people talking, and nobody in the room spoken, but there's somebody go, "You shouldn't be here," or "Leave us alone," or "Stop bothering us," or "Hello." The proof is incredible. I mean, you can't deny it. Shadow creatures and things moving, and people are catching these every day. There's thousands and thousands of videos of unexpected. Like, granted, a lot of them are probably like they're like they're set up or whatever. But there's ones that you can't. There's no explanation for it. So
Yeah, I found myself recently diving back into cryptids last week or so.
No, they're fucking real, bro.
I think so. And what most ghost hunters are doing is they're trying to find proof of a life beyond life. Like, we're not just here and then we're dead. What they're kind of looking for is that there's more to just life than living your life and then be dead. So they're searchers in a way. Half of them would probably be open to the idea.
The thing is, my body's too sensitive for that, and I can't go near that kind of stuff.
You get the heebie-jeebies?
No, like my body could get possessed.
I suppose you ever hear of Zach Baggins' Ghost Hunt?
They would call it ghost.
How would it get possessed if you're full of Jehovah?
Answer that one.
Be possessed by the Ruach Kodesh.
If you're full of the Holy Ghost.
But remember, he's Muslim, so.
Assalamu alaikum.
There's a lot of Saudi ones as well, a lot of Arab ones as well, where they call them jinn. He goes in and it's just like there's just shit moving everywhere, bro. It's just like he's on his own, and there's just like whole sofas just moving from one side of the fucking room to the other, and I don't know. It's crazy. I don't know how to explain it. Just a bit loud. Normally you would hear me before you see me.
If my mic's working, we've got a VC verified in here. Shrillo Bites. Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Welcome to the server. What's going on?
Oh, not too much. I've been on the server for a little while, actually.
Okay. What do you think so far?
It's pretty cool. I like how live stream's usually pretty active. It's always fun to tune in. Mostly just lurk, but
All right. Do you think the Earth's a ball?
heck no.
Okay. You make any claim to what the shape is?
I reckon it's flat. At this point, it seems like the firmament is probably real too. Some kind of container.
That's a good answer, but I gotta be honest though, we kind of gave you a play. It's not a shape. A description of the surface area.
Say that again?
Flat is not a shape per se, correct? It's just a description of the surface. So we don't, at least I don't, I'll speak for myself, I don't make any claims to the entirety of existence. We haven't been able to freely explore it, right? But
Right.
it's definitely not the ball that they claim is 39, 50 radius. That's not that.
Exactly.
We all pretty much agree on that. So,
Jenny, you're making.
I speak. I'm probably roboting, so somebody else wants to talk.
No, you're fine, Dave.
I am?
Yeah. Jenny was making up there just a little bit.
Yep.
Jenny.
Dave with no roboting. That was good.
Jenny.
Jenny is here. No, she's not.
I'm here for a few minutes.
She's here on her break.
Yep.
Jenny,
Well, still haven't got any proof of curvature. I know you're worried about that. Not today.
You know what I was thinking about too is the other day I was looking into some stuff about the moon, and so we got all these like spacecraft satellite things, whatever they are, floating around in the outer space. How come they haven't given us a picture of the other side of the moon? That's just so weird. You'd think we'd know all about the other side of the moon.
Why can't we detect the new moon?
That.
With all of the technology.
Yes, that's what I was actually looking for. I was looking up people's videos of various solar eclipses, which we all know that involves the new moon. And you can't see the new moon, ever. Like, where does it go? I mean, so far from like a non-heliocentric model type of question, because there's an explanation for the heliocentric model.
That's one of those God questions only he knows. Creator. Good question, though.
But what is the explanation? Let me look. The explanation for the new moon according to the heliocentric model. Let me Google it.
In the Book of Enoch, it says that the moon has essentially its resting place that it goes to. I don't know if it's in the east or the west or what.
Okay, this is what Google says. We have a quote unquote new moon when our moon's orbit around the Earth moves it between the Earth and the sun. From the Earth, the moon's surface looks dark because its illuminated side is facing away from the Earth. Finally, the moon returns to its position between the Earth and the sun. And on the Earth, we observed the new moon again. That was weird.
Who observes the new moon? Because it's undetectable.
I know. Well, this is a I'll copy the citation of where I was reading from. Oh. That doesn't even sound right. Even from the explanation of the heliocentric model. Not that I'm an expert, but I mean, sorry, that's a mess of a link.
You're not
That's
trying to
not
say Google will give you incorrect information, are you, Jenny? Come on.
But it's the Oracle. How could that be? The Oracle can't be wrong.
That's properly
All
compiled
hail
information
Oracle.
from all of history. All hail Google.
Google is the Oracle. Yeah.
The Sky God.
Okay, let me. Okay, so this may be a better almanac.com. This may be better. What is a new moon? A new moon is essentially the opposite of a full moon. During a full moon, we see the side of the moon that is being illuminated by the sun, giving the moon its bright, glowing appearance. During the new moon, however, we see the side of the moon that is not being illuminated by the sun, which makes the moon blend in with the dark sky. When the moon is new, it's located between the earth and the sun. In other words, the moon is in line with the sun, and the sun and the earth are in opposite sides of the moon. But how does that even work when the earth is rotating on its axis?
Mm-hmm. It sounds like bullshit to me.
I mean,
I
they
call
never
bullshit.
explain the motion of the earth.
They don't. And they don't mention that you can't detect the new moon because we don't have any instruments that can.
Right. I mean, if
Or
it's a
that you can
rock,
see stars through the moon. I mean,
yeah. Sorry.
Well, we were able to detect them back in 1978, but we just lost the technology to do that, and it would be a painful process to build it back up.
Oh, stop it. He deserves something for that. He deserves something for that.
Okay, but if it's a rock going through outer space, we should be able to see it, even if it's according to the
No matter where.
explanation I just read.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it just because it's not. Well, the idea that the sun causes the moon's light, that's ridiculous, and everybody observes that who tests the moonlight temperature and such. But even if it's not illuminated, that doesn't mean it effing disappears. I mean, when it approaches a solar eclipse, at some point when it not passes, when it like, you guys know what I mean. I mean, you should be able to see it when it starts to approach the sun.
Yeah, when you can only see half of it, when it's like a crescent moon or whatever, you can see the other half. It's still obvious. It's not like the other half just disappeared. I mean, the other half's lit up, but you can still see the other half. But what they're trying to say is that because there's no illumination on it, the entire thing disappears. No.
Well, Breaking had posted a video. Well, it started off, he posted, well, he has it on his channel, this recording of the sun, the solar eclipse, and you can see like this transparent, like circular body before it even starts to occlude the sun. You can see it, and I call bullshit. I'm sorry. You can, in any way, shape, or form, you cannot see the sun approaching, or the moon approaching a solar eclipse. I mean, I mean, if I'm mistaken, I mean, I'll gladly, recant. But I mean, have you guys ever seen the moon approaching the solar eclipse? You can't. If anybody has, please let me know, or if heard of anybody who has and recorded it.
And going through my mind all the times I've watched it. Yeah,
It's always a new moon when the eclipse happens.
That's crazy. I never even thought about that.
I mean, neither.
It's amazing once you get into flat Earth, like how obvious the heliocentric, like how obviously stupid it is. But it's just stuff you never think about.
Okay, so hopefully I can share this video that he sent me.
Stand in the place where you live, now face north, wonder about direction why you never did before.
And where the place where you were.
Okay, I posted it. You guys watch that. Tell me what you think.
Correct your lyrics, but think about direction, wonder why you haven't. But
Wait, what? I stepped out of the room. I'm sorry. What'd you say, Dave?
I was creating Sonny's REM lyrics. Think about direction, wonder why you haven't.
Stand in the bathroom you're in, now face left, wonder about direction why you haven't before.
Okay, so did you guys watch that video? Sonny, did you see it?
I could hear when you were in the bathroom. That's strange. How odd is that? I could be wrong.
I wasn't in the bathroom.
See, I was wrong. I hear the echo in your room, though. So that's interesting. Everybody's room has a different character of sound.
All right, so what do you guys think of that video?
Actually, I'm having problems seeing some videos. That one's still buffering for me for some reason. I don't know why. Probably join and come back.
I think you proved the globe somehow, Jenny. I'm just kidding. I'm driving. Watch.
I don't know why that's not playing for me either. What's up with that? Are you playing? No, it won't play.
Really? Well, go to previous.
Maybe if I go to the original. Hold on, maybe if I go to the oh, there it is. I see on the original. Okay, yeah, now I got it.
Direct link.
Yeah, I got to go to full screen. Like, yeah, that's a great one. Wow, that's awesome on my TV. Whoa. I remember seeing eclipses when I was a little kid. My dad taught us how to poke holes in paper, and then you put the paper with the hole above another piece of paper, and you could see the eclipse. Like the shadow part. Or you could, yeah. Interesting. That's concerning when my delivery company is not answering their phone.
Your delivery company?
Yeah, the people that deliver to me, yeah.
They're too busy out delivering shit.
Oh, okay. At first, I thought you meant like you owned a delivery company.
No, I guess it was, yeah, kind of.
Okay, so you guys couldn't see the video?
I saw it.
So what did you think?
Good for me.
I didn't hear you.
I'll have to watch it again. What did I think? I think it's amazing. That was, yeah, pretty incredible.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a little
But you-
distracted. I'm a little distracted right now. I'm trying to make a phone call.
Oh. All right, everybody.
My bad.
I gotta go. I'll talk to you later.
Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye, Janae.
Janae. Yeah, like somebody was saying earlier, it really once you sit back and actually think about things and the way things work and how things, and the eclipses and shit. And you think about spinning balls and water and everything like that. It only takes a moment. It only takes a moment before you realize that what they're professing that we live on is an actual impossibility. It's just getting over that hurdle. Because
you're trying to say the claims of the globe are completely absurd, P-Mac.
The flat Earth pill definitely goes down easier when you're already a conspiracy theorist beforehand.
Yeah, that I was. Yeah, we got into the whole 9/11 thing there. The whole world changed after 9/11, and then we were all looking forward to the doom and gloom of 2012. We're thinking something's going to happen in 2012, the Aztec camera and all this shit. I wasn't even a flat earther then, but then 2012 happened, and you're like, well, fucking nothing happened, so it's, it could be all bullshit. But at the same time, I think something did happen in 2012. I think the world fucking shifted into a different reality. Because something happened.
Do you think it's kind of a spiritual thing?
A what ball thing, sorry?
Spiritual.
Yeah, I think something happened at that stage, maybe. I can't say for sure, but things just changed, man. Next thing you know, people can't fucking determine what fucking sex they are. What's the shape of the earth they're living on? Donald Trump became president. That was, it's like, it's just, they went from fucking crazy to more crazy.
Yeah, like we literally live in a movie, like it feels like we live in a fantasy novel or something.
Exactly.
It's funny, the way I think of it is like back when I was like an atheist, kind of like normie, life seemed more like Star Trek, but now it seems more like Lord of the Rings,
Yeah, I was an absolute ball bag. Like I was a complete and utter nihilist.
Yeah,
would probably be the word. And you thought you were so clever, and because people were talking about black holes, and you read this guy's book, that guy's book, and you thought you had all the, humans, you think you've got all the knowledge to this, and then something comes along, smacks you upside the face, and you realize, holy shit, I know fuck all.
Right.
Yeah. And so now so your journey starts into a different kind of reality and what life is actually about and what the fuck's going on. Nobody knows the answer to that. Nobody knows the shape of the earth. We know what it's not, but we actually know shit. And the possibility of figuring out what is actually going on and what it actually is, I doubt anybody, could figure that out in their lifetime. But yeah. I mean, it was crazy. You look back at yourself and what a pompous fucking windbag I was. What I thought I knew it all.
Right. Hey, well, it's at least you didn't remain in that prideful state, right? That's what really matters.
Exactly. Well, that's a great way of putting it. The prideful state. But because science are some guys in white coats, and because everybody thinks they know the secrets of the universe and black holes and shit, and because it's just indoctrinated into your brain, you think suddenly that you or a learned person, but you're nowhere near it. In fact, you're like a donkey.
Right. Yeah, like before a lot of this, like I was pretty much just like an atheist. I believed in evolution, you know, like space and all that stuff. Like, oh yeah, I kind of like had a nihilistic view. Like, none of this matters. We're gonna get swallowed up into the black hole anyway. But as time went on, it's just like, okay, this idea that the human race is just this accidental chemical byproduct. That's such a different worldview compared to like the reality of it, where it's like, I mean, you know, I'm an Orthodox Christian, but regardless of whether you're a Christian, a Muslim, or if you just believe in some kind of a creator, I think it's undeniable that there is absolutely intelligence involved in all of this. So it's like humanity's not just like this sort of wild animal in the universe trying to find its own purpose. Like we're totally operating underneath a hierarchy of other beings, regardless of what you think they are. It's like our history, I don't think, is just like some kind of random by chance thing, you know?
I agree with that. Yeah, there's like just so much in that one sentence you just said there, bro. It took me a while to think about it. But and also I'm playing poker and trying to fucking win. So I won again. You know, God's on my side. Yeah, it's just guess that way. I'm gonna pause for a little second here. Right.
Yeah, I'm just working from home today, so.
Yeah, I actually got a job too that I'm working from home.
Nice.
Yeah, it's not too bad. You know, you wake up like half an hour.
Right. Yeah, actually, I officially have COVID right now, so I'm forced to work from home. I got the Rona.
My Corona. I don't know how far we're going to get into that, but the booster shots are coming shortly, so line up, people. I haven't got it myself. All my friends have got it. Everybody I know has got it. They're in the 2 jabs. Jabba dabba doos.
Over my dead body.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, definitely not.
No one is violating my sovereignty. I'll leave it at that.
I just worry about the bullshit they pull out of their ass all the time. Will that be considered child abuse down the road, or who knows what kind of things they might try and pull.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where they're not gonna anytime soon. They're not gonna mandate it for like the entire U.S., but they're just gonna make it harder and harder to live without it.
Yes, sir. I'm just gonna make your life a living hell.
Well, listen, even the normies today that I know, even normie people are saying things like, well, you know what, I don't agree with we need vaccine passports and shit like that there, but I just got it just so I can fucking go out and have a normal life or something like that there. I don't know, even normies are saying that. I mean, is anybody normie anymore? We've got the internet. But people are aware of things like flat earth. They're aware of Bibles. They're aware of bullshit and lies. They're aware of what's going on with this vaccine shit. So,
yeah, I think as time goes on, there's less of an excuse to be a normie. Like you have to eventually literally be covering your eyes and choosing not to see the truth. Like I think for a while it's excusable because like especially a lot of people who aren't like used to the internet or whatever, because like a lot of this conspiracy information, like you're never going to find that stuff just watching TV and reading books that you find like physically near you. But like as time goes on, it's really hard not to see what's happening.
And you have to ask yourself, what's the purpose of it? Why are they doing this? What's the end goal to all this?
Right.
Lockdown, stay at home, bullshit.
Have you seen that Australian newscast where the guy is like literally using the phrase New World Order?
Yeah, I think it's just for a two-class system. You know, it's going to be well, that's what's going to happen if you ask me. It's going to be, you know, people, the vaxxed and the unvaxxed, and you know, I guess it's sorry, I shouldn't say those words.
The vaxxed and the great unwashed.
Yeah.
That seems the purpose of it for some reason. I don't know. Apparently in Vietnam now you can't get into a shop to buy food unless you have a passport. So.
Wow.
You know, see the latest Jake the Asshole? You remember Jake the Asshole, right?
Yeah, he's pretty funny sometimes.
Yeah, he is. Some guy had him on a video the other day. He was calling him really obnoxious and all that there. Well, I suppose he can be, but he's a great bass player.
Oh, yeah.
You should make a band, stream on Twitch.
I'll be back in just a bit, guys. I got to attend this meeting, unfortunately.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just been so crazy how fast things have changed and how, you know, we've been studying this type of thing for a long time, and you never really thought that something like this would just take off the way it has, and it kind of boggles the mind. Like, what do they got next?
Yeah, not in my wildest dreams did I. Well, I suppose there were some of us who were saying like there's either two things going to happen in the very near future. Either there's going to be a World War III or there's going to be some kind of a pandemic thingy. I suppose some people did see that.
Yeah.
That's what I was mentioned a few times, I suppose. I think I mentioned myself once about 4 years ago. But, well, here it is. Yeah, it's incredible how fast it happened. Like people driving around in cars with masks on and shit, and you're like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Well, hey, there's more to come. I think there's more to come. We're not far away. I don't know. We're definitely near some kind of time, some kind of reset or end times or some kind of shit's coming down the pipeline.
Some major change, indeed.
It's super frustrating too when you kind of know what's going on. You warn people, you tell people. Like I told people as soon as the mask thing came around, I was like, don't do it. We have to not comply with this because X, Y, and Z is coming down the pike. And they all thought I was crazy. And now they want to resist the jab. I'm like, you guys missed that boat sailed, that ship sailed back when you didn't resist the mask. Because now the mask is a billboard for everybody when they go out as a reminder of what's going on. And now you guys want to stand up? I'm like, you thought I was crazy to begin with. You thought it was just going to be temporary.
Yeah, it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, we were just literally having this conversation just a minute ago, me and my mother and my brother. Exact same conversation. It's overwhelming.
Well, that's cool. You could do it with members of your family, bro. Honestly.
We're working on Homestead, and I'm doing my best to try and get everyone to. We're in Oklahoma right now, and trying to get everyone that's left in California. I left California years ago when I saw this coming. So yeah, I'm just trying to get everybody on the same page. It's a hell of a task.
It's not easy, man. People are so easily programmed by what that glowing box in their living room displays to them. So hard to overcome that, especially when you're close with them. They're like, oh yeah, like you know better than all the experts. It's so frustrating. Especially like I saw this coming before it even hit, right? Like I watched Event 201 prior to everything actually hitting. And I had friends in town from Germany visiting, and I told them, I was like, hey, something's going to happen. I don't know when. It's probably going to be soon, within the next couple of years. And I told him this in November of 2019. So then when this all hit, he's like, dude, how did you know what's going on? But even those same people that I told this is going to happen, I don't know when, still don't listen to me about every single thing that continues to come true. And they still think that I'm crazy for some reason.
That's
it's like
that's because the programming.
Yeah. It's like, at what point, like how many times do I have to be correct? And it's not just about me being correct. And that's not what it's about. And one of my friends is like, oh, you just want to say, told you so. I'm like, no, I don't. I don't want this stuff
I want to save you. I want to do everything I can to try and ensure your safety in the future. That's what this is all about.
Exactly. But they all just go along to get along.
Well, that's it. You just said it. That's what most people do. Just so they can avoid the aggravation and the botheration of being able to do or whatever, buy food or whatever, go out and whatever. They just, hey, just give me. That's what my friends have been saying to me. For why don't you just get the facts, man, and just fucking carry on with your lives, bro? Because they really want that in you for some reason. I'm not quite sure what it is yet, but they want that in you so badly that there's just no way it's going into my body. That's it.
It's the same people that told you previously, like, just wear the mask, man, and then we can get back to normal. And then it was, now just take this and just get the passport and just get this. And then, 17 steps down the road.
Yeah, like with barcodes and then chips in your card, and then you're used to chips now, and then how about so you don't lose it? Just put it in your hand. It's constant.
This is one of the things I always said, right? Okay, no, listen, I do believe in the Bible. I do believe in the God head, some kind of something way above us, right? But I always said to them, people will not be led kicking and screaming into this beast system or New World Order. They will be,
no, sir.
They'll be actually begging for it. Please give me it.
You got it.
Yeah, that's like when I read the book. When I first read the book, 1984, it would have been around like 1994 is when I first read 1984. And I thought about it, and I was like, there's no way that a government can take over and put cameras everywhere. And now when you think about it, it's like they don't have to. People buy them willingly. People put them everywhere willingly. Like they set up their own structure for totalitarian surveillance. We've done it all to ourselves.
Yeah, it's a genius, absolute genius.
People pay and get in line and wait hours to get that stuff. It's crazy.
It's definitely an interesting conversation. It definitely is that. Who knows where it's going?
Some sort of transhumanist type situation. Maybe not full on what we think, but it's going to be some sort of transhumanist man melded with machine.
Yeah, the integration. Yes. I agree. If you put these nanobots in your body, you'll be able to detect cancer. These glowing nanobots.
Oh, we need a little Royal Rife technology. We'll be all right.
We'll even give you a donut for installing the nanobots.
Well, hey.
Hey, they got it cheap.
Is it Krispy Kreme?
Absolutely.
I'm in.
I've heard about these Krispy Kremes. I don't think we have them yet here in Ireland, but they sound good. How did
You say you were in Ireland?
Could I sell my life away for Krispy Kreme?
Literally today, my best friend posted a picture of him getting a Krispy Kreme with his card.
No.
Yes, this is somebody that fought me the whole entire way, and I told him from Jump Street what was going to happen, and he told me that that would never take place, and now he's literally getting Krispy Kremes with his proof card.
I'm sorry to hear that.
You know what's even worse is the ones that actually do buy into it. Like I have a friend of mine that I've known my whole life, and he's kind of a cuck, and his wife kind of talked him into it. But I know he wasn't necessarily all for it. But now it's like all of a sudden he's fully invested, so he wants everyone involved. All of a sudden everyone needs to do it, and that part I don't get. Like whenever they'll become, advocates for it.
And that's the problem I see is they're going to tie this to employment. And then once people do it just to keep a job or to have food, then they're going to immediately flip on people that are resistant to it, even though they might have initially been resisted. Once they take it, they're flipped to that side. And my friend that I was talking about, I've known him literally my whole entire life. His wife is a nurse practitioner, and she got juiced when she was pregnant with her second child.
Oh my God.
It's that bad.
Well, while she was pregnant?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's a horrible idea. Like, didn't they even officially warn against that at one point?
Yes, this was very, very early on before they even warned against it. She's a nurse practitioner, and she was, one of the first people to have access to it.
Is it me, or is there something crazy going on here? There's something really strange.
Seriously, man.
I mean,
I've talked about depopulation for a long time, and this is the perfect technique for that sort of thing.
And I don't know what they're doing to people, but I have friends who work in hospitals or nurses, things like that, who will literally post stuff on their social media about just wear the mask, just take the thing, and then I hang out with them and they're not following their own advice, almost as if like they either do it just for social media or their employer is encouraging them to promote it via social media.
Oh my God. What is wrong with people, man?
The social
It's such a good opportunity to virtue signal.
I can't stand virtue signaling.
Yeah, it was a big trigger for me when people were talking about how well the health system is doing and how brave our nurses and doctors are, and how terrible this whole COVID thing is, and there's people dying in their fucking droves about it. But they were posting dance videos. I mean, is the world in such a sorry state that we got a pandemic where and the hospitals are full of people and you can't get admitted, but they have time to fucking do dance videos? They didn't look really overwhelmed to me. It didn't look like bodies were piling up in the mortuary. You know what I mean?
The propaganda machine is a very well-oiled machine, and they know exactly what they need to do.
All the way down to local events, man. Just getting, I don't know.
You have to
It's ridiculous how many like people, like how many news reports they found out like used actors. Like there's been like a couple of them I saw recently where there was a guy who was in the hospital and he was like an anti-vaxxer and he supposedly got COVID and apparently like regretted it. But then when you Googled him, he was like an actor, and that happened like twice.
Really? Yep. It's like every day. Like this rapper, this popular anti-vaxxer died from COVID, and his last words were, "Please get fucking vaccinated." And all this. It's every day.
Oh my god!
Every day, and you're looking at this and going, "Do people actually buy this shit?"
Yes, they do. But
Yes,
we
they
also,
do.
Unfortunately,
Oh my goodness!
we need to
As you
watch.
were-
We need to
as
watch
you
what
were
we're
seeing that news article got fed.
Yeah, we should probably watch it.
watch terminology that we're using.
COVID, Jabba Jabba Doo.
Yeah.
Ouchie.
Yeah, when it comes to actors, I mean, think back to the event in New York when they had the guy who was in the Harley shirt who was being interviewed on the street who said, "Oh yeah, I saw the plane and the towers came down mostly due to structural fires from office paper or whatever." He had this whole script that he read out, and even the guy, the news announcer who was cut to after they showed this interview with a quote unquote random guy on the street was like, "Hey, I know that guy. He's a cameraman." Like it was literally one of the cameramen that they gave a script to go out on the street to put forth the notion that buildings can fall due to structure fire. This was right after the event took place. I don't know if you guys have seen that.
I haven't seen that one though.
I haven't even investigated 9/11, but at this point, there's no reason to.
I seen the one with the civilians and the firemen were going, all we heard was boom, 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 and then bang, it came down.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where to find the video, but it was a guy in a Harley Davidson shirt out on the street being interviewed by the local news team, but he happened to be an actual cameraman for the news station, just posing as a random person on the street and giving the exact script of what was going to come out in the official commission report.
I do recall that, actually.
I mean, there's two types of people: those that fall for the shit and those that don't.
Think of it this way: who was the first person in the world to get the jab? First person. What was his name? Do you guys remember?
Nah.
William Shakespeare.
William Shakespeare.
Oh.
All the world's a stage.
All the people players.
Is that legit? Like the first person to get a job was William Shakespeare?
It was not
100%.
Yeah. English fella, I think.
That's what they said on the news, so it must be real, right?
Well, a full bill took it.
It's that's, I mean, just hearing that story and that name, it's like,
Seems
Is this real?
so.
right,
I'm
they put
reading.
it out there. They put the breadcrumbs for you to put the pieces together, but
Yeah.
nobody ever does.
Yeah, so reality isn't really real. This is a made up reality.
No,
Wait, are you saying Wayne
it's
Sexton
real.
is his real name?
It's just being steered. It's real. We're not in a simulation. I know every time something like that tends to happen, people say, "Oh, it must be a simulation." No, people utilize things like that in order to.
All right, I'll steer away from the simulation theory for now, but why does it happen multiple times? Like every time? I mean, like how many events have you experienced where the coincidences are just too much?
They're usually events that have been staged, and that's why those names take place and certain things take place or certain numbers appear, because for those who have eyes to see, those are indicators as to what's going on, and that this isn't reality. It's not reality presenting itself as a simulation, meaning the coincidence just happens to appear. It's intentionally put there. Signs and symbols rule the world.
Confucius? Confucius much? Yeah, but it happens a lot, bro.
It's for those that have eyes to see and ears to hear, can understand what's going on.
So I'm reading that. Sorry, I'm reading that the first man to get jabbed, William Shakespeare, dies of unrelated illness.
Serious.
This is from the BBC. So you can search this up and read for yourself. But
So he's dead now?
yeah. So this article was from the 25th of May, 2021. So. But they call him Bill. They call him Bill.
They call
William Bill.
They called him. Yeah, they called him Bill.
But if he wouldn't have gotten it, he would have died at least 3 months earlier.
Yeah, we're no doctors, so don't know what happened with him, but he's no longer, or they claim he's no longer with us. So
He also would have died without a Krispy Kreme donut.
The worst.
And when you think about it, if the world was in such dire straits, would they need the propaganda? Would they need the commercials? Would they need celebrity endorsements? Would they need all of that if the world was actually in dire straits?
That's a good question, and Dire Straits was a great 90s band, so the Sultans of Swing.
I'm still waiting for the people to drop dead in the middle of the street, like we were first told.
I think the job Rooney might help you with that in a few years.
I hope not, man. I mean, I have a lot of well-intentioned friends who have participated in that, and
yeah, same here. Parents, family.
Yep, me too.
Guess all we can do is pray.
Yeah, it's a strange world, bro. It's getting stranger by the minute.
Yeah, and you know something's about to go down when they're distracting at least this country with what's taking place in the Middle East. It's like, what is the other hand doing when we're being presented with this with the right hand? What is the left hand doing?
It's
Wouldn't
always,
be surprised at how
it's always something you can't fucking work out, bro. Just crazy shit.
And them Taliban guys are pesky. They keep showing back up when they need to. Those pesky Taliban guys.
I mean, if you had a standing army of like 100,000 people, and within 1 week you're done, what was the point? I mean, how did that happen? They had all the best equipment. They were trained. I know they couldn't do squats, but there was a lot of them, right? The Taliban just went, hello, this belongs to us. Bang. It's all fucking, it seems like it's so scripted, bro. Honest to God, like, within a week of fucking America and Britain leaving Afghanistan, the Taliban took over the entire fucking place. They were in fucking Kabul.
Yeah, it's probably intentional. We've been arming and training those people for years.
Near
30
20. Yeah, 20 years.
I just want the right to own the weapons that I paid for the Taliban to own.
So tell me again how this is not a fucking script. How it's not made up. I mean, I was watching it on YouTube this morning about the Taliban. I was like, I just switched off, bro. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's a script. It's being played out for sure. Somebody's writing the script, but it's not a simulation. It's being controlled.
It's amazing just how like preordained things can seem. Like I remember a little while ago, I was doing some research and I couldn't source it. I forget exactly what it was, but there was like a really old sci-fi novel, and it involved this guy named Elon that basically took us to Mars. And the illustration of the ship, like the rocket, it looked really similar to what was being built now. And it's just incredible to think that like they could have been planning stuff like that far ahead.
Wasn't that written by Werner von Braun?
Maybe.
Yeah, what I was going to say, P-Mac, it's the author of that is very interesting, yes.
Werner von Braun, Project Mars. But you have to think, see, all of these so-called elites, they all have maintained power. There's a reason why it's always the same families that are in power. They have generational goals, right? Most people can't think past what they're going to do for lunch today. So most people can't comprehend that they have plans that have been drawn up and are being executed that are generations long, not just.
So what are those plans? What is the end goal to those plans? What is the purpose behind those plans?
I think it depends on who you're looking at. Like, I think there's a lot of people who kind of play into that sort of New World Order movement that come from more of a scientism background. But there's also some that are more occult and satanic in nature, right? Like, who's the guy who invented the polio shots? I forget his name. But in his book, Survival of the Wisest, he talks about, like, a New World Order basically from a Darwinian materialist point of view. But then it's like, it's obvious that a lot of Freemasons and other kind of elite type of people, they're not materialists at all. They're more kind of satanic and spiritual, right? I mean, personally,
Polio guy was Dr. Jonas Salk, allegedly.
Yeah, that's his name.
Well, there was the X Factor winner who said that the Masons and other elites push atheism on the masses to basically dumb them down. But behind those doors, they don't believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it all boils down or boils up, however you look at the pyramid. It all boils up to spiritual warfare is what it ultimately comes down to. And it's not the flesh and blood that we battle against, but it's spiritual. Exactly. I mean, there are obvious people who have committed their own flesh and blood to the opposing side of the equation, and those are the people who are involved.
Yeah. There's
that's hard for people to grasp when they have an atheistic viewpoint.
Totally. there's a really interesting book by Father Seraphim Rose. He was like an Orthodox monk and an author, and he wrote a book called Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future. And he talked a lot about kind of the new world order and how like he thinks there's going to eventually sort of be like a new one world religion. And I think there's a lot of valid points that aliens and UFOs are going to play a big part in ushering that in. Like kind of presenting demonic, presenting these gods sort of like aliens.
Do you think this might have happened before?
Yeah, I mean, I think it happened with Babylon, right? A long time ago.
Yeah. So it's going to happen again, whether we like it or not.
Right.
So think of it this way, in a predictive programming type of way. We've been seeded with the idea of ancient aliens, right, for a very long time. So when they do propose that, and they do come back, and they come and they say they come in peace, they're going to say that they were the ones that initially seeded this planet, and people are going to believe it. And that's when the rule, or their rule, out in the open starts. At least that's my opinion.
Out in the open, that's going to be scary biscuits, bro. Like for everybody to see, whether you accept it or not.
Well, there's days like there will be a day when the devil openly walks into human history. Not just controlling it from the sidelines. Or not controlling, I should say, but influencing it.
I can't wait for that day, actually. Because then I'll become a full-blown Christian.
Oh, are you on the verge, man?
Yeah, I'm on the verge of... yeah. Well, yeah, okay. Not really.
I was a verge too, man, but I was looking at the book of Daniel and whatnot, and to me, a lot of that prophecy stuff just confirms it.
Well, I like to think of it as some kind of purpose, like why we're here, because our life is very fleeting, very short. There must be some reason to it. I think we're kind of, should I say, blessed to be living in these times, because these are the times where you're actually going to be presented with the offer of buy and sell, or some kind of Messiah that's going to come that you can see right through. Then you're going to be presented with whether you're going to, do you want to go along to get along, or do you just want to like say, nah, fuck you, and then they just, whatever they're going to do, I don't know what they're going to do, but
right.
I think that's what we're coming toward. They're going to get rid of people, the independent thinkers, people who kind of can see through the deception. Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, Ryan, when you're talking about Daniel 2:43, going back to the transhumanism thing, that's where he talks about iron mixed with clay. In my opinion, that's kind of a transhumanist type vision that he had.
Well, transhumanism is, sort of based on becoming more than human, more than, what God made us to be, or more than, the limitations of our humanity. It does have a bit of a rebellious element into it, some of these ideologies, feminism, telling women that they could be more than women even. Transgenderism saying you can be more than just your gender, or transhumanism saying you can be more than human.
I think that's crazy talk, though. Most people accept it today as normal. I think life is just getting more and more fucking absurd. And if you can accept the absurdity of it all, then there's something wrong with you. Yeah, if you know what I mean. I mean, you can't even tell what fucking gender you are. Dude, just look down.
Well, if there are no limits, then by extension, nothing is absurd. We're going to go into some pretty unusual territory as these walls are broken down and the boundaries are pushed more and more toward the cliff.
Yeah.
Yeah, in modern philosophy and worldview, there's no objective reference for morality, so it's all just relative anyway, according to,
Do what the will should be the whole of the law.
We're being challenged to define the limits and to push things as far as we possibly can, which is kind of contradictory. If are we gonna establish limits on this, or are we just gonna keep going until it breaks down? Are we even gonna stop then?
Yeah, it's amazing how, like, when Netflix released Cuties, that movie with the children, a lot of people were outraged by it. But, like, you would think that would cause more of a stir, but now everyone's just forgotten about it, and most people probably haven't deleted their Netflix accounts over it.
They use it like research and development. They're like, okay, we went a little far this time, so we gotta, recategorize our strategy a little bit, or re-strategize. We got to teach these kids a bit more Marxism, a bit more relativism. Yeah. We got to wait for these parents to die out, and maybe in 30 years, cuties won't even be a thing.
That's true. That's true. 30 years from now, you won't even recognize the world you're born into. It'd be nothing. Like, if you could project yourself 30 years from now, you'd probably be glad you never fucking seen the world that's going to develop from whatever the hell is going on here.
Well, that's why they have progressivism. Progressivism, this idea that things are just going to keep better and we can leave the past behind like it's garbage, makes you discount the parents, discount the old heads that, had traditions and said, hey, 50 years ago, it wasn't like this. They were like, oh, newer is always better. Forget about the past. Forget about your parents. Forget about tradition. Forget about any sort of, eternal truth of any sort.
A purely material world.
The world that's here and now.
Yeah.
And when people believe in evolution, they just adopt that mindset much more easily, too. Because to them, it's like, oh, that's just how the universe works. Like, not only has the human race been advancing, but in the end, life has just been doing nothing but evolving and advancing.
Well, people don't always work out the implications of their ideas or their logic. They're just like, oh, evolution seems nice, but you don't, see what other mindsets evolution kind of asks you to kind of, take in turn, thinking that things are always going to get better no matter what, when that may not quite be the case.
Well, here's the three things that made me think about where we are today. And it's very simplistic, and you probably would agree with it. When somebody said to me one day, Paul, what is evolution? It's a theory. What is the Big Bang? It's a theory. What is the Big Bang evolution and what was all of them? Shit. But they were all theories. Everything was a theory. So if you can't prove anything, so subjectively you have to. Okay, maybe I'm rambling now. I'll shut up.
It's all relativism, like moral relativists,
Gravity,
right?
so yeah, gravity, evolution, Big Bang. It's all fucking theory. So you're saying it hasn't been proven?
Can we take a quick time out and see if there's any new people on here who think they live on a ball or silly like that? We can go back to speculation about black pilling or whatever y'all are doing.
Sure, Dave.
All right, back to speculation. Go.
Well, I mean, the cult of self actualization, as I call it now, this idea that you can do anything and be anything. The only thing that's limiting you is you and your dreams and what you can actualize in your own mind. It sounds nice on paper, but what are we going to do? I mean, I'm a man. What do I do when I'm free not to be a man anymore? What am I going to do? I mean, I'm going to need guidance. People, can't just be out there floating. We try to make our own boundaries and our own rules, and it just turns into chaos. People are like, well, what are we going to do?
Think for yourself.
I mean, we need to be free to do something. That's where duty comes in. I've got all this freedom. Okay, well, what am I going to do? What am I free to do? What does my freedom accomplish now that I can just actualize anything that I want? What am I going to do?
But are we really free?
I think it works together. We have to be free to do something, free, hopefully, to accomplish something, free to help each other out, free to do something. That's where we're free, but kind of chained to duty and,
So free will is a thing.
Right, but people have been clouded by the fact that we think that man knows better, right? And we follow man's law, not God's law.
Yeah, and if you're born into a world where you're not, no matter how much you try, it indoctrinates you with a certain way of thinking about things. How are you free? Are you supposed to find out that you're not actually free? That maybe you should think outside the box. Maybe you're not a spinning ball. Maybe I don't know. Fucking rambling again.
This thing seems so chaotic.
You're free to do as you're told by the authorities, sir.
That's what we're free to do.
I love Dave. Dave's good, man.
Things seem so chaotic and horrible now, but there's hope in that. Like, if you believe in God, I think the only reason God's allowing all this to happen is to give a testing period for the beings that he created with free will. Like the angels had their testing, and there was the fall, and the human fall happened, and now we're all being tested too. And one day, eventually, the weeds will be separated from the tares, right? And a new kingdom will be established, and things will be different. And no longer have all these crazy occult evil people ruling the world.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
How about parade?
What was that?
How about parade?
The raid.
Raid?
Pride for flat Earth.
Right. Yeah, you have to be flat Earth to understand shit, right?
No, let's go out and with like a pride, But this case, it's flat Earth pride.
Yeah, there's only two things you need to understand to figure out what's going on, or to have a basis to figure out what's going on. One is what you are. The second one is where you are. If you don't have no idea of what those are, you have no chance. You understand what I'm saying?
No.
Well, okay. There's only two things that you need to start from a point of trying to understand what the hell is going on here. As number one is what you are. Like, we could be a biological machine, possibly. We could be indoctrinated. We could have a soul, etc., etc. And the second thing is where you are. So if they're hiding where you are, right, they've hit that pretty well. And what you are, they've also hit that pretty well. Because most people believe in big bangs, big dinosaurs, big fucking all kinds of shit happening. So they've already there's a block on their conscience. So they don't understand what they are, and they don't understand where they are. So where are they?
Nobody knows.
Yes,
They know.
wherever they want you to be. They can just make shit up as they go along.
They're delusional.
Yes.
I know that story about that story is telling you if you don't know where you are, that means that you don't know anything.
Exactly.
And that's the sad fact is that we have to live with is that everybody else is delusional. Never thought it could be possible, but here it
That
is.
is fact, man. That is only fact, nothing else. If you don't know where you are, you don't know anything then, because you don't know where you are.
But it's a very important part of trying to understand what the fuck's going on. So if you can block everybody up from that, then you're never going to get to the next stage, right? So if everybody thinks they're on a spinning ball, you're fucked, basically.
Yeah.
You're never going to find the truth.
Yeah, because
that's so far away from the truth.
If you believe in globe, you will never find the truth. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's a very clever manipulation of the human mind.
But if you look into the globe, maybe you will stop to believe in the globe.
True.
Okay, because there is no globe. In nature, that's the killing stuff. Whatever you do, the nature will present you like it's presenting all this time. Blood and sexuality.
They put us in a la la land, and a land of make believe. It isn't actually real, so therefore now they have the ability to fucking make everything else make shit up.
Don't know what's happened because we didn't think about that. And we started to think about that. And not only like when we put our senses into that, there is problem.
Yeah, people started to think about it at bars and right?
Because if I look myself, I didn't think about that for the 45 years. I didn't think about that.
Exactly.
And I always was suspicious about everything, but that thing I never. And it was so easy to go out on balcony and to realize some things. Only that.
So what kind of mindfuckery is that, bro? What kind of mindfuckery is that? That the entire world believes they're living in a spinning ball, nobody questioned it for fucking hundreds of years? What kind of mindfuckery is that? How fucking complete is that fucking mind control?
And then you have all kind of controls what you want.
Exactly. And you could inject anything into it, say other things about black holes and asteroids and all kinds of shit. And everybody goes, yeah, that's probably true, yeah. No, it's not. That's just you adding more shit to the fire.
It's also easy. You watch 1 or 2 or 3 documentaries about space, anything, choose any planet, and you only ask the question, how the fuck they realize this, and that, and this, and that's the point.
Yeah, it blows my mind, man. It actually puts you in a position where you think that you know everything because you believe, black holes and all other kinds of shit that people just spout out at you, and then you realize that that's probably an impossible. That's probably not happening. But like you said, for 45 years, 50 years, where am I now? 54. So for like 48 years of my life, I believe the entire thing was an actual reality, as actual. But it's not. It's a pile of bullshit.
But if you want to go to space and you have all that NASA outbound and everything, and you realize that you cannot go out, what you will do? You will tell people, or you will
probably tell people.
Yeah, you. But this was NASA and government and whatever, blah blah blah. They went with the rockets, whatever. They put some rockets up. That's true. We know that. But if they know that with that, they realized that it's closed system, now they will say, okay, we cannot go to space because there is a container. That means the God maybe exists and blah, blah, blah.
I suppose what I'm trying to say is it's so easy to put people into a fucking completely different reality than is the actual reality. And they've done that very well. I suppose that's what I'm trying to say. And so we are so easily fucking fooled. But our pride and our ego will be say, no, that's not possible. But it is actually possible because we are actually living on something right now that 90% of the world thinks is a reality. But it's not true.
99.
Okay.
No, bro, you guys don't know the statistics. You guys are speculating again. Sorry, excuse me just for a second. You guys are speculating. They did away with the Google Analytics. And what they do is they like to present this false reality again, that everybody thinks this or thinks that. But I keep running into people in real life who know that, we've been lied to.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So 90% or?
You don't know. It could be 90% another way. You haven't done any surveys, have you?
No, I haven't. You're right, Hank. So it could be 80%. I don't know. I'm malleable. You can, could be up or down. I don't know. But what are we living on? What do most people think we're living on?
I just wanted to say that if you can dig a hole, you are more accomplished than a NASA scientist. And you are more educated also because now you know about the properties of the earth. And if you dig a hole, at least you can plant a tree or do something. A NASA scientist has been bullshitting the entire population for years and years. So you're more accomplished if you can dig a hole than a NASA scientist. Feel proud of yourself.
I'm something of a scientist myself.
Well, they may or may not go up into space beyond the firmament dome. They may or may not go into firmament space beyond the dome. But they do send up rockets that appear to go up curve and maybe go toward Antarctica, deliver a payload over there or whatever they're doing.
Yeah, I'm saying that, but they are first who realize that we have a whatever you want to call,
Yep. And everybody here has the same medical degree
Who
as
realize
Gil
that
Bates.
because they realize that. They know that. They cannot be that they don't know that. Are you people
Be
kidding?
proud of your medical degree. You have the same one as Gil Bates. You know more about medicine or health.
How much you know about oceans and under oceans? 5-10%?
I don't have an under ocean degree, but I would say we know about like 10%.
Fuck. I will expect at least 50.
I mean, I suppose what I'm saying is that if it takes a bunch of people 200 years to convince everybody else that they're living on a spinning ball, water ball, then anything is possible, right?
Yep.
And the globe is the underpinning of all anti-God philosophies.
They made Einstein, I think, also.
Good point.
It's like a made character for me. This is only my opinion. Einstein is like I cannot imagine that we have only one intelligent human being in one time of, I don't know, from 1,000 till now 1,900 till I don't know, 45 years. We have Einstein. We have, I don't know, 4 billion people and we have Einstein, and that's it. But that's not true.
I wouldn't be surprised if guys like Stephen Hawking were just like actors.
Yeah, we have like in history like a four most intelligent: Tesla, Stephen Hawkins, and Einstein, and I don't know, maybe who is the fourth one, and that's it. We didn't have other intelligent people, who are intelligent. You can say a Nobel Prize or blah blah blah, but this is for me stupid to have.
I don't know. George Washington Carver was pretty intelligent. He saved an industry, invented 101 ways to use the peanut.
Who was that? Sorry.
I believe his name was George Washington Carver, a black man.
Larry Flint was intelligent.
Did you say Larry Flint?
No, he didn't. I don't know what he said, but if he said that, I'm going to have to mute him for an hour. Maybe someone to call me.
Hugh Hefner was very intelligent. All right, sorry.
Seize him! He said Hugh Hefner was intelligent. We'll have to get a trial going. I need 12 volunteers for a jury. What are we going to do with this man? He said Hugh Hefner was intelligent, liable, and there.
What's up? I just step away there. So I suppose what we're trying to say here is if you can figure out that what they're telling you is a lie, where you're living is a lie, everything else is possible, right? I mean, it just opens doors to everything.
And the reverse is, if you believe the lie about the shape of the earth, then you'll believe just about anything else.
Yeah, exactly. So you're knowledgeable. They can tell you about black holes. They can tell you about this guy, ever-expanding universe and all kinds of crack. Or stuff, sorry. That isn't actually real. And you just go, yeah, well, that's true, yeah, that's true, yeah.
Yeah, like think about the theories that they come up with, like the inflationary theory. You heard this? The inflation theory?
No.
Okay, so the problem is that after the Big Bang, space is flat. You've heard that before, right?
Yeah.
So how does an expanding universe, expanding in all directions, create flat space? That's a good one, right? Well, they say that the inflationary theory, the space expanded faster than the speed of light. Now, don't get me wrong, particles didn't, but the emptiness expanded faster than the speed of light, and that's what caused space to be flat.
So it's
you believe that?
Yeah,
it's a theory.
Yeah, okay. Hey, we're right back where we started. Everything's a fucking theory.
And that's why space is flat. The flat spacers.
You know, I prefer to stick to what I can prove. So if I can prove one thing, then that's basically reality as we can prove it.
But the anti-flurfers say that you can't prove anything, right? Because not even science proves things.
Yes, he says that. Science doesn't prove anything. Okay, the whole purpose for science is to prove shit. That's why it's called science. Like, okay, I suppose I'm. All right, right here is. Double slit experiment, for example. Back in the 50s and 60s, right? Interference pattern, no pattern, blah, blah, blah. Only when observed did it. Oh, sorry, okay, cut the shit. Go ahead. Talk, Bar.
And that experiment's a funny one, right? Because the double slit experiment, what it proved was that a knower of the Witch path information collapses the wave function. Their interpretation, light is both a particle and a wave. It's a duality.
Yes.
How did they get that from that? How did it's a wave function? I mean, that's a leap, right? I think they just wanted to add that little bit at the end, or, just adding it on, right? That it's both a particle and a wave, so that nobody asks the question, because this is how it should go. The knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function. Hold the phone. How does the light know that there's a knower? That's where it should go, right? It should go into more questions instead of, I don't know, let's just make some shit up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But how does that happen?
Well, if you take the work from the double slit experiment and the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, you take that work and you add it to that Japanese guy who froze the water with love and hate on the two jars. And you combine those two experiments together, you might start to believe that we have like this ability to create reality in the three-dimensional world. Oh wait, we do. We do have the ability to manipulate things. That's why people bless their food and pray over their water, right? Because what's in food? Water.
Okay. All right. But okay, the double slit experiment wasn't done with water. It was done with the protons through two slits.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So they shot in the old days. They shot one through one, and they just shot. It'll decide which one to go through. And these days they can do it with laser. And what you would expect when observed is a wave pattern, right? Or a slits pattern. So, but okay. But if you don't have something observing it, it behaves completely different. So we do have okay, all right. That's just my understanding of it. It's nothing to do with water.
Right, but if we can affect the behavior of light just by knowing, even if the scientist records it on a computer and doesn't actually look, and he goes back and he looks 30 years later, it's still going to collapse the wave function because there was a camera there. And the camera was watching the light photons and trying to figure out. So, once again, my question is, how does the light know that there's a camera or a knower?
Yeah, so I suppose what my point is that observers create reality. So if we weren't observing reality, if there was nobody left on Earth that didn't have a brain, would life still exist? Would the Earth still be here?
I think the light would exist. It would just be a wave continually in the wave function, not actually a wave. It wouldn't
continue
act like
wave.
A part of it.
Yeah.
That's a speculation, of course. I have no way of proving that. What if the bird was the knower? I don't know. We haven't done that experiment yet.
Have you ever heard of Thomas Campbell, Hank?
No, bro. Show me.
I'll get it for you now.
There is no duality to light. It's not a wave and a particle. FYI. It's definitely not a particle. I think that what they call the photon is what J.J. Thomson called 1 unit of dielectric induction, maybe, when he was talking about the oh man, I can't remember it now. But if you try to imply that what light is a wave is what something does. So a wave of what through what? That's what most people don't think about when they say, oh, light is a wave. Well, a wave is something that some medium does. Water is not a wave. Water does wave.
Yeah, I'm completely on board with you. That's why I gave a little caveat that, it's not a particle and wave duality. Like, that's the part that they added as part of the interpretation of the experiment to get people arguing over, what is light? Just like Einstein got people arguing over what is space-time, right? We should cut off their silly, ad hoc theories after the experiment. We should just look at the data, right? And the data says that the knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function. So that leads me to ask, and this isn't a statement, obviously, I'm not adding to the experiment, I'm asking, how does the light know to turn off the wave function? How does the light know that there's a knower?
It's like the light has a consciousness.
I mean, that could be one of the answers that that question leads you to. But can you think of another answer? Light has consciousness?
Without consciousness, there was no light.
Yeah, I think it was Tesla that said, or at least explained, light as a sound wave in the ether, the same way that you don't actually emit sound. What you do is you set up a perturbation of the air, creating a waves within the air, compressions and rarefactions of air, which somebody else's ear interprets those compressions and rarefactions of the air as sound, but you don't actually emit sound itself. You're just perturbating or agitating the air itself. So light is the same as that, but the medium in which it is agitating is the ether. Einstein's theory of relativity and the Lorentz contraction, all of that was set up to eliminate the ether from people's conscious mind, and to think that light can be a particle and a wave, which it is not. The whole thing was a distraction away from the ether. The ether is the medium in which light travels.
This is really hard to explain.
Okay, how do I validate that?
Yeah,
can you remove the ether and show me that was
ether? Well, the ether, that's the thing. It is ether is basically
information.
The background of the universe. I guess you could say the background of everything that we know in existence is within the medium of the ether. So, like, most scientists can't explain why light will slow down through glass and then speed back up when it exits, right? Because nothing else does that. If it was a material thing, if it was a particle, like any particle you shoot, let's say you shoot it through a thicker medium like a gel, you shoot a particle through that gel, not immediately speed back up to the same exact speed that it had entering the gel. Conservation of momentum. Right? But light does, because the medium of the ether is permeating everything.
So I don't disagree with you. I think that the refraction that happens through glass and the light speeding back up again, it totally disproves like Newtonian physics, right? Every action is equal and opposite reaction. What is the equal and opposite reaction that speeds the light back up? And, the Globers will say that, a photon is massless, therefore it can speed back up again. Right? But still, I have to, wonder if light is just traveling through mediums, and that's what's affecting the speed, and things sink and rise due to the medium. And when they get dropped from high altitude where there's very little atmosphere, and they slow down when they reach terminal velocity while passing through the atmosphere, so the atmosphere is the resistance. How do we isolate the ether in the same way so that we can, say that, well, there's no ether in the middle of this object, that's why it doesn't pass through lead, or maybe it does, just not very much.
But that's kind of the conundrum, right? We can't necessarily isolate the ether because the ether is basically everywhere all around us.
Well, yeah, but then that means you can't assert its existence in such a sort of rigorous fashion. I think that's sort of what Hank's saying, effectively.
Yeah, I'm asking you to say that you're speculating.
Basically.
It's another theory.
Right. No, I don't disagree with you guys at all. It is speculation. But when you look at like Ares' failure, right? When you look at that experiment, it was basically proving that the ether has a drift.
Yeah, in relation to the shape of the Earth, and yes, he did.
At the very least, the Earth was not moving. The stars were moving. In ether, waters above, at the very least, they're moving while the Earth is motionless and at rest.
And so I bring you back to the shape of the Earth. If you figured out that they're lying to you about the shape of the Earth and where you live, what else makes sense?
Right.
Why?
Works, you have no way to harness the energy that is all around us.
So this is why flat Earth is so good, because it opens a whole other bag of frogs. It's like, I mean, it's like if one thing is a fugazi, then everything can be a fugazi. But anything can also be true. It all depends on how you see it and how much you can prove it. If you can prove to me the ether, I'll believe in it. But I actually am a proponent and a believer of the ether. I think there is something around us. But I can't prove it, so I'm not going to fucking tell people that I can prove that there is such a thing.
Right. No, it's a tough thing to do. It would be like if we were all fish that could not get high enough or close enough to the surface, right? Like we were deep sea creatures that couldn't survive high enough in the water table. How could you prove that water existed?
Right. You have to become a direct realist.
Yeah, but
it's a very
can change the medium though. The fish can jump out of the water and come back. And I get that you're saying there's a ceiling to this,
right? But what I'm saying is like a deep sea fish, right? So a fish that cannot survive, like when you pull, like I go deep sea fishing, and when I pull a grouper up, that grouper's stomach is sticking out of its mouth because the way that fish is constructed, it cannot survive.
Its muscles are forced toward, the pressure on the muscles keep them in alignment and equilibrization of the body, right? You lower the pressure, you start to invert, of course.
So what I'm saying is it's a very hard thing for a fish at the bottom of the sea to eliminate the water to prove its existence. That's just an analogy that I'm trying to use.
No, yeah, it makes sense. I'm just saying that the issue is if we assert this as, a form of something that's validated. Well, I agree more, because I feel like it's tantamount then to saying, dark matter, it exists. It's just that we can't get to that medium, right? I prefer to look at the ether as something that's an explanation of the things that, we cannot test or see. That it's a truth, but it's a truth that's outside of the realm of provability almost at times. Well, not at times, sorry, but I do actually think you're correct that people were thinking in this fashion of the ether at a certain time, and it would follow effectively that it would be a good business decision for the power companies if there is a sort of again, if there were mechanisms that could have been created that would take away from marketing of energy and investment towards certain forms of energy at that time, it would follow that you would want to remove the thing that would be the sort of train railway toward those discoveries if you understood that would be the thing that would happen. So that does make sense in essence, but yeah.
Yeah, because it's like everybody understands that light is a wave, but when we talk about light as a wave, it has to be a medium, something that is actually compressing and rarefacting to create that wave. And we know that we can basically eliminate the air and light will still travel through it. So we know it's not the air. It's kind of like we can deduce what it is not. But when you're talking about an ethereal, energetic background of the universe, it's I don't know a way to remove that from the equation.
Is light eternal? That's kind of light eternal. That's kind of things that kind of drew me to Flat Earth too. And like I thought about it for a little second. I went, hang on a minute. So you're telling me that there's a light, right, that's been traveling for 100,000 million light years that suddenly met my eye. It's been traveling through all the dark matter and all the dark shit and all the fucking planets and everything, right? And suddenly I can see it. And I thought to myself, is that real? Is light eternal? Does it actually? No, it's not possible. It's absolutely not possible. Light cannot travel for 100,000 million light years through fucking space around asteroid belts and systems to meet my eye. So, people would say, like, see the light you're seeing now? Yeah, that's probably dead already. That's crazy.
Okay, but here's the thing. We know that the inverse square law, right, is one of those mathematical laws, and the fact that it's called a law, which means it probably happens every time. So every time you double the distance, the intensity of the signal source drops 4 times. So let's say it's at 10, right? If you take it a foot out, right, then it's going to be, drop 4 times. And then 2 feet out, it's going to drop 4 more times. But it never actually gets to 0. It might be 0.00000000000, but it never actually goes to 0, according to the law. Now, I don't know if that's true. That was just what the Globers used to say, that light never stops. It goes forever. But it doesn't go forever at the same signal strength.
That's absolutely ridiculous. There's so many things that block light. There's so many things that stop light. That's just ridiculous. To think that light is infinite, that's just ridiculous. I mean,
look at the bottom of the sea. Is the bottom of the sea lit up during the day?
Say that again?
Is the bottom of the sea lit up during the day?
No. Is there any light in the bottom of the sea?
Oh, it's light.
Not visible light, but I'm assuming that there is light down there.
There is light down there, of course.
Right. So here we have just an ocean, right? Just an ocean and earth, right? That the sun's shining, but that sunshine never reaches the bottom of the ocean. They're in pure darkness, right? Now, that's just on Earth. That's just water and earth and atmosphere and shit like that there. But this shit has come from fucking thousands of million light years ago. Really?
Yeah, no, those light sources
are the ocean. Just sort of illustrates what Hank's talking about with the square law thing. There probably is some form of ambient light, the levels that we cannot detect. We have certain fish effectively that take in light in different ways, right? And they're able to sort of utilize it, the ambience of the light that we can't really detect. Huh?
They live in pure darkness. Pure.
Yeah, I know it's purely dark down there. I'm just saying that.
No light there, bro.
They're still getting the energy, right? So when you think of the electromagnetic spectrum, we have what we call visible light. Everything on that spectrum is still a form of light. Everything.
Everything?
Everything on the electromagnetic spectrum is a form of light, yes.
Oh, okay, you're right there. But there's no light in there, bro.
But Huey, Sorry, Palm Racer says that light is not electric or magnetic, that it's a particle. So is my cell phone emitting particles out of my pocket? That's the argument that makes me like wonder, if the ether theory isn't the better theory.
Yep.
But there's the photoelectric effect, which shows evidence of photons. But what if it's not evidence of photons? What if it's been interpreted as evidence of photons, and it's actually evidence of like electromagnetic craters, like you would see like shock craters in the electric universe theory, causing the craters on the surface of the moon?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, what I want to say, what we call the photon. I'll have to go look back up exactly how J.J. Thomson explains what an electron is. But the only way that the electron is measured is when it's knocked free, right? So he calls the electron 1 unit of dielectric induction or something like that, but it's not an actual particle itself. It's the energy, I guess you could say, in the same way that there's a bunch of energy in a cloud and then eventually it strikes into lightning, which is the discharge, right? And what is being picked up for electron discharge is the same as what's being picked up in light that we call a photon. It's like a discharge.
As long as there's no fucking theory in front of it, I'll be fine.
Don't stop. Be quiet. So I think we need to reevaluate these experiments, and we need to chop off the explanation of the scientists who interpret the results, and we need to just start posting the results and talking about that. I think we need to get rid of the blah, 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 right? And we just need to look at the datums, the data, whatever you call it.
Datums sounds good. So, in the depths of the oceans, do you get light?
Well, there's heat down there.
What?
And some of it could come from the earth, right? And some of it could come from the top, right?
So, bats in a cave, do they live on light? Like there's absolutely no light. It's just pure dark. Is there light in there? Blah, blah, blah. Man, this is crazy, man. I mean, there's a light in fucking darkness. It's like completely dark. There's no fucking light. It's somehow somebody thinks...
Think about the cave. I'm sorry, bro.
Go ahead, bro.
Well, you mentioned the cave, and I took a minute to think about it. When you first go in, you can still see the paintings on the walls. But the further you get in, the light is bouncing less and less, especially if it's a material like coal or dark dirt, right? But if it's like white and shimmery, like granite, then you can go in further under the same type of cave with the same diameters and the same.
Okay, Hank, that's a little bit blah blah blah. So, if you're living in the bottom of the ocean where there's absolutely no light and fishes develop things that are not light, is there light in the bottom of the ocean where there's absolutely no light? Do photons still get to the bottom of the ocean?
I think they do, but it's not as many.
What do you think they do? Can you prove it?
Well, I'm about to go search, so I'm going to go on mute for a minute.
Hey, you go ahead. I don't think there's any light there, bro. That's the whole reason why there's no light there. Anyway, it doesn't matter. That just kind of threw me off a little bit. Where somebody said that there could be light in the bottom of the ocean, but there's no fucking light. Where creatures are fucking living without light, and they're like, like white as rats, and use all kinds of other ways to fucking get their prey. There's no light.
Who said there was light at the bottom of the ocean? I mean, there's probably a little bit that leaks through, but as far as visible light, there's little to nothing.
Bro, there's no light in the darkest depths of the ocean or a cave. There's no light.
Right. But who said
you
that
might
there
be
was?
missing? No, you might be missing the point, because that's exactly how light works through the atmosphere as well. It's just the rate of extinction.
Right. So yeah. So it's extinct. It doesn't exist anymore in the bottom of the ocean.
Meaning over a flat plane, no, it wouldn't fucking be bright everywhere. Duh.
I swear, bro. Fucking calm down. Yeah, I think Hank said that light will still exist in the darkest depths of no light. So I'm just trying to figure out how it happens where there's no light.
Yes, according to the inverse square law. I'm not saying visible light, right? I'm saying that there is a very low amount of light at the bottom of the ocean.
There's no light there, bro.
Well, that's yet to be seen. I haven't been down there.
Well, is it like mind games or head games or what the fuck you playing, bro? There's no light.
Sorry.
There's no light there.
Is it a natural law or is it a mathematical law?
Okay.
The inverse square law.
Anyway, I'll finish now, right? But it does not exist. There is no light in the deepest, darkest depths of the ocean. There is no light. There's nothing. It doesn't matter how you fucking phrase it. What you think there is. There's no light.
Have you been down there to confirm this, or are you just speculating?
That's a very good question.
How much UV is down there? Do you know?
What exactly is light as well? Have you answered that one yet?
How much UV is around after the sun is set?
All right.
I mean,
There's
what's
light.
the point?
There's light down there.
I mean, I was saying earlier that everything on the electromagnetic spectrum is technically light. We just have a small band, which we call visible light. Everything else on that spectrum is still light.
Oh, I get it now. So would actually be light down there?
Now when there is light on other spectrums that we can't check.
Yeah.
When it's dark.
Yeah, I get it.
But it should be blocked. But it should be blocked by physical Earth curve. Then what?
And like you said, there's that organic light called bioluminescence. So creatures start to create their own light. And maybe there's types of light that we simply are not registering with our devices.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I get it.
Because there's life there.
Yeah, okay. There's light.
To Hank, that inverse square law of light, the way that I understood it was that you need to know the total distance, and then it works about kind of like that paradox where if I was going to punch a wall and then I always halved the distance, I could never touch the wall because my fist, even when it's like 0,0000, you still got to divide it, which means there's still a distance between my fist and the wall. The way I saw the inverse square law of light being calculated, like with moonlight, was that you took the total distance of the moon, 238,000, and then you halved it and you doubled the lumens, and then you halved that distance again and doubled and halved and halved and halved. So I'm not sure if it's just like you were saying, for every meter there's a squaring function, if it's just generic that it can go on for infinity like that, or whether it's got to start with the known distance that the light travels and then it's a halving function. But that might be to determine lumens. So I might be confused here.
So what people are saying to me is, even though there's no light, absolutely no light that we can see or measure, there's still light.
Yeah, I may have said it wrong on accident. So
no.
The equation works like this. You have to know the signal strength, and you have to know the distance. and you can calculate the amount of signal strength you're going to get with those known things. So every time you double the distance, it goes down 4 times the signal strength. And if you're getting closer, like you're driving towards your radio station, every time you half the distance, it gets 4 times stronger.
That just sounds like fucking scientific gobbledygook to me, bro.
Well, I think it's a mathematical law, so it may be just what we use that's good enough for us to build, towers.
Yeah, the easiest way to visualize it is think about an A4 piece of paper.
Okay.
And then when you double the distance, it's now 4 A4 pieces of paper below it. So whatever signal strength you had at the single A4 piece is now spread across 4 sheets of A4 pages. And that's how it's diminishing by a square function, because it's always the footprint that it was is now, it needs to cover 4 times that footprint.
In order to make light.
And as the light travels or is inducted.
Yeah.
So you kind of like imagine a flashlight. When you hold the flashlight right against a wall, it's very bright and it makes like a very bright circle. And as you move that flashlight further and further, the amount of light, the quality of that light diminishes drastically.
And what happens? What happens when you get there and there's no fucking light?
Yeah, no visible light.
And you were right, Solar, by calling it an induction. In my opinion, there is no such thing as a speed of light. It's a rate of induction.
Why am I talking to people on the flat earth server with my fucking light? No, the earth's not flat. It's like science fucking taking over our brains. What the hell's going on?
Well, there's no.
Sounds like a question you want to ask yourself, though, isn't it? Like,
do you have a problem with science, aka knowledge or methods therein that you would apply to achieve some known factor? You have a problem with that? You have a problem with logic? You have a problem with philosophy? Do you, P-Mac?
I might. I mean, what the hell, bro?
Well, you can be a goldfish or whatever you'd like to be. I don't know. No one's stopping you.
Yeah, I mean, PMAC, you can take the information that people are giving you and say, oh, maybe I don't know a lot about this subject. Let me go ahead and study it a little bit further and see what conclusions I come to. I mean, it's as simple as that.
I did. Yeah, I believe that. That's good. I'll take that.
Can I ask a question?
No.
All right.
All right, go ahead.
Can you explain further on light being working through induction? I don't know what that exactly means.
Yeah, it's a rate of induction.
But what is induction?
Do you know what induction is?
No.
That's why he's asking you.
It's a transfer rate. Like, think about it like you got a flow of energy, right? And the energy flows really good through copper, but not as good through aluminum. Or maybe really good through gold, but not as good through aluminum or copper.
It's all in the action, bro.
I mean, that makes sense because light, they had said that it works different under different mediums, like in water or like in oxygen or so on.
It changes the rate of induction based on the medium.
Yeah, there's light in the bottom of the ocean.
But we can't describe a speed at it? Like give it a speed?
Well, there is no speed of light, right? They just say that the speed of light in a vacuum is this, but the speed of light underwater is not that. And through glass, it's not that. Through an atmosphere, it's not that. So I don't know why they try to pretend like it's a constant. When obviously, it varies.
Yeah, plus it's begging the question of what light is.
I was just about to say it's begging the question fallacy, just like gravity is when they say gravity is a constant, except when you drop shit from air to water. I was just about to make that connection.
So the classical definition of induction is the process or action of bringing about or giving rise to something. So it's not a traveling. And one of the best visualizations that I've ever had is if you take a piece of rope and two people hold the ends of the rope, and then the one person starts creating that wave pattern in the rope where you shake the rope up and down, and then it creates like that wave that appears to travel to the other person, but it's an induction through the rope. So it's giving rise to the impression of movement, but it's how many times you shake that rope up and down that will determine whether you get lots of tight waves, or if you only shake it up and down once, you'll get one long wave that just moves through the rope once.
So what is a photon?
Well, I disagree with the whole idea that light is a photon.
Yeah, there's no such thing.
All right, okay, fair enough. But I'm just asking, man.
In terms of the fact that light displays both wave-like and photon-like properties. Now, if something displays something like properties, it doesn't necessitate that it is that. It's just displaying that type of property. But our limited minds as humans, we want to categorize and name things.
Like how a TV displays an image or a hologram displays an image. It's not actually a solid, tangible thing.
So it's a fugazi. It's a made up.
So
it's
made up. Think of it this way: if it's a bunch of particles that are being shot at a speed from point A to point B, you would have to have particles that would fall off of that, like actual physical particles that would fall off at the basically the inverse square law, right? So the person who discovered what we call quote unquote electrons is a guy named J.J. Thomson. And what he described the electron as is, what he says an electron is a, let me read it here.
Vibrating. I'm going to guess it's vibrating at the start.
He described the electron as the terminal end of 1 unit of dielectric induction.
Yes, he's talking about the lines of force.
Effect. Oh, pause.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. J.J. Thomson. He was a believer in the lines of force, or Faraday's lines of force, or like there's dielectric lines of force and magnetic lines of force. So Thomson's understanding was the dielectric line, like no line of force can end in free space. So the magnetic lines form concentric circles around the conductor, and the dielectric lines go from conductor to conductor in straight lines, and those lines terminate on electrons and protons in material. That's what he understood it as.
Whoa.
Right. It's like the discharge, right? It's not an actual, I don't even think Thomson called it a quote unquote particle. And I think the same happens for light. The same exact thing that's happening in what you're talking about, I think we falsely call a photon when it happens to light as it's being inducted. And we falsely call that dielectric discharge. We falsely call that a actual physical like particle, but it's not.
So we have no idea.
We have some ideas.
We do have
like
ideas,
I mean,
but problem is we're dealing with nonsense ideas.
Is it
gotta get rid of them first to continue the conversation.
one of them fucker theories? I'm just kidding.
But I mean, you have to understand these guys like Thomson and Faraday and Steinmetz. These are the minds that gave us all of electrical theory that we use currently. Like everything that we know and understand about electricity and its nature comes from these gentlemen.
So the whole
thing... fan of Eric Dollard, Napalm.
Yeah, Dollard.
Yeah. He said the sun is not it's not the sun. It's actually a fucking what do they call it? A capacitor.
He's transformer. Yeah, he says it's a transformer.
Sorry,
but yeah, because he talks about he's the one that pointed me towards the real history of electrical research. You know, Thomson and what they believed electricity is, not the common electron theory. Because you can actually disprove the electron theory. Actually, disprove it. You can 100% prove that in a capacitor there are no particles that are charged on the metallic plates. Proven by experiment. That's the funny part. But the particle guys like to stick to particles anyways. There's something called a dissectable capacitor. You can do this shit yourself. Okay?
Yeah.
To prove that the charge is not on the metallic plate, the charge is in the dielectric medium, because that's how we understand capacitors to work. However, the particleists, they say that you have electrons that compile on one of the plates, right? The negative plate, which is not true, because what you can do is you can dissect that capacitor, take the two metallic plates out, touch them to each other to equalize the charge, put them back in the capacitor, and boom, you still get a bang. How the fuck can you do that if there were particles stuck on the metallic plate? So that proves that they're not particles stuck on the metallic plate. See? And so there's a video of it. I think it's an MIT video too. It's called the dissectable capacitor. It shits on the electron theory like no other. Because with that demonstration, you can rule out electrons flowing in a wire.
Yes.
They still like it, so...
We are surrounded by scientists who want to quantify everything and make everything a particle, when there are things that are not particles, like the way that electricity and magnetism works. It doesn't work.
It's because they want to ignore quote-unquote spiritual nature of creation. In other words, they want the feedback.
Man, who's looping?
Yeah. In other words, what I'm getting at is they want to ignore. They want to ignore the fluid dynamics of the creation.
But the ether, the ethereal realm.
They want to take over?
They want to eliminate the ethereal realm, the ethereal background. That's what they want to eliminate.
Yeah, it's fluid dynamics, right? Mendeleev, lighter than hydrogen.
You don't want to bring that up, Elijah. Lighter than hydrogen, what?
Wow.
In the writings of the father of the table of chemistry,
if simple minds want to remain simple, that's their choice.
So yeah, we've got the whole flat Earth thing going on. So we're not where we think we are, and now we're thinking we're exploring the possibilities of how light exists under fucking oceans and oceans of water and shit, and how light is a particle.
Why would light? How did this conversation come about? This light beneath the ocean.
Well, somebody told me that light does exist in the depths of the ocean.
You keep coming back to that, but I don't know who said that. I gave an analogy about not being able to remove the water from the fish at the bottom of the ocean in order to experiment with it, right? Because that's the realm in which they live. And somehow you took that as light comes to the bottom of the ocean or something along those lines. And like we discussed, anything in the electromagnetic spectrum is technically light. So when you say there's no light at the bottom of the ocean, go down there and prove that there's absolutely nothing within the electromagnetic spectrum that reaches the depths of the ocean. But you keep coming back to that for some reason. I don't know why you're trying to steer us in this direction and say, "Oh yeah."
Sorry about that. So
too many drinks. That's why.
Light travel.
Basically, yeah.
Maybe too many light years. Too many fucking light years.
Too many light beers or light year beers. I don't know.
Well, we would prove that the water is there by reasoning and by deduction. Or we would also prove it when the water is under stress or in motion. We would see whirls, eddies, waves, bubbles. We would feel its motion over our skin and stuff like that to prove that there's some sort of medium that we're in. So it appears the ether would be similar by that analogy. We need to see if it makes waves, ripples, how it is under torsion, stress, if there's a bubble of it here, a bubble of it there, whatever.
So let me ask you a question.
No, it's right. Sorry. So we're examining the environment in which we live.
Right. So think of it this way: everything in the electromagnetic spectrum is defined by wavelengths, right?
Who's talking? Napalm, right?
Yes.
Before you dig yourself into this a little bit further, I'm gonna give you something that Tesla said. Okay, this is not proving anything, but X-rays are not electromagnetic. So I love that. I always wanted to purchase that big ass poster of the electromagnetic. There's a cool one from the 50s. However, it's not quite true. It is beautiful. Yeah, we only see a small sliver, which is the visible light, but we can't even prove that that's electromagnetic either. Radio, okay, but light? Fuck.
But everything in that spectrum is basically defined as waves, or we can interpret it as waves. And my question was going to be, if we interpret all of that by waves, compressions, and rarefactions, what is waving? What is the medium? What is the medium?
I was about to tell you, waves. Yeah, waves of what exactly? If it's not electromagnetism, if it's not waves of electromagnetism that we're sending through, between the atmosphere, or the atmos, then what is it? Right. So what are we waving? I don't know, man. I don't know.
So like Metal Lark was saying, we can almost deduce that there is a medium in which these waves are traveling, right? Like we can eliminate air, we can eliminate water, we can eliminate the things around us, but what remains is the fact that all of these electromagnetic waves do still travel, right? So through that deduction,
if you invoke the ether, they're gonna bust out Michelson-Morley. All right.
Well, the only way that they disprove Michelson-Morley is through the Lorentz contraction, and I'd like to see somebody prove that a physical apparatus contracted during that experiment. There's been no proof of the actual physical contraction of the apparatus. That is a plug. That is a plug put into the equation.
That was theorized to salvage Copernican. Other implication was obvious that the Earth probably was not moving, or based off of the Michelson-Morley ether drift speeds that they were ready to catalog, it's moving much more slowly or not at all, while some sort of substance is flowing over the Earth.
Listen, you have to have an observed phenomena first. Okay? Like, this is the whole purpose of me reading the begging the question using the quote-unquote Michelson-Morley experiment.
What is the phenomenon?
You can't take a null and say it has to be something that's causing this null. What?
the observed phenomenon that starts the Michelson-Morley experiment is
What observed phenomena?
the light coming back out of phase in the interferometer, supposedly giving you the interference patterns in the interferometer. The light coming back out implies with one of both of the rays are going through.
What's the supposition?
Slowing down
What's
the
the
light.
supposition behind it?
The supposition is you're splitting the light in the interferometer, and one or both of the rays are coming back together out of sync, like one of them was slowed down. They reason and say something has to be slowing down the light, the thick, treacly substance of space, the ether. So to start
Wait,
the
are you
experiment,
saying that the
explain why light
supposition is
comes out
that?
of phase.
Are you saying that the supposition is that they will observe this or they won't observe this?
The supposition is if the light is being split and nothing is slowing down the light in the interferometer, it should come back in phase with no interference pattern. It does not happen because one or both of the rays of light after being split in the interferometer are being slowed down by something. The something
You can't do that. That's begging the question fallacy. Can't do it. Begging the question fallacy unless you like law of logic. Can't do it.
So
Can't do it.
they have a phenomenon that needs to be explained. That was the experimental framework. And
That is the definition of a begging the question fallacy. Can't do it. Unless you're okay with it. Unless you're okay with employing a begging the question fallacy like Einstein did for relativity, go right ahead if that's what you want to do. I'm just pointing out to you the problem with it.
It seems to be the only way to explain the experiment in any sort of consistent way.
Well, it's not an experiment. That's the whole point.
Sort of substance
It was an experiment. What do you mean it wasn't?
Does it require explanation?
Yes. Otherwise, experimentation, thought, and science itself stops.
So the only direction we have. Sorry, Elijah. You're telling me the only direction we have to go is a begging the question fallacy, which is what Einstein did. That's what you're saying? We have to do this? Not me.
It seems to be a pretty good explanation. Otherwise, it doesn't really seem like there's an alternative.
It's a begging the question fallacy derived from a false experimente.
What happened? I missed the fight. What's going on here?
Who knows? I'm trying to point out why the logic is flawed, and he's like, well, we have to do it. Okay, well, I'll just accept what Einstein said then. Fuck it. Because begging the question is fine.
The question, though, what other question can be begged? To show that it's begging the question, we have to show what other options can be adduced.
No, that's bollocks. Repeat what you said at the beginning.
Repeat the question, but you're not showing what other options can be begged.
Open your ears. Repeat what you said at the beginning, and we'll show you.
I was not talking to you.
Yeah, but repeat what you said at the beginning, and we can show you why it's begging the question.
I've already spoken.
Well, then you're not willing to pay attention. That's your problem.
You can rewind it in the chat if you need to see what I said.
That's just pure laziness. What's your problem?
Hey,
Fix your attitude.
We can carry on.
It's begging the question because in the formation of your explanation, you're begging the question. You're saying that there can only be one way. That's begging the question of what light is in the beginning.
Now you figured out that
I'm sure Elijah had even more points to it, but in its formation, it's begging the question.
I don't think it was.
Because you're saying that or whoever proposed the explanation in the beginnings, proposing that it can be this way, and if it doesn't do this way, therefore this. But that's begging the question of what light is and how light actually behaves.
Therefore, you don't even know what other options are available. Yet you dare to tell me that it's begging the question. You don't even know what other options are available.
Okay, open your ears. Open your ears. Open your ears. Fix your attitude and repeat yourself from the very beginning.
I only got 2 seconds. When you said the no result must be because of something, that is begging the question right there.
There you go.
Would you like me to get the definition for you,
And you
or
show
a few?
what other options can be begged. You don't know how to think about the experiment, therefore you don't even have another interpretation.
Your brain is broken, man. You need to talk to the Father.
Talking about
You need to talk to the Father.
Wait, shouldn't we not be begging the question, Lemon Bird? Isn't that the point? We're not supposed to be begging things, right?
What are we begging for?
Salvation.
You have to show that
The loose chain.
begged by showing that there's
False
another
currency.
option open for interpretation. As far as I can see, we don't even know how else to think about the experiment, so that appears to be the only sensible option that's open. Now, if you have another option on the table to explain why the light is coming back out of phase in the interferometer, other than the light waves coming up against a slow, treacly substance of space, aka the ether, then I don't know what to tell you. If you have another alternate explanation that's viable, please present it.
These guys are basically telling you
That doesn't follow. That's not. Oh my days. That's not even the argument that's being had. It's in the specific way in which you framed your explanation. You're begging the question of what light is in the beginning.
So what is light?
And you're talking to people who have already given you tangible examples, tangible demonstrations about the ether question, which we brought up before you even entered the room. We're not even on about that. We're on about your formation of your explanation. In and of itself begs the question. You have to be specific. You have to be specific.
Substance in the interferometer that is
You
slowing
have to
down
be
the light and making it
specific.
come up out of phase, making them speculate that the ether is it. I don't know what else to tell you.
They didn't need to speculate that the ether was it back then. They had already had this idea. Man, it's like people just don't want to pay attention. What? You do realize you make these problems yourself, right?
It's all right. We make fallacies, like we say logical fallacies sometimes. It's all good. Shit happens. We can move on. Or not.
We all have to get on the same fucking page, bro. The Earth isn't flat, Daryl. The fuck's the Earth?
What?
The Earth.
What'd you say?
The Earth.
Yes. Did you just say it's not flat?
Yeah, you need to.
Is that what,
you need to
is that
read.
what I just heard?
It's a big
You need to read.
Huh?
Sorry, did I say that?
P-Mac, did you just say Earth is a globe?
Nah, you just need to. You just need to fix your blood alcohol level. That's all, P-Mac.
Bro.
Yeah, he's cool.
Big fucking globe.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
And P-Mac, I did say, yeah, we don't know what light is.
Read your DMs, brother. Creation back.
When you say we, you're talking in the royal we sense, right, sir? Because you can't be
Yeah,
talking
like
about
mankind. No, not you. Yeah, like mankind doesn't know what light is. But you, Elijah, yeah, you do.
It's a spectrum.
Light is a spectrum?
Didn't you people just tell me life is a spectrum? It's a spectrum.
Life or light?
Vibration, baby. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Vibration of what? Just vibration? What are you
like to
vibrating?
miss that part, don't they, right? Fluid dynamics.
I don't know.
Wake up, please.
Like frequency.
I don't know, but just based off the part that it's
frequency of
part of
what?
the electromagnetic spectrum, where it's a waveform usually signifies sound or vibration, right? A harmonic?
Wave?
Yeah, but a vibration of what?
Harmonic.
Fuck if I know.
Well, then you can't have a vibration or an oscillation or a frequency without having that thing that's cycling.
Say it, the chaos.
I mean, we think
You gotta have the water first,
the
maybe.
absence of light, the chaos.
Oh, that's deep.
No water, no wave. No wave, no surf.
Right.
Well, it's probably a simulation, right?
What?
No, you are the simulation, PMAC.
How's this myth?
No, so I believe in a simulation, but with my own like twist to it. So like I just I don't bring it up.
That means you can edit the source code.
I can't.
Can you
but
see the
someone
source
can.
code?
No, but someone can. Not me.
It does seem like that. I mean, listen to me.
Yes, it does have a source code.
It does. It does. It, obviously, so if there's a source,
I can hear it, right? Was it those who have ears to hear?
Yes, sir.
Hey,
those who have eyes.
Whatever you think, bro. That's fine.
Something.
That's fine. That's
This world is an illusion.
Yes. Has to be. Has to be. I mean,
The material is not real. It's not eternal. You are eternal.
Correct.
So live life according. Basically the golden rule, Don't be a cunt. Don't treat others like assholes, Try to treat everybody with love because you want everybody to treat you with the same.
What is your philosophy of life? I said, treat others like you want to be treated and don't treat anybody bad. And that is actually my philosophy of life.
It's a good philosophy.
Yeah.
It's a love your neighbor as you love yourself type of thing.
Yeah. And suddenly people start
But you have to know the Most High, the Creator.
See, now, and that's fine, right? Because people have an aversion to that because they've been taught to have an aversion to that. As soon as you say something like that, people fucking switch off, right? But that is
Well, look at the atrium Earth that we live on.
Probably atrium.
It had to have been constructed.
Yep.
Otherwise, with evolution, there's no point to life. There's no point to existence, no point to evolution whatsoever. It's a violation of the thermodynamic law. The whole entropy, where a complex system over time breaks down. So how does something that's breaking down over time get better?
Just for the flood idea, do you think it's possible to have a larger tree uprooted, and therefore the water that would be usually soaked up by that tree is no longer soaked up by that tree and now has to be soaked up by the other trees? So it's like an overwhelming flow of water if that one big tree was ripped out. Does that make sense?
No.
All I know is the fountains of the deep.
Like,
is
for
the
instance,
abyss.
if you have X amount of water, and that tree, the bigger tree, would be absorbent of more of that water. But if you remove that tree, then the rest of the less absorbent trees. Well, the idea is that bigger tree is
And the
now
windows-
removed. So the normal displaced
windows of
water
the
would
room.
now. The normal displaced water now has to be, displaced proportionally among the rest of the trees. Do you know what I'm saying?
Do you know what you're saying? 'Cause it would help.
Well,
So if you have a whole bunch of, okay, so you have.
Why don't you jump to the conclusion first, then go backwards from there?
Hang on.
Well, the point is the displacement of water. So if you had, let's say, in, like, for instance, Daniel in the scripture talks about a large tree that everybody the corners of the earth could see, right? And I'm just thinking about how water could be displaced. A large amount of water could be displaced, so it needs to be resettled among the earth, right? And it's like if you had like an aquarium, and you had all these smaller trees and this one large one, massive in comparison, and you had water in there. And if you removed that one big tree, the water that's in there would be displaced and now would have to find its equilibrium among the lower trees, right? Do you know what I'm saying?
So, I think you know what you're saying, but
can I
you haven't come to your conclusion yet. But let me rip your conclusion from what you said. Somebody pulled out a tree, and that's why there was a flood.
I'm just saying, is it the concept of if it's a contained system, right? And if there was
net force zero,
probably is.
It's a net force zero. So the thing about transpiration of a plant is that it's extracting water through its roots and releasing that into the air, and then that humidity gets rained back down into the soil.
Yeah, I understand that. Well, I'm just talking about it actually being displaced.
So if you took the tree away, the water that was in the soil to be transpired, yes, will now be shared amongst the other trees, but there'll be less humidity in the air because there wasn't as much transpiration. So there won't be this massive negative effect.
Okay.
There's a net force zero because it's a closed, contained system.
Okay, so in the beginning, they did if you look at young creation theory, they're talking about the oxygen content being higher. So I look at, they say it's 33% higher back thousands of years ago. So before pre-flood, it was higher oxygen content according to some samples they've taken out of
samples of wood,
basically fossilized resin, right, of trees and so forth, like oxygen
and ice cores.
Yeah, so the oxygen content was higher thousands of years ago. That's according to what their science is. So I'm just basing it on that. I'm just sort of painting a picture on our reality. Our reality is we have some fucking really large ass trees. Now, I can't tell you if Devil Tower is a tree. It sure looks like a fossilized tree. I can't tell you if all those other mountains we see are large cut off trees, but if they were so, it would correlate with the oxygen being at a higher content thousands of years ago, because those trees themselves, that large, would produce a different canopy of atmosphere. And that would increase the pressure, I think, a little, and that would also allow people to grow larger to compensate for that pressure. But anyway, I'm just trying to put the pieces together, and that's what I'm thinking.
Just also keep in mind as well, like, how would you reduce the pressure in a contained system?
Making the
you would
reduce the producers. See, the problem is that every tree that's planted produces carbon dioxide, right?
It's really hard to work backwards from your conclusion. That's what we're realizing.
They eat carbon dioxide for photosynthesis.
Yeah, but they also produce it as well, right?
When they're not photosynthesizing, yeah.
No one agreed that working backwards from a conclusion is very hard to do.
I don't even know what's going on here.
Especially if you don't want to just say what you mean.
I did say what I mean. I said it's right.
Not you.
No, not you.
Not you. Anyways, to be honest, it's a deviation from where we were in the first place. And now obviously this is what happens in an open forum. But Joshua was talking about evolution, and I think that might be a good bit of fun to mock the lies, because the truth is what we're here for, right?
Just on the gas pressure thing, the only way to drop gas pressure, so if we had a higher oxygen content and then that oxygen content was reduced, generally speaking, you would have to let some of that gas out. And the Bible describes opening the floodgates of heaven to let the waters come in, and how he used the earth to basically cleansed the creation. So potentially there was a gas exchange. I don't think it necessarily means that.
Well, that's necessarily true. What if the gas was converted to water and then frozen?
That's the point. So don't affirm the consequence. That's the point, Data. That's the point. You just made the point. Stop it.
Stop what?
Well, you said, well, it could be something else. Hello, you're not hearing the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Well, if you're trying to put something together,
if you're trying to apply fallacious logic against the Father, that's what happens.
No, I'm not trying to put
because 1 Timothy 6 verse 20 says, "Beware of people bearing false information." False knowledge, to be more precise.
False what?
AKA pseudoscience.
Yeah, I didn't say anything in what I was suggesting was science. I was just looking at the facts.
No, science means knowledge, AKA false knowledge.
Yeah.
The word for whoremongering. The word for whoremongering is called pornos in the Greek.
Yeah. So for seeking knowledge as far as how the world was represented itself is not unique to my interpretation of what I just suggested here 2 minutes ago. So
that's fine, but Stoller proposed one thing, and then you said, well, it's not necessarily that, it could be. This is therein what exposes the issue.
Yeah, so Antarctica is pretty
conclusion.
Antarctic's a pretty magical place considering a treaty is in place, right? So if you're looking for reasons, you can conjure all kinds of stories, whether it's Hollow Earth, whether it's Admiral Byrd, whatever. I'm just talking about there are creation stories and thesis in place now, and maybe I'd make myself clear if I explained that they have, just like anything else, an interpretation of the data and a story behind it. So if you want to say that's fallacious against the Father, I'm not discussing whether that is or not. I'm looking at my reality and saying, well, if there are these representations of older trees, like the Devil's Tower, at least you could look at it that way. Could I confirm that? It looks like a tree from the information I read about it.
I'm left-brained when it comes to that shit. Sample it and find out if it's a tree or not. Just sample that shit.
Well,
it might look like a tree, but if it's fucking granite, that could never ever be a tree. It's like, get out of here. Unless the Creator, through magical science which we do not know, then yes, it could happen. But according to what we understand, aluminum oxide or something like that is not going to come out from petrified wood. I'm just saying.
Yeah, let me ask you a question though.
A mud fossil. Maybe it was a living tree at one time, but then it turned into stone by petrification. We've seen living things turn into stone by fossilized, petrified.
That's what I'm saying.
Process before.
I know that we don't like. I know that we don't like not knowing things. But it's very clear the logic that the Father has given us. And it might be fun to beg the question. It might be fun to speculate. But look at what we talk about. Things that are empty that can't be known when we could be talking about things that could be known. Using the logic that the Father has given us.
You wouldn't be able
to... the speculation that covers what we're prepared to discover and the routes of exploration that we have on hand currently to figure out what, if anything, is the case. So it's just talking about the sort of experimental frameworks that equip us to go forward and figure out what the hell, if anything, is going on.
Well, here's the issue. If you were to take the Bible. If you take the Bible literal anyway, you're going to be under the impression things are larger based on the descriptions that's in the Bible, right?
Fed, I've been trying to get at you for just like a couple minutes now. Earlier when you started talking about the tree, right? And you mentioned Daniel, and you said you think in Daniel that it says, everyone on the earth could see the tree. Could you tell me where that is? Because that's not in there.
Yeah, it is. 1 second.
Was this a dream? Did the dream have to be interpreted as to what it meant? Or was this a real tree?
I think you're referring to the dream.
He's referring to chapter 4 about a dream.
I'm getting there, North. I'm getting there, North. Though. Matter of fact, I shouldn't even be on here. I'm supposed to be doing study right now. I'm getting there.
I'm just kidding.
Well, that's you guys are doing.
Yeah, just a heads up. It wasn't a tree.
What the hell?
Well, you're talking about Daniel. You're talking about Daniel 4:11, right?
I'm talking about anywhere in Daniel chapter 4 you want to read about the dream and the interpretation thereof, right?
The tree grew large and strong, and it touched the top of the sky. It was visible to the ends of the earth.
This was a dream, right? You said everyone on the earth seen the tree. You said everyone on earth seen a tree. This is a dream that a king had.
It says it was visible,
right?
It was visible to the ends of the earth.
So the tree was his kingdom, and it was interpreted as to what the tree meant in the dream, right? So it's him and his kingdom. So if you read the chapter, you'll find out it's not a literal tree that everyone could see the branches thereof, right? Are we in agreement on that, or you want to take some time and just read it for yourself? Maybe go through the whole chapter.
I've got a whole bunch of scriptures that just say that a tree grew strong, became strong, its top reached the heavens.
You don't have.
We just need
You're not
one.
even looking at the complete context.
Read the whole
of the chapter or the dream. This is a
Read the whole
dream.
chapter.
This is part of a dream. You're reading.
So if you want to have,
interpretation of the dream is in the chapter.
If you want to have it as a metaphor,
lead my talking. Time out. This would be a fun exercise. Let's just read the chapter. How about that? Instead of arguing about what it says.
Yeah, 10 comes after 1, right?
Let's hear what Daniel has to say.
My 2 cents, but I also think it's okay.
Is anybody literally? Oh, sorry, my bad. Creation. Start again.
Well, I was just saying that I take the position that it's okay, and I personally take the Bible literally. So there's that.
Verse 22 is all you have to read. Verses 20 to 22. The tree that thou sawest, which grew and was strong, whose height reached into the heaven, and the sight thereof to all the earth, whose leaves were fair, and the fruit much, and in it was meat for all, under which the beasts of the field dwell, upon whose branches the fowls of the heavens had their habitation. It is thou, O King, thou art grown and become strong. It's thou, O King.
You believe that shit?
Yo, P-Mac, I might have to put you on mute.
Why?
So he cut it down, right? So he
don't interrupt again. Let him read the rest of it before anybody makes any commentary.
He stripped off the branches, right?
Please start again.
So, all right. I'm just going to read a few. If you want me to read the whole chapter, I can do it for you, but I'll just read a few verses. The tree that thou sawest, this is Daniel speaking. He's got the revelation from Yahoo. It is what the dreams mean. The tree that thou sawest, which grew and was strong, whose height reached unto the heaven, and the sight thereof to all the earth, whose leaves were fair, and the fruit thereof much, and in it was meat for all, under which the beasts of the field dwell, and upon whose branches the fowls of the heaven had their habitation. It is thou, O King. That means it is you the tree. It is you, O King, that art grown and become strong, for thy greatness is grown and reacheth unto heaven. Now, did the man grow in stature until he reached heaven with his head? No. And thy dominion to the ends of the earth. Did his hands reach to the ends of earth? No, his dominion did. So, whereas the king saw a watcher, a holy one, coming down from heaven, saying, hew the tree down and destroy it, yet leave the stump of the roots thereof in the earth, even with a band of iron and brass, and the tender grass of the field. Let it be wet with dew of heaven, and let his portion be with the beasts of the field till 7 times or 7 years pass over him. This is the interpretation, O King, and this is the decree of the Most High, which has come upon the Lord, my Lord, the King.
If you believe
so, there you go.
I mean, bro, come on.
Yeah, just for you, PMAC, I didn't read the whole chapter. I just wanted to read a few verses just to show the guy he had no idea what he was speaking of. And when you come from that point of view, and when you start with something false, especially when you're talking about truth, then you waste like 35 minutes of everybody's time when you started with something false in the beginning anyway. It's just
so what can be seen from all ends of the earth to the heavens? What can be seen?
His dominion. The moon. His kingdom. His kingdom.
His kingdom.
His kingdom. His dominion.
Whose?
Nebuchadnezzar's.
Nebuchadnezzar.
So you're talking about St. Lucifer's then?
No, Nebuchadnezzar.
Oh, okay, this is a waste of time. Just shush. We go back to where this digression started in the first place. Joshua was making a point about evolution, and it was open for mockery, and I actually wanted to make a point. Elijah, isn't evolution itself begging the question fallacy?
Yes, let's go back to this. Thank you for that point of clarity, North Star. Let's move back to who is bringing up evolution? What about it? I don't want to straw man anybody.
Oh no, he wasn't bringing it up
I was just
terms of
saying that
credit. He was making a point. Go ahead.
That this enclosed environment that we're in, this atrium, means we're created, which kind of throws the evolution out the window on top of DNA improving over time when it is a complex system, the most complex system we know of. And we know that through entropy that complex systems break down over time. It's just a matter of thermodynamics, right? Heat death. So it's one of these things to where just the mechanism alone for cell mutation, from anything for it being beneficial, and it's always a form of cancer.
You mean everybody's going to die?
No, I'm saying you're not going to evolve into a bat.
I didn't expect the end in there, but I suppose we could debate that.
I understand. So you were talking about the evolution of DNA. Doing
from one kind to another kind. From one kind to another kind, yeah. That's like violation of entropy. Because the DNA always gains more information for it to change a different kind. Like if you look at
and then in that respect, it'd be a fallacy. Yeah. Well,
because you have 7 different chromosomal pairs for a Daphnia fruit fly, and you have 46 chromosomal pairs for a human.
Yeah, just because you believe in something, bro, doesn't mean it's real.
But PMAC, you're not even understanding what's going on here. We're all brothers trying to have a conversation. You're so it's going over your head. I don't know what you're smoking right now, but you might want to go on mute. I don't know. Because you're making the conversation hard to have. And it's hard enough as it is.
But basically what I'm trying to say with the whole evolution thing is that only works with a spinning ball in space floating around magically because of gravity or some shit, right? And that only happens because of Big Bang and all this stuff, which are all inventions of Freemason, Jesuit priests, Freemasons or Jesuit priests. Even, what do you say? Darwin, he was a damn Freemason.
George Lamar, do you know the Kabbalah breaks down the dimensions of Earth to 7,920, and they use sacred text to get the dimensions of the Earth to where it breaks down to be a 1:12 ratio of the human body. In other words,
literally that's just Planck's constant.
That's not that. For instance, the average pace that you walk, they call it a furlong, and 1/8 of a mile is 660 feet, which is a furlong. And according to this basic ratio of an average human walking, they derived the 7,920 mile diameter based on this ratio. And this is in the Kabbalah. So they have all these interesting, I'll post it in the link. They have all these interesting calculations to derive from the human body.
Like how
interested in Jewish mysticism.
No. He's making a good point. It's just exactly how
some of these physicists, like what's that dude's name? I forget, Michio Kaku, who said, yeah, it's very weird how our world view seems to line up with the Kabbalah, right? Well, yeah, could that not be because I don't know, you're witnessing something and then you're making postdictions and then you're like, oh, look at the math I did. Oh, I'm all seeing, all knowing. Oh, we figured it out.
Oh, enlightenment.
Yeah, it's easy once you start with your conclusion. Hey, Elijah.
Amen.
I just wanted to talk about that entropy point. I think that's quite a solid point. Entropy basically implies that there's always transfer of energy throughout the universe, and with each transfer, there's loss, either through heat transfer or kinetic or any type of energy transfer that ever occurs always ends up with less energy than what was previously. And that's why the entropy is always increasing, is that there's always this eventual breakdown and energy is lost through each one of those transfers. Now, if you are passing on your genetics, which is that transfer, the entropy would be breaking down. So there's no way, like the guy said, you could gain another chromosomal pair. It stands in direct contradiction with the idea that entropy is always increasing, which is always, it's never been demonstrated not to occur. I think that's also like another modus tollens right there.
Yes, sounds solid to me. I mean, the best they got is dust bunnies, right? That's the best thing I can think of. Where does dust come from? Where the fuck did this you know what I mean? That's the best you can do.
Yeah, so I found this video to ODD's Hey NASA. So I uploaded it. I don't know who made it.
How long is it?
Um, 4 minutes, 29 seconds.
Also, if you haven't seen, guys, go check out Mitchell from Australia's channel and give his video #1 flat Earth proof a view and a like, because you know the trolls are going to be there just to dislike it and discourage anyone from, because you know how the sheep do. They see like dislikes and negative comments, and they're like, oh, okay, this is discredited. Then no need to look further, no need to even watch it. Matter of fact, let me drop a negative comment while I'm at it. So yeah, Mitchell from Australia, check it out, give him a like.
Sorry, I was jamming out to the song.
why do you think people think there are exceptions to using logical fallacies to come to conclusions?
Well, it's not necessarily that. It's the fact that they're fucking lazy and they go based off of what their school teachers have taught them before. Well, this is like this because of this, right? So they have to jump to the same kind of conclusions to try to make it seem like that's what things really are. But if they were to actually sit there and do the proper research, because research doesn't mean just reading or learning about something that somebody did, but it's learning the techniques so you can discover the same things that they discovered. It's a rediscovery, a renaissance, so to say. That's what a true research is. So when we say research the flat earth, that doesn't mean Google the flat earth. That means go out and you test the globe. You do a renaissance on these things. You know, you go out and you find the knowledge that's already out there, and these other people have already found it. I mean, you could just sit there, take a water bottle to a river or a lake or the ocean or something. Or if you live in Kansas, where, you know, it's literally flatter than a pancake, and use the water level test. I mean, it's so simple to test these things without like high-end equipment. And the results you get from like high-end equipment and the results you would get from like run-of-the-mill low-budget equipment would be pretty much like nominal. Like, I don't think there'd be, the deviation between the two wouldn't be hardly anything. I don't know, maybe I'm just wishful
agreed.
thinking.
Agreed. I mean, I could use some angle measuring device, or I could use my hand.
Mm-hmm.
Or cut out some markings on a piece of paper. I mean, you're right. What's the difference?
It's I mean, it's just one of these things to where you notice it, but you're like, okay, well, that's kind of neat. Yeah, exactly. Like, exactly like that. Who posted that? Was that Cut the Shit? No, it's Miguel. Exactly, Miguel.
Miguel has all the good stuff, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
I got the NASA screenshot from him with the satellites.
Hey, here's the thing that I'm wondering, okay? If the sun is supposed to be in space and there's light on the Earth, but yet there's no light in space, I think they're lying to us about that. I think space is full of light, like a white light. And the only thing that we can see, like throughout the night sky, are these windows. And we call them stars. And maybe they're like metaphysical windows to where they're not actually like windows for anything to go through, more like cameras or some crap like that.
I've thought about that. And it's very hard to think that way, you know, because oftentimes I say it's projected, and I'm thinking, you know, one thing, but I mean, you can project light through a pinhole. And that's funny enough. That's exactly what a comet looks like, quote unquote comet. Looks just like light through a pinhole underwater.
What's the name of? There's a kind of camera or a kind of lens that you have the aperture on a very long focal point, right? And then where the focal point hits, you have it lined up perfectly for like a disc of metal to completely block all the light from the focal point, and you'll still get a resolution. You'll still be able to get an image that way. I can't remember what it's called. So that whole thing about the sun occulter and all that to block out the information, no, you would still get a reading on what is going through, coming from the sun occulter on their little instrumentation, just because, you know, yeah, you would still get some sort of an echo. I mean, how else would you explain you being able to see a star through the moon?
Someone dwells in unapproachable light.
What was that, North?
Yeah, I said someone claims to dwell in unapproachable light, so that might be the light you're speaking of, and it's covered with a dark cloud, so we can't see it. So yeah.
Yeah, and the Elites, they sit there and they say that true light comes from the darkness, but we know that's a lie. Just like the curse of the duality of thought, knowing of good and evil. That's, well, yeah.
So if the sun is moving at incredible speeds around the universe, where's the comet drill? It's this big ball of fucking light.
Here's another thing. If space is a vacuum, why are there clouds called nebula?
Yeah. So because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like all the time, you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots. You can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
I don't know.
Clouds
yeah. You see the Magellanic Clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just heard the Magellan
Well, there's a large
clouds.
one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal lights.
Whoa.
If the sun was what they say it is, it would definitely be making a sun trail. It would definitely be fucking some kind of shit behind it, right? It's moving that speed, right? But we don't see it. It's just
like a comet. That's just another inconsistency in their worldview. Oh
Yeah, for comets just a chunk of ice. Yeah, for comets just a chunk of ice. Why is it like millions and millions and millions of years old? Wouldn't it have burnt up a long time ago and melted?
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Comets kind of prove a young creation.
The sun and the I don't even know. I'm not even going to begin. I was going to say the sun and the Jupiter is made up of. I don't even know how you call not. Jupiter isn't even terra firma, like, and it's still called a planet. I don't. No, I don't even. My mind. I can't even form words sometimes when I'm thinking about this because it's so idiotic. And all I needed was the chance to inquire. I never thought that it was something that was inquirable. I thought it was just, that's what they said because that's what they know. So, the moment you ask one tiny little question, the whole thing comes down. Just one tiny little question.
Yeah, so if we're moving at these incredible speeds and the sun is a star, with all this fucking nuclear reaction going in front of it, why is there no star trail? Why does the sun have no star trail? Shouldn't the night sky be lit up by the entire fucking trail that the sun makes? Okay, all right. That's exactly right. You see that picture there? That was brought me to flat Earth. That's what brought me to flat Earth. That was one of the things. That and fucking moonrise or sunrise, or Earthrise. They seen the Earthrise. Remember the picture of Earthrise?
Yeah, from the moon. As soon as I saw that, I was like, "Whoa, they're doing that."
These motherfuckers.
Hell no. A lot of people don't believe like, I know we say that a lot of people do believe the whole Elon Musk putting the car up there, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people see it and go, "Nah, son."
Well, that was kind of
don't give us this
in the middle of the flat Earth pandemic. Don't give them anything to talk about. That's what a lot of people feel like.
They do it. They do it to enforce the idea, but we already know it's not an idea. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, so it's kind of crazy, right? You put a car up there, so what happened to the tires? What happened to the leather seats? What happened to this? What happened to that? Wouldn't the car just fucking melt? They go from 1700 degrees Celsius to minus. They fucking... Yeah, sure. No, that's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. It doesn't happen. It cannot happen. It's we're all living in somebody else's idea of what the earth is. It's not reality.
Well, the earth just means a dry land.
We're living in
soil.
World.
Yeah.
That's fine. You can live in every world you think you live in, right? But I'm pretty sure that after I figured out we're not living on a spinning ball, anything is possible. Anything.
They've been figuring that out for as long as we can believe, people's historic scribblings. Like it says, it's peppered everywhere, which makes me question how the hell, like this idea that the Earth is a ball really has gone back. If you can believe the history, as far back as we can believe the history.
Yeah, but that makes me think: why did you do that? What's the purpose behind that? I mean, you always have.
I think that because I tried to figure out, who could have came up with it, how.
Exactly. It's a fuck. Why? What's the purpose of that?
Holy fuck, that looks like a ferret's head, or what the hell are they called? Not a ferret.
My God.
A meerkat. Oh, I'm sorry, I was off mic.
Oh wow, it does look like a kind of bird that I have. Those little tiny canary or something.
It's a sexist from fucking Dark Crystal.
But that can't. But that's got to be CGI though. That I don't believe that's real.
Yeah, I mean,
it's Christmas tree lights on a Christmas tree way off in the field.
I mean, are we actually meant to believe that is a real picture from space? It's so ridiculous. That's why I asked for the blown up version. They're actually like painting heads of like a chimp mixed with a turkey and then sticking it in outer space, putting a load of colour in it, and what we're meant to believe that garbage? Oh my gosh, man.
Yeah.
How come the light's able to penetrate all that gas, and how come that gas has color to it? Bullshit. I only know of a couple of gases that are like colorized. So bullshit. Unless you're talking about the noble gases, which is very, very, very far and few in between, because even according to their thing, it tends to just annihilate completely as opposed to the creation of a noble gas. So, yeah, let's just put it in that spectrum of neon in the vacuum of space. Come on. They seriously think we're retards.
What is the purpose of that?
All these nebula photos.
There has to be a purpose, right? I mean, are you here for a purpose?
Yeah, but to figure out purpose, first you must discover motive. Now, you can speculate on motive all you want.
But
the problem is if you don't know, then why would you speculate on it? Because anything could be correct. I just know from the movies, you always follow the money trail.
I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck it's all about, right? So, purpose, motive, and all that kind of all that crap, right? That's fine. Is it real? I mean, have you actually looked at life since these last 10 years, man? Does that seem real to you? All right. It's kind of a hidden question, isn't it? Are you real? Are you really here? Is there a purpose? What's the purpose? I don't know, bro. I mean, where does it all begin then? You bastard. Push. Well, there must be some kind of reason why we're here. Just trying to figure it out. I mean, it feels really real, right? It's like a stepping stone to something else, right? Or am I wrong? I mean, who knows?
We're here to learn.
Yeah. Well, basically, that's what I think. It's a testing ground. It's a proving ground. It's something that you...
We're here to learn in the sandbox for something later on. That we should already have the basics down, which is expressed in pretty much every day living in this realm. Life is a disease. Think about it. It's the only thing that'll cause your death. Is life. If you're alive or never alive, that means you could never truly die. Because you were never alive to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. And so the whole thing is maybe it's not really alive. Maybe we think this is what life is, but there's more to that. I don't know, bro. I don't know. But yeah, that's what it seems to me. Basically, that's what it seems to me. It seems to me that this is a proving ground. This is something that you've got to.
It's not necessarily a proving ground, but it's an opportunity to learn the truth of everything, to learn the absolute, to know why it's not good to hate or want to kill another human. To finally figure out who you are.
Okay.
And what your purpose is here.
Sure. So why do we have serial killers?
They're possessed.
Strange beings.
Do you know what sorcery is, per se?
Magic?
Not quite.
Kind of magic?
Comes from a Greek word called pharmakia. Right? It means sorcery, drugs, magic, spells, right?
Yeah, we're all under a spell, aren't we? Because people...
Well, no, it's drugs. Think about it. We get the word pharmacy from the word pharmakia. It's the taking of drugs, whether or not it's the the weed that you're smoking, or if it's a pain pill that you're getting from your doctor, or a heart medication to keep your heart ticking. And the thing is if you're to start living healthy and change your life significantly and stop eating the same shit you've been eating your whole life, your heart would probably improve. I mean, the power of healing that exists inside your own body is amazing.
Okay.
So,
is Eli here? Is Eli left?
yeah, nah, probably not.
Both of them gone.
Yeah, I just messaged him telling him I'm going to debate him right now, and he just ran away like typical Eli.
Like a little girl.
The little girl. Eli, get your ass back in here, mate. You fucking... No, I shouldn't swear, sorry. Get your ass back in here, mate. You know what I mean? No.
Yeah, I mean, does anybody know the meaning of life? It's
the meaning of life is the ability. It's the ability to perceive and feel joy. Okay, that's all the meaning of life is. If you can't perceive and feel joy, then you don't have a life. Okay, it's that simple.
Okay.
The meaning of life is that life has meaning, no matter how small.
Are you trying to prove that? Soda, told you about it.
What'd you say? Sorry,
I said you disagreeing with me.
Of course, you know me.
You don't really know what the meaning of life is. I mean, if you think you have the idea...
I just told you the meaning of life, buddy.
Oh, sorry.
Me too.
I just told you it.
I gave you a second one as well. You just had 2 meanings of life.
I gave you 42.
3, 45. 45 minutes of life? Are you sure?
Era?
I could break it down.
It's to discover that your life has meaning. When you realize that your life has meaning, you can then make meaning in other people's lives.
Yeah, okay. Or to discover that your life has no meaning.
The number of 7s in your body is amazing. Take 7 days for your cells to just die. Take 7 days for meiosis to happen.
Wait there. Meaning is in like a... Wait there, are you talking about meaning as in like a calling, right?
Yeah, like a meaning, right?
7 layers.
Yeah, a calling, right? So again, calling is something that goes towards the ability to perceive and feel joy again, right? So you can still have your calling, right? And you can end up with a disequilibrated brain where you can no longer effectively find any joy in it, right? You know, so that's why I say it's the ability to perceive and feel joy. A man in a ditch being stabbed to death and literally peed on could effectively have more joy in his brain than someone that is literally rich. You know, we see rich men all the time hanging themselves on rafters. So,
Graham Pope was found in the ditch, beat to death, right? One of the greatest literary giants of our time was beat to death.
Craig, I don't know which guys you've seen in ditches that have been stabbed that are enjoying their lives more than rich people. But
well, again, that comes down to a way of being, my friend, right? I've been in some terrible situations, right? And I've seen a lot of people that are less happy than myself, and I've been through hell. And I'm telling you, they hate their lives a lot more than I do, right? That's
state of mind.
That's what I'm talking about. It's a state of your mind. Exactly, right? Again, the ability to perceive and feel joy. It really comes down to that.
I've done that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, can I tell you a wee secret?
Yeah,
but PMAC, you think your life has no meaning, bud?
No, I don't. I don't actually. I know it has meaning.
You know, it's like this great designer who's designed the code in our DNA, designed each cog in this machine to work interrelated with every other cog in a specific way. And I think this is I've got a visual for it. I'll actually post it in the live stream. When you take out one cog, the machine stops working. When you take out one gear, if that ratio is not in the right proportion, the entire engine can cease functioning. And it's one of those things that people think that there's no purpose, because they've never asked what their purpose should be. And when you find your purpose, then it's liberating beyond. It's like everything leads towards this point, and you culminate at this point. And it's really like the atheistic worldview that you're a speck of dust and you're nothing and you're on a speck of dust. That leads to that nihilistic outcome where life has no meaning. You don't need to be here. You might as well just take yourself out.
I'm not a person. Let me tell you something. I tell you now, we're in no fucking uncertain terms, bro. I've been elevated to a position of fucking I don't actually care, bro. I mean, no, not actually care, but I was so fucking to the point where I'm actually thinking, am I bipolar? There was nothing in this world that could bring me down, and you know how I did that? By the power of the mind. The mind. Right, I'm going to shut up now, but I don't know how to explain this, but there was a lot of fucking times in my life, right, where I could have done anything. I mean, anything. I could be anybody, be anywhere, but I was fine. I was absolutely fine. And so I think the creator was kind of saying, sorry, I spoke. Paul, do this and stop fucking get off the drink and do whatever. But I was in a really, really good place. It's like nobody else has been there before. I'm gonna shut up now. But it's really strange. It was really, really strange. It's like nothing I ever seen before. Like I'm just a fucking retard going through my life, right? Do you see the elation and the mind that I had on me for like a month? It was incredible. It was absolutely incredible. I think that that's the creator saying to me, Paul, this is what you could be if you would stop drinking or being addicted.
You said you're going to shut up now, and then you just started talking more. Fuck is that?
So you were happy for a month. So that means that you're not happy now? Or because it's the state of mind that once you learn that you're driving this meat sack and that the meat sack's not driving you, you can reframe pretty much anything in your life. And by reframing, I mean, glass half empty versus glass half full. That's a reframing.
That's sort of what with my analogy of being, in the ditch versus in the mansion, right? That's sort of effectively what I mean. It all comes down to the way that you are able to, not manipulate, but yeah, in essence, right? How you draw from maybe bad situations in order that the bad don't feel so bad no more.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of wisdom in the saying, treat yourself like someone you love. A lot of us, we spend our lives treating others that we love the right way and treating ourselves the wrong way because, shit, it's just me, I don't need special treatment. I don't need this. I don't need that. But for someone you love, you go out of your way to make sure that they get what they need and what they want. And it's that concept of, would you do this to someone you love? So why are you doing it to yourself?
Yeah, I'm sorry that I be a bit of a dickhead now and then, but why are you saying this to me? Why do I feel so good? Why do I feel so high? I mean, it's like a different world. It really is. It's like nothing matters.
Is that not just the endorphins from the alcohol?
No, no. Honest to God, it wasn't even endorphins. Like I woke up feeling like that. It's crazy, bro. Honest to God, and I'm still trying to figure out who the fuck sent that. Who did that? Why are you doing that? So I'm trying to figure out if it was me or if my brain is fucking hardwired or whatever. But somebody did that to me, and I can't figure out how it happened. So anyway, I'll be back in a minute. Cheerio. Bye.
So here are the globe champions.
Defeated.
Come on, man.
We had a guy on this morning. He was inebriated. I've added him as a friend. He was a theoretical, physicist, and he was intellectually honest. He actually
Theoretical recovering alcoholic.
Yeah, man, definitely as well with that. Yeah.
It's a theoretical physicist near the bomb. Did he sound like a theoretical?
Well, there's certain things I say to test people, and usually they get them wrong. And he did sort of have it there, but there were times where his knowledge base wasn't there because he was inebriated. Certain things made sense that he was saying for that field.
So, what was his speciality?
Well, we didn't really quite get into his speciality or anything like that, but it seems that he'd been. Well, I said, I kept saying. He
claimed to have a PhD, master's.
He claims to have a degree.
What does his claim for coming into the room?
Whenever someone.
You're roboting for me.
Yeah, I'm in a bad spot. How about now?
Better.
Goddamn satellites. They're always circling too fast. No, just ask them. They say they're a PhD. Ask them what their doctoral dissertation was on.
Mm-hmm.
And if they say they have a master's, ask them what their master's thesis was on, and you'll find out real quick if they're full of it or not.
Mm-hmm. So it went well with Code Miko last night, then.
Yeah. Well, everybody else said I don't know.
I come in at the end.
I thought it was average, but everybody else said it was good. I didn't have a lot to work with because she is so fucking dumb.
Everyone was like, "Don't badmouth," and I was like, "Wait, like." And then I'm glad to hear you say that.
Yeah,
that tickled me.
Like she was like, "I'm not smart." Like, man, you're not LARPing either, man. I'm convinced you're right. The smartest thing you said is that you're not smart.
Yeah, man. Admitting you've got a problem is the first stage of recovery, man.
Yeah, but they were talking. She was talking trash about us, I guess, in her chat on her Twitch stream.
Yeah.
So, typical degenerate, disingenuous Glober.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. I sort of sensed that coming in. It's like I felt like a deer caught in the headlights. It's like, what the? Like, because of the voice? It's just strange, man.
So, what I'm saying...
Definitely a correlation between a Glober and degeneracy. They're like, the stronger their belief in the globe is, the more of a degenerate they are. Kind of weird, but... What were you saying?
That's all right, Indo. There were moments in my life where I went without alcohol for like 2 weeks, 4 weeks or whatever, but something happened and I felt like absolutely calm. There was no fear. There was, figuring out what this life is and all that shit. Didn't matter. So I was trying to figure out. Well, I wasn't really trying to figure out, but it was a moment of weeks of bliss where I didn't actually care, right? So I'm probably a good person, right? But I think that there was some kind of help from above or some kind of, I'm not quite sure how to describe it, but it's crazy. It's like, and I've experienced this not once, but twice or three times, where it's like I just don't care anymore. It's like I have no fear of the future. I get what happens. I'm living in the moment. It's really strange. And how the hell does that happen? I'm trying to figure out what that is. I don't know, maybe it's God or whatever, maybe it's somebody. But it's strange. But it has happened. It has happened. You're kind of like everything doesn't matter. Nothing matters at all. If you know what I'm saying. Just nothing. There's no fear. There's no pain. There's no fuck all. You're just like, So I go through that for like a couple of weeks. I'm like, this is great. I wish I could feel like this all the time. It's almost like okay, can I say it? Like some kind of something takes over my body. It just kind of takes over.
Were you going to say Holy Spirit?
I was almost going to say that, but not quite. But yeah, Holy Ghost. Yeah, I swear to God, bro. So I have spoken to one or two friends about this, maybe one, but it's really strange. It's like nothing can touch you. I know this might sound really strange to some people, but you're actually not here. Yeah, you're not living in the life that you are. You're past that. That's really strange. It's really strange. And I feel like it's a gift, trying to work out what that is, but I suppose God would say, Paul, get off the fucking drink and stop drinking or whatever. But yeah, bro, if I could just get that back, see them 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks that I lived completely without fear. See, fear is the worst thing you could do to your body. It's absolutely the worst thing. See if you can live without fear. You're fine, bro. Trust me.
Alcohol's pretty bad for your body too, man.
Yeah, I know. I sound a bit fucking. I know. But this is without alcohol. It's a higher power. There is a higher power. I'm telling you right now, there is a higher power that will sometimes give you a little fucking taste of how you could actually live. And that's what I'm looking for. This life is not how we're supposed to live, but and when it takes over your body, it shows you how life is actually supposed to be. So something is hijacked. Okay, I don't know what it is. You can call it Lucifer, Satan, whatever you fucking want to call it. But when you live without that, it's bliss. It's absolute bliss. No, I know that may sound a little bit fucking crazy, right? But I have lived with that. No, I'm just telling you now, as one-on-one, man-on-man, me now to the fucking rest of the fucking server here, I have lived with that for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I swear to God. It's different. It's good. It's completely different. Trust me. It's a completely way of living. It's a different way of living. So I just thought I'd mention that. And I'm trying to figure out, is it me or is it an external force that is imposing itself upon me, and why am I experiencing this? Is it the drugs? Should I, Nah, it's something completely different. I didn't drink for like 3 weeks, bro. 3 or 4 weeks. It was kind of like, it's kind of a nirvana. It's like kind of showing you what life could be like, if you know what I mean. So I'll shut up now and let anybody else talk. But that's the truth. That's the absolute truth. I'm just a good person. It's really strange. It really is. Just a different way of being, bro. Just a different way of being. You understand what I'm saying, no? Nobody? No? Anybody ever experienced anything like that? No? Okay.
Sounds like you said it only happens when you quit drinking, so maybe you should quit drinking.
It's not to do with drinking, bro. It's got fuck all to do with that. Trust me, I've been through hell and back. You understand? I've been through hell and back, bro. I've done things that most people couldn't fucking withstand. You understand me? I'm just not some guy on the internet talking shit. I actually have been through shit, through hell and back. I've been there and back again. Always looking for the answer. Always trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. Where the fuck are we? What the hell are we? What is the meaning of life? What is the purpose of our existence? I'm that guy. But sometimes something comes over me that I can't fucking explain. Doesn't matter if I'm drinking or not. It's almost like a nirvana. It's like I'm actually living somewhere else. I'm like I'm out of my body experience for 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? It's like a higher power. I'm trying to figure out what it is and what they're trying to tell me. Well, they're probably telling me, Paul, stop drinking. Right, fair enough. But it's amazing. It's like a completely different fucking way of existing, bro. I don't say it was just anybody. Fucking crickets.
I'd say that Paul in the Bible also had a massive experience with the Creator, and potentially that was your engagement or interaction with that source of whatever created all of this and us. And I find it almost like peculiar that you had such a close experience, but yet you still reject the Bible, or that you don't like the Bible. Is that just an upbringing thing, PMAC?
Yeah, yeah, probably. Yeah, it's really strange. It's like, I don't know what I have to do to fucking, I don't know, bro. It's like, it's like the best feeling you could have in the world without being drunk ever. It's just like you're just kind of like, bam, 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 and you really don't care about anything. You're kind of living in the now. Everything's fine. And you can basically do anything you want. Anything. Whatever you want to be, that's it. It's really strange. So, but I feel really, what do they call it? Not gifted, fucking, happy that it happened to me or whatever. But it has a couple of times. And a couple of times I just kind of rejected it. I just kind of went, you know what? I'm going to fucking go out with my mates, fucking sniff some more coke, do whatever. Okay, I admit, I sniff some coke. But, it's really stupid, because if you could feel what I felt in those, like, 2 weeks, I mean, I'm not talking like 2 days, I'm talking 2 weeks of pure fucking, like you're somebody else, like you're really above it. It's like, someone's just probably banging me in the head going, shut up, P-Man, shut up, you bestie. Yeah, I know. But it happened. It happened a couple of times. And so, at the same time, I'm thinking, is this like me being a fucking bipolar or something? Like a really high episodes and really low episodes? No. There's something else going on there, bro. No, there is. I'm sorry. I apologize. Or being a dick or whatever. Listen, ever something's happened to me that most people only dream of, right? Like I heard that voices, not voices, but somebody actually saying things to me and shit like that there, and like, I don't know. It all points towards good. So, could somebody say something right now? Anything? Hello. How are ya?
Hello, Mac.
What's up, bro?
Hello. I always remember, that movie, Ghost. Do you remember that movie?
Explain.
Let me see. Ghost 1990. So in that movie, let me see, is with Patrick Swayze. Do you remember that movie? I remember a part where some guy, that was drunk, and he was listening voices, from Patrick Swayze that was dead, So it's not normal to listen some voices. Some people, they are connected with the reality with another way.
The higher power.
Yeah, like some people have synesthesia, and other they call it disease, but it's not a disease. A sickness is not a sickness, they just living the reality with another way.
Yeah, I believe that. 100%. Yeah.
When I was born, I had many catharsis. I'm spelling right that word, catharsis.
Yeah.
So it's like most of us don't care about past lives. Some people don't believe it, and etc.
Yeah, I do.
So, but I had many nightmares. It was not a nightmare. It was I was reliving, other past lives. So I had many catharsis because I was wake up somehow, and I was living like back in that time, like in a arena, like a gladiator, etc. And there are lots of dreams, nightmares that we born we had. It's repetition, most of them are repetitions, So yeah, that's what I want to share with you.
Thank you.
And by the way, I remember, we suffer from amnesia, because we don't remember all of what we had lived. But I remember that I feel and I know I'm not from this place, this earth, because I remember in those nightmares a place that has two suns, like together, they appear together, but one was like white, and the other was like red, but the red is behind the white one, like a half moon, shape. Yeah. So.
Okay, hang on. The red behind the. Explain that.
I'm gonna post a picture about that. Okay.
Hey, don't worry, bro. Whatever, bro.
Just 1 second. I have it.
Hey, you're fine.
Okay, like this. Do you see?
I do.
So there are two suns. One is white at the front, and the other is behind that one. The first one is red. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's what I want to share with you. Well, I don't remember. Maybe once someday I wake up more. When I was born young, I had more wake up ability, but the pineal gland it calcificates. Yeah, but we all suffer from that, fluor in the water and the toothpaste and etc.
Yeah, but it wasn't like it was actually suffering. It was like it's hard to explain.
Yeah, we are here to wake up more.
So maybe that's the purpose. You wake up, maybe.
Yeah, some you talk about gift, but some people just have that in other lives. So it's like it's not like a gift. It's one part of us, that come with us. So there are many people out there that has those gifts, but it belongs to them, because they live with that ability in other lives. Yeah, I don't want to talk more, but I remember two lives that I was that historic books talk about, but I don't want to talk about that. But yeah, we are here to change the world, We don't want to live in a prison.
Yeah, it was great. Like it wasn't prison. Like there was no more prison. Like the prison, there was no prison.
Yeah, the mind control prison they give it to us, the globe and many lies.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to get free,
yes,
from those lies.
That's why we're here.
It's a prison for our mind,
Yes, everything happens in the mind. The mind is the fear monger. Correct. Yeah.
Correct. I agree.
It is. So I said to myself, like, the wee exercise I did, right? I said to myself many for about a week. I said, I don't give a shit. I'm just here to be happy. I'm just mind. And the more I repeated that, the more it became reality. So I understood that if I keep saying this and I keep doing this with my mind, I can actually shape reality. I can actually, right? So I could turn myself into a depressive being, or just say, "Hey, you're happy. Fuck you. Everything's fine. Great." So I done that for like 2 or 3 weeks constantly. And guess what happened? I was the most powerful being. No, what the fuck am I saying? But I was like really happy. It's all about what you say to yourself. It really is. I mean, if you see a wee negative thought, right? You're going, you're a bastard, you're shit, you do this, you do that. You know what you do? You fucking close the door. But yeah, I just decided, fuck that, and that's the end of it. And it was the best fucking 3 weeks of my life.
I agree with what you said. If we have negative thoughts and remember about other negative things that happen to us, we going depressed and going down, and our energy vibrates less. And it's the best way is like you done, fuck that, and just it's like a tree, a tree comes down and you can spend your entire day. The tree fall down, but you can take the tree and make a table, So a positive thing, transform, that happen to a positive thing, or even in our mind.
Sometimes
I agree.
If Russians are actually positive or not, they're trolling you. No, I agree. Hey, bro, listen, I did that for like 3 weeks. That was the most. 3 weeks.
What physical evidence do you have, Miguel, for reincarnation being anything more than just another just so story like the bull?
Okay, so
like scientific, like hardcore empirical.
Shut up.
I mean,
that's the
so far
the tough question. But
hold on,
how can you
play
burn?
Devil's advocate?
Sorry.
I'm gonna play the devil's advocate here, right? After doing so much research, I've only found one instance where we could plausibly say that it's possible, and that is like there was this one woman who believed firmly she lived in Egypt around the time when the Temple of Seti was being built. So they took this woman to an archaeological site where the temple would be, and in the dark she would go around and try to navigate herself around certain wall paintings, like engravings, and say what they were and where they situated. And she got 10 out of 10 of them correct. This could have been extreme luck. It has some plausible deniability as well, but this, as far as this goes, this is the only, actually meaning this is the only proof they would ever have. But for the rest, I don't believe in reincarnation. I do believe in incarnation because, for example, Jesus himself, Jesus, the spirit, has always existed. He was the first and the last, and he simply incarnated into flesh when he came down on earth.
That's just like your opinion, man.
Yeah, that's my. It's not really opinion. I can actually back this up, but that would be a different topic.
Show me proof of reincarnation.
No,
not reincarnation. I said incarnation.
Well, sorry. No, I don't
believe in reincarnation. I just said they have one evidence, and that's all they have.
I think that those are very good points you raised, Shinji. I have also seen some people who sort of say that they're someone and then they know stuff that is not recorded, or they know some piece of information which kind of puts it outside the realm of that they're just taking educated guesses or that they researched information prior. The reason I asked that was sort of in my exploration of the flat earth, it's shown me that everything is vibrational and frequency related. And I've started to think more, maybe we're receivers, kind of like a radio, and there's a signal broadcast. And if the radio is tuned to that frequency, it's going to pick up that signal. And potentially these people who have these throwback memories could just be very good receivers and effectively could be accessing, I guess it depends if you think that there's like this interconnectedness between people. Some people call it a morphic resonance, but that once we know as a collective how to do something, it becomes easier and easier for other people who've never tried it. There's almost like a shared knowledge that's accumulated in each species, and they call that the morphic resonance. Now, if there's this vibrational frequency and you can tune into that frequency, you could be able to access all kinds of memories, all kinds of emotions. And then with our limited understanding, we would say, well, you had to have lived that life before. But that they may just be, once again, looking at the evidence and then jumping to a slightly wrong conclusion. But the evidence is sound, but it's where they take that. But I agree with the incarnation versus reincarnation that you specified. I believe in incarnation too.
Yeah, and even reincarnation could still be explained through a biblical lens. It could be that they simply got a knowledge of those times, through a message of God. Like, it doesn't necessarily prove reincarnation itself.
Correct. So having a memory of something means you have a memory. Then the next question is, how did you get that memory? Was it delivered to you in a dream? Is it that you're a receiver and you can just feel that memory? Or all of the above? But the reincarnation guys kind of pose it that the only option available to you is reincarnation.
Yeah.
It's kind of the only explanation left. It is kind of.
I always remember, a TV show. It was called the Psy Factor. Anyone saw that?
Called Psy Factor.
Do you remember? It was a TV series, Psy Factor. So they say so the government and etc. Some agencies have relatories, reports. So they take these reports and try to make a TV series about those happenings. So those papers exist, So, and one of those Psy Factor show was about a girl that she remembered another past life. So they guide those guys to that place, So maybe you can see that TV series. But it's not the first one. The first time people know exactly a kid born, and this kid remember exactly the location and the things in that location. There's some.
It's kind of crazy how they do, right?
Some people, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And they actually talk about people and they make some names and shit. How do you do
it? I had a nightmare, a catharsis, because I was living again, So I was in a telepheric, but when I was born, I didn't know what telepheric was, So I associate that with a bus cabin, a bus shape with a wire on top, So later I knew that it was a telepheric, and I always heard a sound, and I was afraid. I was afraid about that sound, but I didn't understand what that sound was. So more later I realized that it was my heartbeat, but not in this life, in that life. Someone was there in the telepheric coming to kill me. So that was what happened. It's amazing, how you born with a memory, you repeat that happening in a catharsis way, because you are living again.
Yeah, but hold on.
A mix with this reality and that time reality. So yeah, it's amazing because. But yeah, maybe you all of you can remember some nightmares, repeated nightmares that you had when you were born. You know, so yeah, maybe you can remember a little bit of you. But there are people that do regressions. You know, some through hypnosis and. There are some people that experts in that you can take you back. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, sorry.
Go on, Pac-Man.
Pac-Man!
Mac.
Pac-Man! Yeah, no, sorry. No, I didn't mean to. Sorry. So my greatest influence is William Butler Yeats in Irish Airman for Season's Death. So I just like for once, right? Pull that up. William Butler Yeats, Irish Airman for tell you what, don't bother.
Sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
Neither did I. But it's like a thing to me. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So here we are, working out what the fuck we're doing here. Yeah, no, don't mind.
Okay, so why we are here together? We search for something meaning in life, to do.
Yeah.
We most of us search the truth, So those who seek the truth will find it. So we are here.
Oh, wow.
Together.
And you shall.
And the next step is what we are going to do to change these liars that lie at these liars, the government and
the liars like flat Earth, about Mole Earth and all that,
yeah. Meanwhile, though, there are some people that don't want to wake up; they just want to live that fantasy life. Yeah. So those are the Globers who don't want to wake up to the truth. But I think our duty is to make our possible to make all things we have in our alcance to wake up those people, because they need to be wake up.
You need to get fucking shake up, motherfucker. No. That's not fucking mouth. I appreciate good people, man. That's fucking boom.
Okay. Nice to talk to you.
Hey, boy, you don't want to talk to me. It's like I'm still kind of trying to work out what the fuck was just went on there, bro. I was living for like 3 weeks. We almost a Nirvana state of mind. It was kind of crazy. It was really crazy. So I know I disappointed whoever was doing that to me, man. I'm external source, but it has to be, man. It has to be. There has to be the external force that's trying to make us understand what's happening here.
Because the Earth is flat, there has to be an external force that created this realm.
No, not because of that.
Absolutely because of that. Secondary to that is our own subjective experiences while in this realm.
Okay. I suppose when you put it like that, makes sense. I'm not going to argue with it, bro. I'm just trying to figure out who the fuck was that did that to me, man. Because it seemed like it was me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's the self-doubt that always comes in after the fact. It's like people pray for a miracle when they've got their backs up against the wall. When the miracle occurs, they think it was them that made the miracle happen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Give your credit where credit is due.
Definitely. I know. That's definitely fucking something beyond my fucking ability to comprehend. But it's kind of at the time too, like, do you believe in COVID? Do you believe in this and that deal? Or no. So anyway, I don't get it. I just don't get it. Fuck off. So what has happened in the last year? So, what is it? You what now?
I think more look at the than I did full year and a half Olympics. Going the wrong way.
Somebody just fart.
I think you're hot miking.
So, like I said, I don't tell people these things fucking willy-nilly, right? It's just an actual thing that happened to me, right? If you ever seen how I was 2 weeks ago, you wouldn't recognize me. Here we go. Was that honey? Ah, but that was bad. But yeah, no, has to be something. So the purpose of why we're here is to understand and learn, right?
Well, is that really the purpose?
I don't know.
Someone's told us that that's the purpose. I've just been wondering about the whole pursuit of knowledge, because knowledge would have to be something that you leave here when you leave this realm, in the same way that you leave your physical body and all your possessions.
Yeah, yeah.
So pursuing knowledge to just at the end of the day die and lose all that knowledge
If knowledge
seems futile.
If it's held in a certain esteem and nobody else, is that knowledge? This is talking shit.
Or is it for your soul to have that experience? I'm using that very broadly because it can be whatever it is for you. To have that experience that almost wakes the soul up, that it can go on to the next stage or the next level. Whereas if you don't, you kind of have a meaningless little existence and disappear without changing too much, not being utilized for the reason that you were placed here, not being the cog in his masterpiece. And it's usually based on ego. It's your ego that prevents you wanting to know what his purpose was for you versus what you'd prefer your purpose to be. And when you think you know what your purpose is, with your limited human mind understanding, often year on year you realize how ignorant you were the year prior, and that you've grown and matured just in that 1 year.
Yep. See anything bring in my eye? Forget about Fugazi. I just forget about it. Suba.
So I think there's a difference between knowledge and enlightening. And I think our purpose here is for our soul to gain enlightening. And we try to achieve that by searching out wisdom.
Okay.
Or knowledge. But yet that knowledge, like I say, if it's a physical thing, we leave it here when we exit.
No, I don't think so. Do you mind if I fucking disagree with you? Is that all right?
You can do that.
What do you think is happening here?
That's a very broad question.
What do you think is actually happening right now?
With what?
With everything.
That easy question.
Easy one. Good.
I think our rulers realized that if they tickle our egos and make us feel like we're superior, because we've got the pinnacle of humankind and we've got all technology at our fingertips,
so something
that will not revolt.
Yeah, so there's no fucking light and yeah, okay. Yeah, it's the same thing, bro. It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. It's pride. But anyway, so moving on, there is light at the end, underneath the fucking sea.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Well,
as a segue topic, I was just thinking about that light at the bottom of the ocean discussion.
Why do you keep bringing LP back? I don't know, bro. It just seems fucking impossible to me, bro.
You're Pac-Man from now on. I don't know about PMAC. You're Pac-Man.
Pac-Man, that sounds absolutely brilliant. So I am a bit of a fucking dickhead, right? From time to time. But I will make you think. If I can, I will make you think. So here we are, in the middle of nowhere, with a Pac-Man. Never mind. So
you see, it's got a good ring to it. You see?
Does, doesn't it? It does. It does. I just have a knack for that. I forgot kind of shit. So anyway, I understand how people would say that there is light at the end of the tunnel on the UV light, right? But there's no light in the fucking tunnel, man. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, and then I would pull myself back and go, Paul, what the fuck are you talking about? I have no idea. Come on, help me. I'm just...
Have you ever watched a documentary where they send those underwater submarines and they go and explore the Mariana Trench or deep ocean?
No.
Okay, well, probably explains why you're a little bit confused now. Because in most of them, they show that when they descend, they use normal fluorescent type lighting.
Hang on. Is UV light normal light?
So UV's on the electromagnetic spectrum.
Baka.
So it depends what you mean by normal light.
Is UV... Oh, what I mean by... Is UV light normal light?
If it's on the UV spectrum, I mean on the electromagnetic spectrum, it's all normal.
Give me a cock for that. Ja? Ons kan misschien praten met onder things, right? So anyway, I don't really give a shit, bro.
So listen to my point. So they're descending down into these deep trenches in the ocean.
Where light does
and they see that they hit like 1,000 feet, 1,200 feet, and it starts getting very murky and very dark. Then they hit 2,000, 3,000 feet. So usually by about a mile under the water, it's becoming almost pitch black. And then as they descend deeper and deeper, so it's not right at the bottom that suddenly the gradient of light diminishes. Like it's very quick.
Sorry, do I have to get the bottom to see no light?
Let me make my point.
Okay, sorry.
So as they get deeper down, they put on their fluorescent lights, and the fluorescent lights only penetrate the water by say 10, 20 meters. And they often, especially the National Geographic one, where they went down the Mariana Trench, they described how strange it was that it's so pitch black, and no matter how much we try and put light out, it doesn't seem to go very far. And it's like going down there with your hand over your face.
Right.
So then they switched their lighting to black light.
I don't care, bro.
The moment that they switched it to black light, it had that iridescence, that bioluminescence property.
Sorry, what's
and the whole black light is like UV light. When you go into a rave club and they've got those purple bulbs and it makes everything white glow like luminous.
So it's like really light, or
so it's in a slightly different spectrum.
Okay.
In the visible spectrum. But it's more toward the infrared spectrum.
Right. So there's no light.
No, listen. So they put this type of light on, and the entire place lights up like it's a disco. Suddenly, the fish that were just gray have pink spots and purple stripes and all kinds of illumination, which our eyes are not designed to receive because we don't live down there.
So hang on.
The Creator didn't make us designed to see the light that is there.
Therefore, there must be light.
There are different spectrums that are penetrating at that depth. Those fish wouldn't be decorated that way, and the corals wouldn't glow under a UV bulb the way that they do.
But can we
unless there was UV penetrating.
Can we all agree there's no light down there?
No, I've just explained why.
Right. There's no light, bro. Tell me again how there's no light.
How is bioluminescence and the UV light that's penetrating deeper no light?
No light. No light.
Bioluminescence.
Hang on, explain it here in fucking.
Bio meaning biology, meaning natural production.
Yes.
Bio and luminescence meaning production of light.
Kind of UV light somehow explains why there's light. What the fuck, bro? There's no light. None.
You're wrong.
What? But explain to me how I'm wrong.
I've already done that, but you're still sticking to your side.
No, go ahead. No, explain to me how there's no light.
Bio, from biology, meaning biological organisms.
No light.
Luminescence, meaning production of light. So there are organisms down there, and fish, and crabs, and octopuses that are producing their own light to be able to see what they're doing. So there is biological production of light, as well as the UV spectrum, which is penetrating, and the IR spectrum.
There's no light, bro. You're wrong. There's no light. You're just wrong.
And you went down there and proved it when?
I did. Yesterday.
Nice. Okay, well, I concede then.
Yesterday. Yesterday. Daar is geen lucht, ba.
Daar is lucht.
Nee.
Daar moet lucht wees. Eindelijk so.
Daar is geen lucht onder. I'm just kidding. I know I'm around. I'm just messing, bro.
Where do you think the Great Deep begins?
About 450 meters down. I don't know.
No, like the biblical representation.
Oh, the Big Deep?
It talks about like the oceans, and then below that is the Great Deep.